When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. Trueforce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The Trueforce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and Trueforce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, you could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was, it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a Trueforce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. Trueforce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. Trueforce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
You can feel the tension. You can smell the anticipation. 40 cars, 40 different stories. And on Sunday, we challenged the stiffest test. The test of the animal that is Mount Panorama. 6.2 Ks of the toughest challenge that Australian racing has to offer. But you don't just do it once. There are 161 reasons why this can all go wrong. 1,000 reasons why you didn't get the job done. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. And when it's all said and done, there will only be one winner. One team that is crowned with glory. It's not the lucky ones that win this race, it's only the best. Which team will it be? SSR, TTR, or even ERT? Or maybe someone else from the pack can rise for the win. Welcome to Bathurst. Welcome to the Logitech G Pro Invitational.
Here we are, the crown jewel of our motorsport, the biggest race of the year if you're a supercar fan. The Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational, Bathurst 1000. I am Jake Blackwell, joining me forever in the commentary booth, Stephen Sandman Clark, Luke on the camera from Race Stars TV as always, and Stephen, I can't wait to get this one underway.
Absolutely. G'day, Jake. G'day, everyone, wherever you're watching around Australia or even around the world. This is our crown jewel event, exactly like you said, the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. It doesn't get much better than this. Everyone hangs for racing part of this race, and man, it's one of those days that I don't want to be in the commentary box. I love this race so much and wish I was on the grid. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent, but thankfully, I still get to be part of it and watch it and just enjoy every lap.
That's it. We get to enjoy every lap from the outside and be able to see what goes on throughout this race. And what a lineup yesterday was. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here, but qualifying was a session that was topsy-turvy from the word go, wasn't it, Sandman? And obviously, those SSR cars are fast.
Absolutely. I mean, it's we saw it at Sandown, and we saw it, I guess, on paper before the enduro season started, that we knew some of the lineups were going to be pretty tough, but no one can tame the mountain, regardless of who your driver lineup could be, because, you know, at the end of the day, you can get caught up, as we saw in qualifying, you can get caught up in someone else's incident. And the guy that had the incident in qualifying was one of the best and our reigning Supercars Bathurst 1000 champion. So Van Gisbergen just had a little moment up the top of the mountain, and that caused a fair bit of chaos. So that can happen to anyone at any time. And 161 laps or 1,000 kilometers around here, that can strike at any moment.
And that's right. It can happen to anyone. That's one thing we've got to put out there. This is not going to be a clean race, and for that fact, there will be safety cars. I can guarantee that. We've actually put that in. There can be a random safety car if we need it. So that could be one of the deciding factors on this race. But that pole lap, let's go on board and watch that pole lap from Dane Warren. What a lap in qualifying. You've got one lap in the shootout to get it done, and he just goes and throws down the gauntlet, Sam, man. What a lap from Dane Warren.
Absolutely, he was on fire. I mean, that car looked really hooked up for the entire session, and you'll see and you'll hear in this onboard lap, just he does everything pretty much perfect. And you know, for wannabe race car drivers or sim racers out there, this is a lap to watch, because this is arguably one of the toughest racetracks that we've got on iRacing, and for him to do what he did and punch out that time, it was pretty impressive.
That it was. Just hard on the limiter into turn 2. I didn't even realise that after watching it in queue. He's flat to the floor, pushing it, and that's also the good thing of having it in a practice session, not as sort of as a qualifying session, we call it. Don't have to worry about off track, don't have to worry about an incident. You know that they're going to hurt you anyway around here. If you get off the line, if you hit a fence, it's going to hurt, but you can push it. I think it gives you that little bit more confidence. You can see up over the top of the hill, now flat out down the hill, lift over the metal grate. I just love this part of the racetrack, especially on a Q lap that Dave Warren did last night.
Mate, absolutely. And as a driver, that key, as you said, bouncing off the rev limiter, that's usually your first indication that, hey, I'm on a pretty good lap here. I've got a really good exit. I'm making the most out of everything that I've got underneath me. So that's always a good sign. Through the dipper, that was very nice. And then coming into the elbow, you just see that he's got placement there, gets his turn in nice, early on the throttle, nice and smooth, bang.
Just gone, shot it out of a rocket ship out the corner. And it's interesting, shifted out to first, made sure you got that middle of the rotation well through the middle of Forest Elbow, then just straight away instant punch the second, no wheel spin, flat out 300 Ks. Just listen to this. Oh, hard on it, full throttle through the chase, and then just back it all down, slow it all down, second and third, use all the curb on the exit. And there's only one more corner. You do all the hard bit, you've only got this one, and this one usually trips you up more than anything else. But what a lap from Dane Warren. 2:01.386 for our pole lap for 2022, and that's how you get it done around here at Bathurst, especially in that such a tight scenario.
Absolutely. And the bit that I loved about that last night is he had family cheering in the background when we went to him. So that was a nice touch. And it's always good when you got family and friends supporting you. And it was a hell of a lap. And now he's just got to do that. Well, not himself, but that team needs to do it 161 more laps and they'll be fine.
Yeah, that's all they got to do. Just do it again, 161 more laps from round in front. You'll be fine. You'll be able to get that done. But what a session it was, and for him to come out on pole. And SSR Boost Mobile won too. That's a bit of a statement as well.
Yeah, they've been the form team, haven't they, this year? I mean, obviously Kostecki's not in a points value way, but he's always been there or thereabouts, and no doubt they're sort of going to be a bit of a thorn in each other's side, I think, because of how good and fast both those cars are. So it's going to be a good battle to watch. But, at the end of the day, who's that one person that you want to beat first of all? It's your teammate. So they've both got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, that they do. And that's one of the things I think that we've got to focus on during this race is how they're going to be at each other during this race. We know, obviously, Sandown, they were gone. Dane and Phil Searle were in a league of their own out in front. Will they be able to do that again today? I don't think that'll be the case. It's going to be one of those situations where I think, Sam, man, that if something happens during the race, they could actually get pushed out of it a little bit and having to fight their way back, which I think will be one of those key factors that we've got to watch, Sam, man, is who gets involved in those little incidents. We saw it in the 1000 in RL. We know what happened lap 1 and lap 3. We know all that. And that could happen here where if these guys get a little bit antsy off the start, we could have that again. Yeah,
and at the end of the day, I mean, everyone has probably done this race a few times, but still there's nerves there, there's excitement there, there's, maybe just taking your braking marker and you get to the point where you're going to go to the point of limit where you are, but you don't know what the drivers around you are going to do. Are they going to get on the brakes a little bit earlier? Is that going to catch you out? So, at the end of the day, I think they'll all try to pace themselves at the start. That's what I'd like to see, because obviously no one wants to get caught up in a lap 1 or a lap 4 incident like we saw in the 1000, like you said. So hopefully they'll all just be smart about it, and we can buy ourselves a ticket to the end.
That we will. We'll get started with our grid walk here for the Bathurst 1000. We'll bring in none other than the pole sitter, Dane Warren. Dane, what a lap last night. Obviously, I wasn't here to be able to witness it live, but I watched it back just then, and what a lap from you to get it done. Now you got to do that 160 more times on top of that to get it done.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for sure, but luckily we have quite a good car under us, so hopefully that takes away some of the stress. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen. We just got the call that random safety cars are on the card, so yeah, I mean, literally anything can happen with that in the rules.
Yeah, how does that now play into your mind of obviously the random safety cars? Does that just throw a little bit more of a spanner in the works? It's not going to be like Sandown. I think we all figured there could have been a safety car being no escape rule, but does that just make it a little bit more difficult now?
I mean, I think the main thing is that we can't really do what we did at Sandown. Like, I guess at Bathurst there's always going to be a safety car. Yeah. An unintentional safety car, but now it's sort of a thing that we can't sort of just run away with a win. I hope to get a big gap and sort of maintain it for the whole race, which is a bit annoying, but I mean, whatever puts on a good show, I guess.
It's going to be one of those things, I think, as well. if there isn't any safety car that could come out. If there is a bunch of them, I don't think it'll get thrown. Obviously, I don't know. It's obviously up to race direction discretion. But how do you guys challenge that with strategy as well? It's just going to be one of those play it as it comes, because obviously who's going to start, or is that just going to be a hidden away key?
I think I'll keep that as a surprise for everyone.
Love it.
But from a strategy sense, I mean, our main issue is the maximum driver time, which I think is just under 3 stints, I think. I should probably know this, but but that's the main challenge strategy-wise. Otherwise, it's just sort of fairly straightforward with stops and all that. I don't think we really have a number to target because the stint plan's pretty straightforward. If it runs you into the end.
Yeah, I think that'll be how it goes. See where you get to that end stage, get into that magic lap number, and go from there towards the end. But congratulations on pole. Good luck to yourself and Jared Filsell, and good luck for the 1000 today.
Yep, cheers guys.
Thank you, and that was our pole sitter starting on board. Well, not starting, but on board that 94. We don't know who's going to be starting on that car. But Sam, let's bring on the outside front row. We'll bring in Cooper Murray, who's going to be there on that front row too.
And Cooper, well done, mate. Always great to start up towards the front and the pointy end of the grid. The front row of the grid, you guys having a front row lockout. That's pretty cool to start the day off.
That's a good way to start the day off. All thanks to Bush. He did the lap in the shootout and put me in this position. So, yeah, we'll see how we go.
And what are your thoughts coming into today? Obviously, this is probably one of the most unpredictable races that we have on the calendar. You know, Bathurst can throw up anything. What's your mindset coming into today, and how do you approach the start if and when you are starting?
As you said, Bathurst can throw anything at us. So the main goal just for me today is to keep the car clean and bring it back in one piece at the end of every one of my stints and hand it over to Bush to do his job.
Now, leading up to the event too, you guys, both cars looked really good. Obviously, here Bush hasn't been short of pace either for the series. It's always been sort of him and Jared taking it up to each other. I think we're going to be pretty much seeing the same sort of thing. You guys have got a strong package. When you come into a weekend like this, how much talk is there about, how you're going to sort of run your race, or do you guys sort of play it a little bit by ear?
It's unpredictable, this race. Random safety cars now as well. It changes the strategy up, so you can't really have a planned strategy. You just got to go as the race unfolds and go with the flow.
Now, you're probably going to keep your cards close to your chest. Are you starting, or are we just going to have to wait and see?
Oh, well, I think I'll be starting. Brody's currently not even on the sim at the moment, so...
So there you go. So it's
we got one of them.
He's at a PT session, so yeah, I'll be starting.
Fair enough. Well, as long as he's back to sort of relieve you a little bit, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be all good.
Well, mate, Cooper, we'll let you go. Thanks for chatting with us. Look forward to chatting you through the entire broadcast. Best of luck, mate, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of it.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Cooper Murray, who's teaming up with Brody Kostecki in the second of the Boost Mobile Commodore, starting on the front row of the grid. Obviously pretty chuffed with the way their weekend has started, and man, how exciting. 161 laps in front of us, and mate, Brody's not even in the seat yet.
No, Brody's not even in the seat, and he's going to be jumping into whatever comes their way, I guess, when they get on it. But let's see what they can do. Yeah, it's one of those things that you just got to balance it out. Obviously, real life commitments, and with a 1000 race, you can do that as well. You can not be here for the start of the race, know that they're going to start the car, and then go from there in that sense of who's going to be there. But let's get some more of our drivers on this grid walkthrough. We can't get at the moment René Costello. He just keeps jumping out, so they're obviously trying to figure out who is starting in the car, which is fair. They're all jumping around trying to figure out where they're going to go for the main start of the race. But we'll look further down the field and get one of our next people. Well, actually, we may as well grab Gianni Lutzu, that is waiting for us in car number 990. starting a little bit further down the field than I think you would have wanted, Gianni, down in P number 12, but sets yourself up for a good start to this race.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it's a really, really long day out here, and yeah, obviously Dylan did a really, really good job yesterday qualifying the car. Obviously, yeah, qualifying was a little bit messy with how many sort of cars were out there on the track, so it was really difficult to sort of get a good and good clean lap in. But Dylan did a really, really good job yesterday, and that sort of sets us up really well for the race today. So obviously, it's kind of one of those days where it doesn't really sort of matter where you start. It's such a long day, and anything can happen. So it'll be a good day, long day, and just trying to keep the car clean and bring the 990 home is the main goal for us today, I think.
Yeah, it's always the main goal. Get to the end, be there at the end, see what comes about it. Now, with the recent change of all the safety car now, random safety car, how does that put a little bit of a spanner in your guys' works today?
Yeah, obviously it might play a bit into the strategy and change it up slightly, but we've got a good plan on board at 9.5, and hopefully it'll pay off. But it might have thrown a few spanners into sort of where we have the car at some points of the race, and obviously with strategy and everything it might play a few things around, but no, I've got good confidence in what we've set up, and hopefully we can work forward at the start and just try to maintain track position, and obviously put us in a good spot for later in the day.
Yeah, that'll be one of those things that, just like you said, focus, get it towards the end of the race, and then see where you end up. But good luck for today, starting in P number 12, and hopefully it all goes clean in this early first stint.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Thank you, same to you. And Sam, you'll be with a little bit further down the field, Benjamin Smith. Not where he would have wanted, but let's see what he thinks for this race heading today.
Benjamin, obviously not where you want it, but at the end of the day, you're on the grid for the Bathurst 1000. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Really looking forward to it. It's always a good challenge starting down the back. So, yeah, I guess like everyone else, just aiming to keep the car clean, and it's all about that sprint to the finish.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about that so many times today, about buying a ticket to the end. And of course, starting back where you are, you're obviously going to keep your eyes open because, obviously the first lap is can be a little bit chaotic with this many cars on the grid. But no doubt you and yourself and Ben Rothberg, who you're teaming up with today in the Logitech G Commodore, you guys will probably be well aware of that and probably have some sort of game plan to hopefully prepare yourselves for that.
Yeah, I guess a lot has been learned in the series so far. You can say that you kind of make your own luck, so I can put a lot of my bingles down to kind of my seeing what's happening in front. So it'll be really tough with all the blind corners, but hopefully my spotter can really help us out.
And how exciting is it to be part of the 1000? Obviously everyone wants to start in P1. Not everyone can do that, but you're on the grid, mate. And I was saying to the boys earlier, this is the one race where I don't want to be on the commentary box. I would gladly start dead last in this race every year just to be part of it.
Yeah, the funny thing, you can't just get in your sim and go and do 161 laps on your own because it's just not the same. So it's awesome to have, everyone has the same mindset. It's, such a big event, and it's just, like you said, it's awesome to be part of. So, big thanks to all the organisers and, of course, you guys up in the booth.
And your thoughts for today, the game plan? You're just going to take it nice and easy at the start? Have you sort of had a chat within the team about how you sort of think today may unfold? Because obviously we think about safety cars. We didn't have that at Sandown, but Bathurst is a different beast. And of course there is that unpredictability of a safety car. But more importantly, it's so tight across the top of the mountain, exactly like we saw in qualifying, that anything can happen.
Yeah, Sandown would have absolutely loved a safety car. So, hopefully at Bathurst, we're not left, we can kind of work our own way up the field and not rely on safety cars. But we know that, it's more than likely going to happen with all those walls up there. Someone's bound to blow a motor or something. Down changing into the elbow or down into the end of conrod. So, it's almost inevitable that there'll be a safety car. I think sports better be paying about $1.01. So, we'll just keep our eyes out and try and use them to our advantage when they come.
Well, all the best. Keep the car straight. We're a little bit biased. That car looks pretty good with Logitech G splashed up the side of it. But have a good run, mate, and I'm sure you and Ben will have a great race today.
Yeah, beauty. Awesome, guys. Have a good one. So I'll be talking to you at the end of the race, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. That's the plan. Well done, mate. There you go, Jake. There's Ben on the grid I'm jealous, mate. Absolutely jealous. He's on the grid ready to start the great race.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where I think we all would like to be a part of it. It's one of those races that, like you said, you can't do it. Like even Ben Smith, you can't do this anywhere else. iRacing's the only platform that can allow you to do this at this sort of a level and caliber with these guys available out there. Let's get another couple of drivers in here. We're going to get Greg Vavell aboard of the Taipan Esports Commodore. Greg, obviously starting 22nd, a little bit good of a position than I think that it's sort of mid-pack. So now you've just got to figure out what you're going to do in this first stint. It's sort of survive, isn't it?
It is 100% survive, avoid the damage and chaos. And if we can get through the first few laps and settle in, we're hoping to move up a little bit, have a good race.
And that's how do you think the race is going to plan out for you guys? Do you guys have a good enough car to just float around in these first couple of stints and, like we've all been saying, buy your ticket for that end, be in that position to be able to capitalize on maybe a top 10 finish here?
Yeah, we've definitely got a good solid race set up, so our race pace should be fine. So yeah, it all depends on this first couple of laps, just getting through.
Yeah, and obviously Rianne's going to be starting the car, and you're going to be chilling on the comm box or on the pit crew box for the first start of this stint.
Yeah, give it to the young bloke. He's got better reflexes for me in these first few laps. Yeah, he done a good job at Sandown starting, so if I would put him back in, get the start out of the way, see if we can keep it clean, and then concentrate on the rest of the race.
Do you guys plan on leaving him in for one stint, maybe two, do a double early, or will it be a quick one stint, get him in, get yourself back in the car and just go from there?
Ideally, I'd like to get back in as soon as I can.
Yep.
But we'll see how the first part of the race plays out, and safety cars, everything's going to come into it. So
yeah, safety cars is going to be, I think, our big talking point here today. But good luck here. 22nd, avoid the carnage from the word go, because I'm sure someone will make a mistake, but hopefully not, and you guys can make it towards the end, and we'll see you at the end.
All right, cheers, thanks guys.
Thank you. Starting down in 22nd, Taipan Esports, that was Greg Vavell on board with Rihan Lionage starting. I'm most surely going to butcher a lot of names today. It's been a long day, all right? It's been a long day already, and we're getting ready, Sam, man, to get this race underway soon. And that qualifying, we've been talking about it. There was that massive incident at the end, and we'll see if we can bring that one up as a replay. And Sam, man, run us through this. This was chaos at the end of this session.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about that it can happen to anyone. This has happened to one of the best drivers we're seeing in Supercars real world at the moment. Just a moment at the top of the mountain, head-on damage. Burton all locked up, got caught in, and then it was just a concertina effect. Everyone just piled in, and this crash kept on happening. Like, even though this part's happened, it's still happening. You look further on, there's still cars coming on the screen, sideways smoke, locking up into the wall. Like, it was just chaos. And like I said, this came from a driver that just won the real world Bathurst 1000 a couple of weeks ago, so it can happen to anyone.
That it can. A little mistake at the top of the hill, and that's all it costs. And these guys that were coming through, you can't finish that lap. That was done. That was their session over, especially like the last couple of minutes to get inside that top 10 for that top 10 shootout. And a lot of people got balked by that. And it is what it is. And some people starting a little bit further down than I think they would have all wanted. But let's get set. These guys will be getting prepped and ready. A little bit of a delayed start here for this one, as qualifying ran a little bit overtime, but we should be getting ready for this race start anytime soon. Sam, man, quick numbers on this one. Who do you think? Who do you put in that basket at the end? Oh, I can't say that because we're about to go green. Here we go. Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. And we are away. The Boost Mobile Commodores clean off the start. Good jump from both of them. Down in the first corner, Phil Sell's got a blinder, and he's going to lead him into turn one.
Man, he got a massive start, isn't it? Everyone's just going to get through here nice and clean. Everyone will be just given so much room because they know how long this racing is. It's not in anyone's favour just to do anything silly at the start. Nice and clean, that's exactly what we want. But how's the start from Phil Sell? Actually, both Boost Mobile cars just getting away from the field. Good start.
Good start from both of the Boost Mobile Commodores out in front of the field. The first time into Griffin's Bend for 161 more times later down the road, 160 more times later down the road. The first time, and everyone is being quite calm early on. This is a good Bathurst 1000 start that we like to see, but out in front, the two SSR cars going to lead them. Madison Downs starting the TTR Commodore in third.
Yeah, and there's no silliness from everyone in the field. Love this. Look at the grate. The famous grate here at Bathurst, and listen to the cars as they come across the mountain. Mate, it doesn't get much better than that. How good is that? Oh, I love it. And then look at these guys now just making their way down the mountain. No doubt that there'd be nerves on board for everyone that's in this field because they know what's in front of them. It's a big day. What they need to do is just focus on the car in front, not make any mistakes, hit their markers, and just get down the mountain and survive lap one.
That's all you need to do. Be there at the end. Inside front lock from Hayden Sell. That looked like a little bit of a brake lock going through, but he's able to survive. Josh Muggleton on the back of Supercars right now, which obviously his Sandown was not favourable to that 8 car. They already had a 5-place grid penalty as well here today. Muggleton looks like he was going for the move out in front, down through the chase. What a shot.
Just let you listen to that sound. How good is that? When I go quiet, it's just like have a listen to how good these cars sound, and that's just so good. But yeah, as I said, you said that Muggleton made that pass, but at the end of the day, regardless if you get a penalty, you know, we spoke about this last night, at the end of the day, it's such a long race, it doesn't matter where you start, you can win this race from dead last on the grid. So obviously it makes things a little bit trickier, but you know, at the end of the day, they're on the grid.
That's right, you got to be on the grid and you just got to keep it clean. The early phases of this race, I believe there was a car stalled at the back of the grid and someone's already got a lot of damage. I believe it was the 72, which I think was that. I think that is actually Ben Smith. It was 2. Ben Smith's most probably got a lot of damage on board that Commodore, which is just not something you want at the start of this race. As we bring a replay up of that. Apparently it was Blake Warboy's car number 63 was stored on the grid, and there it is from the work. And he spoke to him. All he needed to do was just get through the first lap. He didn't even get to the last. He didn't even get the start on it. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that was strange because Warboy's looks like that car just rolled off. Yeah, it did not go at all. So that's really strange. But how heartbreaking. The drop of the green flag and he's already been caught up in an incident. But, you know, that's what I mean. Anything can happen at this race. And, you know, the most important thing they can take away from it is that, yes, they got a little bit of damage, but there's plenty of time for them to fix it. So as long as they just need to sort of stay on the lead lap. And, you know, we talk about safety cars. We don't know if and when that's going to happen. But at the end of the day, they're still not out of it. They can get that damage fixed and they're still in the race.
And we've seen people come back from a lap down to be able to get back. You just got to play the strategy right. You got to play the safety cars right, and you can get yourself back on that lead lap. So far, so clean out in front and further down the field with the contact off the start. But Ross Rizzo on board is currently, which Joe Short right behind, down into the chase. No, they're all not taking it. That's not a quali lap that we heard on board with Dane Warren. There's a little bit of a lift now going through sort of the first phase of that chase. Some people will be saving fuel as well, Sam, and that's a critical part. If you save a little bit of fuel each lap, you got a long stint ahead, you can maybe make up a little bit of a stop.
Absolutely, and like you said, these cars are full of fuel, so they are going to handle a little bit differently from the way they did in qualifying. Yeah. So at the end of the day, what they just need to do is get themselves, car off on the track, there we go, that's Woods.
Ooh. Yeah, now, David Woods, rejoined. He's done a good job there. He's done a really good job.
I would imagine he might have had a helping hand to get out there because the car looked pretty stationary. So it'd be interesting to see what happened to him because thankfully it doesn't look like he made contact with the wall.
No, it doesn't. Could this have been a ball on his own? It might have been.
Did he lock a brake?
Yeah, inside. Look at the rears. Slide war. Mug over the avoiding action. Josh Muggleton on board the cool drive entry had to take a little bit of a shallow exit, which would have been the Bathurst line from this year with the amount of water on the exit at turn 1. Pretty much just did a carbon copy of that just to run shallow to not hit the stationary car, but all clean, get back going. Plus a bunch of spots there, Woods, but he can keep going from here.
Mate, and a huge credit to him. See what he did? He pulled it into reverse and got straight off the racing line because he knew that there was a ton of cars coming around the corner. So what he did was just get that car out of harm's way and then got on with it. So that was brilliant heads-up driving from him. That's a real credit because the last thing you want to do is sit in that space, but the last thing you want to do is just pull a gear and try and get on with your race because you know you've got a ton of cars coming around the corner. So well done to him and his team. That was brilliant.
Yeah, he did a good job. Get the car out of the way and move out. The Phil Cell out in front. Oh, this shot. Oh, we love that shot. That is a cool shot. It never gets boring. There's a shot leading into the chase as the rest of the field follows through. Just, I love it. I love it. Phil so out in front. Down, sorry to cut you off there, Sam, man. Looks like he has better pace than Murray in P number 2 as Jenny looks like he's going to dive down the inside. Supercars had a bit of a look. Slots back in behind. He's going to sit in that position in P number 11, sorry.
Yeah, this is about a place where the drivers just need to get themselves comfortable. Regardless, you don't worry about who's racing around you. If you've got a guy that's probably pressuring you a little bit, you know, what's the harm in letting him go? You know, obviously you want to stay up towards the front, but you know, you're going to be sick of hearing us saying it. It's a long day. So regardless of where you are at the moment, it doesn't mean anything. You want to buy a ticket to the end, and it's better off just letting some of the fast guys go just so you can stay in a rhythm. And you can see him move up the inside here. Oh, he put up a little bit of a fight, but yeah, he's all entitled to. But yeah, it definitely does put the pressure on these guys. Look at that. Well, you don't want to be side by side through there. We saw just how ugly things can get in the real 1000 when people tried that.
Oh, we're guys, lap 4. Lap 4. We have a long day ahead. There's no need to be trying that so early on. But you know, I think it's that red mist. It happens to all of us in sim racing. It happened to me when I had to do 3 TCL races around here on Thursday morning. It was, I think it was Friday morning my time, which was not fun. But it's one of those things, the red mist just descends and you want to make up every little bit of time you can when you really don't need to at this present point, especially when you got so long. Gianni looks like he really wants to get this move done. I think he feels Supercars is holding up. Briggs is looking to the inside as well. I think they all are trying to get around each other to go, okay, if you're not going to make a move, I am, because they can see the top 10 sort of skipping away. There's still a long race, but I think it's just that little bit of urgency that these guys have got on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And when they look forward and they can see the likes of Muggleton and all that starting to disappear in the distance, that's when they start to get a bit antsy. They're like, man, we don't want to give up that ground. So you can see, yep, he's going to make a move up the inside here. Is he going to get the job done nice and clean? Puts position there. Beautiful. They both give each other room on the outside. Oh, they're going to fight back, though. Look at this side by side. And then, oh, it's going to be hold your breath stuff into this corner. But, yeah, at the end of the day, they just want to give each other plenty of room. There's no point putting up a massive fight. But they are itching at the bit because they can see Muggleton and the likes all starting to pull away.
Yeah, Briggs to the inside as well. Job Stewart looks like he's going to make a move too. It's like a cork in the bottle here at the moment. Down the inside, Briggs has got it. Stewart can't get alongside either, but look at the run off the exit. Zipper's got a great exit off the turn 1. Now down into Griffin's corner, he's going to try and, yep, a little bit of a pump draft. There it was, a little bit of a tap from Stewart to keep him in front because he wants to get past Briggs, so he's going to do it. As we get the driver's eye looking down. Oh, side by side in the turn 2. Give each other room, boys. This is still early on. Well, no, we're fighting hard now down into the cutting. Or up into the cutting, I should say. Briggs has rolled out and let Stewart through.
Oh, see how much movement in the steering wheel. He had that locked up. That was impressive. But, yeah, these guys know now that this part of the racetrack, it's pretty much single file. There's not much you can do about it. You've just got to settle yourself, get as close as you can, and then probably make a move on the exit of Forest Elbow. But, yeah, it's all single file here, but, man, they're all itching at the bit, aren't they?
They are on it already from the word go. They want to just take it a little bit easy, but you can see, like we said, as soon as you see that car in front, it's just, okay, I need to make moves. I need to keep up with this guy in front of me. I can't lose this ground. Even though it's early on, the lap count gets thrown out the window at that point. There's no point bringing it up because they're not really caring at what lap it is. They just see the cars in front, who they could be racing at the end of this race, and they need to be in that position. So that's what these guys are doing right now at Job Stewart. Will he try and make a move down into the chase? He got a really good exit off the Forest Elbow. It looks like he's already got the run. But this is the issue, the draft. Now he's got to get alongside him, try and pull that car back. A little bit of side draft I thought he would have used, but he didn't. He tried to give as much room as he could to Jordan Supercars. He's going to go around the outside into the chase there. Man, this early on with full fuel loads, it can happen, but they got it done. Stewart up another position. Oh, inside front lock from Supercars. That's going to actually give up the spot to Briggs as well.
Yeah, what they need to do is just get in his ear and just say, you know what, if these guys are racing hard, just let them go. Just keep that car clean and straight, because that's what you want. At the end of the day, regardless of whether you're fast or whether you're not around the guys that you're racing with, that doesn't matter. Just don't worry about that. You can bottle it, put it in the back of your mind and just push on.
Yeah, I think that's what these guys will be trying to do right now is side by side, Sebastian blocking the outside, Robson going through, I think, and Boyd as well. behind them. Looked like he was going to have a look, but not able to get those all the way down the inside. As these guys are fighting hard all the way through this field. It's just a big train at the moment of cars. Look at that. It's lap 6 and no separation in this pack.
Geez, that flashbacks to last night when we saw a pile of cars like that. Everyone was just trying to jostle and find a bit of real estate. But yeah, this is where these guys just need to say a little bit of calm and just get themselves again into a rhythm. Thankfully, a lot of these teams now have roles of, they have team managers and stuff. They'll be in the ear of these guys to say, you know what, you're running a good pace, such and such is fast behind you. It's a good idea to keep abroad and on top of all that information, because I know for me as a driver, I was never the fastest driver around here, but if I knew that I was on par about the guys that were racing around me, that took the stress and pressure off me as a driver. So that's what these guys will have in their ear for team managers, and I think that's really good when you've got teams that have those roles and responsibilities, and it really lifts their team profile to the next level.
That's exactly right. You can't do it now, I think, in sim racing without that little bit of extra help on the outside, Sam. And I think we can all say that now. Whoa, as we cut it down, and I think he was sideways off the chase.
Damage. Look at that Kostecki.
Yeah, that's damage to the Kostecki-Murray entry.
Murray.
On the left side, yeah. He's still going to be in the car at some point today. He's just at a PT session right now, so, he's just enjoying himself. But, yeah, a little bit on the left-hand side, damage there for Murray. Easy to do around here. A little scrape on the fence. Will just scuff up the left side. Doesn't look to be hurting his performance. It's not like he's dropped massively off the back of Phil Cell. Phil Cell's just comfortably holding that lead at the moment for 2.1 seconds. But that little bit of damage, if you hit the side a couple more times, then it starts to be a bit of a worry.
Yeah, and so early on too. It's obviously not ideal, but like you said, it's not too bad at this stage. And you know what, at the end of the day, I think for me as a driver, I wasn't too concerned about the side of the car. It's when you get the nose of the car all dinged up. Yeah. That's when you start to hurt your straight line speed. And if you're doing that on lap 6 or 7, that's a painful experience for the rest of the day. So, I mean, I've been in races where unfortunately I've had loss of straight line speed, and you're just you're a sitting duck basically down those straightaways. So, thankfully, the front of the car looks good. The side of the car's got a little bit of damage, but that's okay.
Yeah, side of the car can have a little bit of damage. You can get away with it a little bit. Might not help your side drafting ability, but it happens. They'll be focusing on that later in the day, and I'm sure they'll try and get as much of that repaired, if there is anything repaired. That's the thing. It could be so just a little bit of superficial visual damage in that sense that you come down pit road, it's not affecting the car. They're not going to repair it. Just send it on its way and keep going. Zibris now has a couple of other cars back, because in front of him Ross Rizzo has made that move this time. I think it was down into turn 2, so he's moved up another position in P number 13 and continue his charge. But at the moment Zibris has got a bit of a healthy train behind him as we bring up a replay of that move from Ross Rizzo when it was. Good exit, used to draft down Mountain Straight. Moved to that inside and then just tried to get there was a little bit going on in the background too. I don't know whether you've seen that top shot, Sam, and there was a lot of blue smoke coming out of turn 2. I don't know who that could have been, but that could be something as well. But Rizzo, quick bus, makes his move up a notch.
Absolutely. So thinking about a move up the inside here too. Looks like he might lose another spot. So again, just making a bit of a wide berth. And you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. This might have been that smoke you were talking about. Let's see what happens here. Henry King, sideways, and keeps it off.
Saved it.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, that's not ideal, but you know what? Early days. If you're going to make a little whoopsie, let's do it at the start of the race. You've still got a straight car.
Yeah, he did a good job, actually. If that was the actual Bathurst 1000, we had some rain around the track, he would have made that inside wall. So it's lucky we don't have that at the moment. Hopefully soon, #soon, the usual iRacing, when we will get rain. Can't wait for that. I think that would spice up the Bathurst 1000 any day of the week. But these guys, again, a little bit of flash in the lights from one of the TTR Commodores. These guys starting to make some moves down in the pack, get themselves up that little position. Tyler Blackburn looking to the inside, has one of the other cars, Thomas Hins, behind him as well. But yeah, one little oopsie early on, you can do that, you can get away with it.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of damage to that side of the car, Blackburn as well. So yeah, a couple of little battle scars just starting to show on these drivers, and we saw, like you mentioned before, there's a couple of drivers just flashing their headlights, maybe just getting a little bit frustrated that they're held up. don't worry about that. At the moment, you know, we know that there's going to be safety cars. This is only lap 8. So at the end of the day, just get yourself into a rhythm. And if you can make a move that's nice and clean, it's just going to benefit you in the long run. So I know it's easier said than done when you're up in the commentary box. But hey, gee, how good's Brad Newman's picture there, mate? I'm loving the race suit. That's awesome. So sorry, that's my NASCAR thing just kicking in. But at the end of the day, they just need to be patient and not get caught up. Oh, this looks like there's another move there into elbow. But as we go up front, Jared Filsell already got a car lap down. We saw that drama. All is now is this. Madison down. Gonna look up the inside here. Cooper Murray gets the job done. They're still fighting it out though. Oh, didn't quite get it on the exit.
Didn't get it, Better exit speed there from Murray, who was able to hold over the position, but I think Down would usually sit there and be calm. We know what Madison's like. He won't force an issue unless he needs to. I think he feels like Filsell's just starting to skip away from him, and he has a little bit better car speed at the moment than Murray, that he wants to get that move done. Because that's not like him in a sense. He'll make moves, but he only does it if he knows he's got the outright speed, especially this early on. And he knows he's got pace, and here he goes again. He wants to show it. Down the inside, good move. Madison up the second.
And that might have been a reflection of some of that damage that Cooper's got just to the left side of that Commodore. So, and Madison just might have been feeling that he was just holding up a little bit and he had that pace. So he's got the job done now. It's eyes forward, and he'll probably just focus on what his line is now. And then it'll give him a good indication actually now of, you know, what sort of pace is between him and Murray. So, at the end of the day, it's he's got the job done, and now, like you said, it's a 3.5 second gap to Jared Filsell. So, yes, that'll be playing on his mind a little bit, but not just yet. You know, you don't worry too much just yet.
He's already started to pull out a couple of tenths, though, on Madison down. You can see the lap time delta where it dropped off. 1 second over 2 laps, half a second a lap. I think Madison knew that he needed to get the job done to start making a move, so that he has done so, and he's going to see what that gap looks like. We'll monitor that gap between Filsell and Down in his first stint, see what happens with that one. I think it'll be interesting. Oh, that's Down. He is pushing hard. I think that's like the second or third time I've seen him sideways off a corner. That's uncharacteristic from Madison. He's usually very calm.
Okay, he's all right. He's just letting that right rear know that it's race day. It's time to that's what he's doing.
He's burning them up. We've got a couple of sets to use. I may as well use them all. But yeah, that's that gap that you can see from lap 1 all the way to the current lap. And it just started to eke out a little bit more than I think he would have wanted per lap as Filsell in front. And don't worry, when you saw Brad Newman's picture, I did the same thing. My eyes lit up. I was looking at my car over here to the left, which is a replica of it, and I was like, oh, okay, hello. But, you know, we won't get on the NASCAR because I'm sure no one likes NASCAR except us here currently, so we'll move. As Zirus has got Brendan Hobson to the inside, trying to see if he can move up another position. Zirus just not got the speed at the moment in his early stint. He's been sort of getting pushed around a little bit, I should say. He's been trying to get into a rhythm, but every time he tries to sort of sit there, he's got another car to his inside.
I was going to say the car looks reasonably clean too. There's a little bit of a mark on the right-hand side, but that may be just a little bit of door-to-door, so that's not too bad. But you know what? He just needs to just focus on his own race. Don't worry. Don't get himself caught up too much about, you know, losing all these positions. It's happened to me as a driver. I was never the fastest driver, and so it can be a little bit disheartening. But you know what? If you've got the faith in that behind you with the team, and there'll be an easy ear just to say, you know what? Don't worry about it. Just push on, do the best thing you can. Because at the end of the day, all he needs to do is bring it back after his stint.
Oh, that's why. Did that make the fence? Was that Rosella? It was too.
Just waiting to see what sort of, if he got away with it. I was just about to say, what you need to do is just get it back to pit lane because you don't want to fire it into the fence.
No, this is getting messy now too. All because of the checkup. It was Luke Rosella. Did he keep this car out of the fence? He was wide. So he had a car to the inside, Evolution Racing Team Combat, and it was just wide forward. Wow.
Oh. I think you got away with it.
New race suit needed for Luke Rosella after that. Like, that was tight on that wall. But lost a bunch of spots. Like you said, he kept it in it, and no damage on that Commodore. That was tight.
I think he's lucky he did it early in the race too, because this race goes on, there's going to be more marbles and junk on the outside of that racetrack. So, you know, he would have been into the wall. If it had been a lap 100, I think he would have been hard into that wall. Yeah. So, you know, he got away with it early days. So thankfully, he's still got a straight race car.
Yeah, that would have been over and out. I think we all would have said that from that point. But Wayne Burke down the inside, Emily Jones just leaves the position for him to get through, and says, okay, Becky, I'll sit behind you and see what you can do. Now in P number 4, Emily will be smart like that. You know, she's just got to keep the car clean for Brady Myers to jump back on board and see what they can do inside that top 5 at the moment. Go on.
At the end of the day, it's not too much of a disheartening thing when you see someone pass you, because you know what, at the end of the day, you just tuck yourself up behind, save a little bit of fuel and just push on. So as we see, is that Thomas Hinz in the pit lane?
Yeah, it is Thomas Hinz in the pit lane. We already had Benjamin Smith, who has not jumped back in the car, so I believe that one is over and done. He's a fair way down as well, so unfortunate for Ben. He just needed to get through those early laps, and you can't help when a car is basically stored in front of you on the grid. But Hinz in the pit lane, going to get early pit stop if it is, but see what they can do as Rizzo loose on the exit of turn 1. They're able to keep control of the Ford Mustang and continue on for another day.
I think we're at a point on the racetrack now where everyone is just getting themselves into that rhythm now. They're probably starting to think about where their pit stops are going to be, whether they're going to think about double stinting some of the drivers that they've got on board. And of course, there is that rule where you can only do X amount of laps and so many in a stint. So everyone will be well aware of that. They know it's the early point of the race. They'll have sort of some idea of who's going to do what. But yeah, a double stint round here is always a bit of fun, and it's always good to do it in the early parts of the race. It's never much fun when you're tired towards the end of the race, so.
No, tired towards the end of the race is never fun. It's 7 odd hours-ish, give or take. Obviously, we have safety cars, so it brings it out. If it was a safety car run, you could say you could get the race done in 6 hours, maybe a little bit less, because the race pace is usually just a little bit better in terms of this than in IRL, because IRL there's a lot more going on in racing. You can push a little bit harder, I feel like, sim when you need to. Then obviously they do push, but I'm not saying they don't. But you know what I mean. You get my point. as now these guys, 65 continuous laps on board, so it's roughly 3 odd stints, just under 3 stints, depending on how hard these guys are pushing and fuel saving. So I think that's going to be one of those things that we watch, is who does try a triple stint, but a pretty short triple stint. You got to try and get these guys to as well, 54 laps minimum. As the same as Sandowners. Oh, good over and under. They make contact. Oh, wow. I thought that was about to be big on the front straight. I've never seen a big accident there on the front straight, but they kept it going.
Mate, they were lucky that no one else behind them got involved too, because that car looked fairly crossed up. Here we go. It's going to be... Oh, my goodness! Not only did he nearly hit the arm car on the outside, but he nearly fired it back to the inside wall. But then there was cars behind him, so they would have been going, you are kidding me.
Yeah, wheel-to-wheel contact off of the final corner. It just interlocked and set it sideways. Blackburn did a really good job to save that race car, because that could have been over and out for them and everyone else behind. That would have been a big shot, and there's nowhere to go there. There is just nowhere. There's no space. It's not like you can run wide and try and get around the incident. It just would have been there, and all these guys behind would have had nowhere to go. But they managed to hold on. Looking at board, Brad Newman now made up a couple of spots from this start. Obviously, they would have been a little bit higher up than 97. So obviously starting rear grid for some unknown reason, which has sort of shocked me a little bit there. But Brad's done a good job, up 8 positions at the moment.
Mate, I was just thinking about that incident, Matt. If someone had gone ahead on into the wall there, mate, that's an entire lap with a possible smoking car to get back to pit lane. So that could have been disastrous. But thankfully, everyone managed to come out of that unscathed. A little bit of panel damage, but whew, that was heart and mouth stuff.
Yeah, still lap 13. Are we near the end of this race yet or not? I can't do this for another 6 hours. It's going to be one of those days, I think. But out in front, I have been monitoring this gap as he cuts to a perfect timing, as always does Luke. 3.2 seconds is down, so he's matching fuel cell, if not obviously a couple of tenths quicker, which is what we like to see. It's good to see Dowd has got that car sort of humming in this first stint.
Yeah, and nothing much in it between their last lap too. So, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, they're just sort of hitting their marks. They'll be talking with themselves within the team, and I think Down will be happy now that he's got some clear air in front of him now, and he can just sort of pace his race. He'll have an understanding of how the car feels. We spoke to the boys yesterday, and they were very happy with the way their car was, because at the end of the day, it's good to have a car that goes on pole, but you want a car that's going to be comfortable for 161 laps. And I think from the sounds in their voice, they were pretty happy with the way that car's performing. So, yeah, at the end of the day, a nice clear racetrack is exactly what you want, and he can see the leader in front of him. So, at this stage, that's exactly what he needs.
Yeah, we can see that gap. You can see where he got the move done. Obviously, lap 8 in that window, and then it's just slowly been coming down, which Down will be quite impressed with. I think he'll be happy with that. And yeah, you never want a bad car here at Bathurst, because he had an inside front lock and he managed to keep it out the fence. So it's hard. Now he's just lost all that time he's been gaining in one little inside front lock down in Forest Elbow. He's lost 3 to 4 tenths, and that would have been what he's just been gaining. So now he's going to try and push a little bit harder. But yeah, you don't want a car that's bad around here. About 161 laps with a bad car. You want to be comfortable. You want to have a car that you know is going to do what you want to do for a whole race length, especially in a stint. You just don't want a bad car around here. It's just one of those things. You don't.
Yeah, you starting yourself off the back foot. These guys, everyone does so much prep coming into Bathurst. They'll have some sort of understanding of how they want the car to feel, and they'll know that they've, hopefully by this point of the race, that everyone's done their homework and their car is pretty good. But you could see that onboard shot that we were on as Down was coming down the mountain, and as he got into that braking zone, you could see the car moving around, and then we cut to that outboard shot, and you could see him locking up that tyre. So thankfully he didn't make contact with the outside wall, and we'll just push on.
That's all he needs to do. Just push on. Just get to the end. It's going to be, like you said, buy the ticket towards the end of the race. It's such a long one. That's what you need to do. As that looks like that is the Type N esports car. Leonard in the pits, going to get a first pit stop winner. It's interesting seeing some of these guys coming down a little bit early, offsetting themselves in terms of strategy. Could also be working back to front, working from the end of the race to now, which doesn't really, there it is. That's the car that we will see at some point, most probably during this race. And these guys that are pitting early, most probably just going to offset themselves so that if that safety car does come out, they don't have to put as much fuel in the next stop, and also put themselves on an ultimate strategy, which can help, Sam, and it can put you in a really good position and make you gain a whole bunch of spots.
The one thing I liked as a driver too, if I wasn't as comfortable possibly where I was on the racetrack, it's good to have that clear air. That real estate around you, that can be more helpful than anything else. So that may be their decision behind it, but exactly like you said, if they're doing a safety car or have to pit again, it's only a very short splash, even if they decide to pit, if it happens in the next lap or two.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You just gotta play your cards, and if like you said, that's a big factor. If you're in traffic, you're not really going anywhere, and you're just not feeling comfortable, just bring it in, get yourself clear out, then you can just hit your marks. You're not obstructed from a car in front. It's a big thing around here. Obviously, I did 3 TCR races, like I said before, and being underneath someone, you just can't see. And I forgot how bad it is around here. When you're right underneath the car, you just physically can't see your marks. So you're sort of voting on the guy in front to do the right line, in a sense. And as soon as they venture off, you're going, hold on a minute, why am I out here? You shouldn't be out here. It sort of throws you off that little bit. So you definitely want to maybe just put yourself in a window of, all right, now I can concentrate on doing my own laps. I've done this so many times in practice. Now I've just got to concentrate on doing my own pace and my own stint.
Absolutely. As we ride on board with Brenton, we might even be able to check out visor cam at some stage, and you'll see just what their line of sight is like. Because like you said, when you're tucked up behind these cars, you don't really see a lot. You're looking at that big rear wing, and it sort of goes by muscle memory, isn't it, sometimes? Because you know at what part of the racetrack you are. But if you're having a red hot go and someone checks up in front of you, at the end of the day, it's so tricky to see.
Yeah, and that's the big problem, is you just can't see. As we actually bring up, is that Orbo stream on there? I love that. That's so cool, Luke. Bring it up for an option stream. Go check that one out. Luke he wants to get him in shot, but that's all right. Luke will be having fun with that, all that. But look at that. Having Hobbo stream. Go watch him if you want a good on board at Brendan Hobson and see the inner workings of what a 1000 race takes in terms of team strategy. I don't know whether you have the comms on, but I'm sure he will. Helmet's usually pretty good like that. You'll be able to see all the inside workings of what's going on for a race team, especially under SSR, and see what he's doing. But as you can see, like you said, Sam, man, it's just nothing. You can't see much.
Yeah, that's right. You're just looking at a big rear wing, and the closer you get, the more obstructed you are. I mean, look at this. You're basically going by the tail lights that you've got a car in front of you. You know your braking zone's coming up. You see the brake lights come on, so right, well, I don't want to go too much past that because you're going to be looking at the diff housing serial number. So at the end of the day, it's just trying to get as much vision as you can, but here it's just a train, it's a freight train, and the closer you get, obviously the car gets bigger and bigger, and the rear wing gets in the way. You can see how much ground that he makes up, and it really does take away your vision.
Yeah, you just physically don't know where, and you make that little error of just running a little bit wide somewhere. You don't know where that wall is because you're miserably obstructed from the car in front. It's such a difficult place to follow. I feel like it's one of those places, you go to a Spa or Le Mans, you can sort of see where you're going when there's a car in front. As Hobson makes a move down the inside. Oh, there's contact on the apex of the corner, and that's sort of going to hurt his run. Now he's going to have to settle in a groove and try and get going. I think he had one of his teammates behind him too that's just sort of rolled out of the throttle. So didn't get the move done. Was he far enough? He was just, I feel like it just ran on in the middle of the corner a little bit, didn't it, Sam?
Yeah, I was just trying to see, did they make a little bit of contact or not? I don't know, but yeah, just mid-corner, it just sort of went out a little bit wide, and let's see, is it going to be, possibly. The cars look pretty straight though, so you know what, at the end of the day, he had a crack. Let's see from this view. Did his car just get a little bit away from him? I'm not sure, but it is tricky. It's always tricky when you're trying to go side by side through that part of the racetrack, and easy to upset the car too if you catch that little bit of curb on the inside, because you're obviously focused about not moving around too much. And talking about moving around, these guys are having a red hot go. That TTR car just not going to make contact with the wall, which is most important. Yeah. This is hold your breath stuff when you start going side by side through here. That's what they want to do is they need to go single file. You don't want to argue too much.
They don't want to. Maloney's trying to hold on to that position. He's done so over Rosella. These guys are fighting tooth and nail back. They're too wide behind too. It's not what you want to see coming up over the Solomon Free Park. They managed to sort themselves out and go single file. And now we can just get going again. I think they've all gotten through their cleat. I think a little bit of a drop back behind, but it's early doors, boys. We're still early. We're still early in this race. But like I was saying before with the obstruction of following a car, Le Mans and Spa, I feel like, and I think you'd be the same with this. You can see a lot around you. You're not, there's not wall left or right. You can sort of still follow a car pretty easily around there. You're gonna sort of follow the same right. Here, you lose that sign of sight for just a meter or two wide, and that's a fence. Whereas those other trucks don't have that. It's sort of easy to do. Here, it's a fence, and that's it. It'll be day done.
Yeah, you can taste a little bit of that concrete, and it certainly makes your day a lot more difficult. So. Yeah, it's hold your breath stuff over across the top of the mountain. If we check out our leader, Jared Filsell, look at that margin now, 4.3 seconds over Madison Down. So he's still there or thereabouts. He's not too worried, and he hasn't dropped Cooper Murray off as much as I thought too. So he was a little bit racy and then just wanted to get past Cooper, and Cooper's holding strong. So that's actually good signs, because we did see a little bit of damage to the side of that Boost Mobile Commodore, and that hasn't affected him too much. If he's still staying in touch with Down with a straight race car, I mean, that's good so far.
It could also be as soon as the fuels come off, Philsell's car sort of lit up a little bit in terms of pace-wise, because you can sort of, as soon as Down made that mistake, maybe Down just backed it off a little bit and said, look, I don't need to push this hard this early on. I know I was gaining time, and as soon as he made that error in the Forest Elbow, yes, it was just an inside front lock, but it just throws your confidence out a little bit, doesn't it, Sam, man? That one little mistake, and when you're pushing so hard like these guys are, it just throws you off just that little bit where you just go, okay, I'm just going to check now. There's no need to push, and he'll know that. He's smart. He's not going to go out there and throw it consistently on. He just needs to cool it, I think. And I think that's what he may have done. But we know Philsell's car's going to be quick. And yeah, there's no denying that. So it'll be interesting to see that ebb and flow between the two for the rest of this race.
Yeah, and the one thing I do like about this race is that these cars do change. Obviously, the fuel loads lighten up, and the cars do go through a bit of a a mood swing, I guess you might call it. You know, they might feel, you know, different throughout, you know, different stages of the fuel run. So, and of course, as we talk about, this race is going to rubber up too. This track will rubber up, and it'll change the way that these guys attack the track too. So, you know, at the end of the day, 4 seconds isn't the end of the world, because, you know, no doubt there's going to be a safety car, so that margin will close up. But I think where they're at the moment, I think if you said, you know, sort of coming up to lap 20 and you're still in touch with the leaders, anyone would take that proposition.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. If I was in this race, it would be like, yep, that'll do. We'll take that after the first stint. And I think that's going to be the turning point. We're starting to wind down the end of this first stint, lap 18 of the run. I think when we get to that sort of, we'll see what happens with strategy. If people start swapping Brad Newman, is he going to look to the inside? Zipris going on the defensive into Murray's corner. Is he going to try the switch back? He didn't think about it. He's just going to sit in behind once again. Brad Newman doesn't really need to do anything at the moment. He's up 11 positions from starting rear of the field. But one of those things I was saying, once we get to the end of this stint, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Usually the first mistakes happen in this sense of when that driver change happens. A fresh driver in a car, unsure of just what the track conditions are, you can't really simulate it until you're in the car. You can simulate as much as you can, but you just don't know. As soon as you get in, you may lose your marker after 1 or 2 laps until you get into that rhythm. That's when there could be a big bubble around the first safety car.
Yeah, I mean, I remember as a driver too taking on this race, you can see the 8 car just make a little bit of contact. Newman's going to make a move up the inside. He's going to get the job done. Now they're going to be on side by side. He's on the outside of the 8 car. Oh, they're going to have to hold their breath through here. This is not really ideal. We're going through side by side. They're not giving an inch though. Look at this. Now the 8 car is going to be caught. No, thankfully they all start to go single file again. But
oh, he's wide. Oh, sorry, I thought he was in the fence there. You do not want to be wide at the metal grate. That could have been in the fence. What a move from Newman down the inside of the cut. He got the job done.
Yeah, I think Cyprus was expecting that. Neither was I, to be honest. So Brad just threw it in there and got the job done. That was a nice. And look at, he's already starting to pull margin as we check out the Logitech G Supercars replay. You can see he's just setting himself up. He's obviously got a bit of pace and then just dives straight in, gets the nose in, bang, darts it up the inside.
Yeah, got a good job to get that car stopped. Got it done. Now, side by side, this is where I think we both held our mouth, held our breath. We're like, oh, just holding it through there side by side over Solomon Park, and he got the job done. But I was a bit worried here. He was wide at the metal grate, and I thought Sybaris was going to throw that car over the fence, but managed to hold on as he, Maloney, it's Ross Rizzo this one, sorry. On board. I think that's Hampstead's car, sorry, or Maloney. One of them. They're all on board the TTR cars. I need something to differentiate those 2 cars. I need to find the mirrors of what one's what. Freya gets the job done, and so does Bowler through on Rizzo. Dropped back a couple of positions this stint, but we're just getting towards that end of that stint, Sandman, and we're getting another replay, and this is going to be the move. Freya going to dive to the inside, Sandman. I think that's going to be the job done for him.
Mate, it was beautiful. You could see how much pace he carried on exit and he just ran across the back bumper and decided to dart up the inside, and that was job done. So nice move by Freya. Yeah, he did it pretty easy actually. It was a nice exit.
Yeah, no if or buts on the exit. Just got the job done and moved himself up as Ellis has actually made a move as well on Rizzo. So Rizzo's struggling a little bit for someone who's usually got a lot of speed around here. Obviously previous stops 1,000 winner, so we know he can get it done. Just seems like he's struggling a little bit in his first stint.
It's easy to get caught out too, you know, when you get 1 or 2 cars that start to pass you're not on your ideal racing line. You haven't got on the throttle as early or as clean as you like, so that sort of hurts a little bit of momentum. So sometimes, you know, more often than not, when you get passed by 1 car, if they're all bunched together, sometimes you lose, you know, 2 or 3 spots. Just try to get himself back into rhythm, but he'll be all right now. Now he just tucks in behind his teammate Lee Ellis, and he'll just be eyes forward now. So it is a little bit of a concertina effect sometimes when the cars are as close as they are.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. He's just got to focus on what he's got to do from here on out. Get back into his rhythm now that he has got a couple of cars passing him, and try and focus on making some ground up and just stick with these guys in front of him. But we did have a position change. P5 has been changed. Emily Jones losing to Bradley making up another position in the 177. Is what has gone on here. This looks like big gaggle of cars into the cutting that we don't want to see, and they all made it through here quite easily. Down the inside to Chris Island, into the cutting as well, and Supercars, and that's the job done. Oh, they've made contact on the exit. This must have been before before Brad Newman got the job done, but that was if and Bargy there.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if and when, how and when that happened, because yeah, we already saw that the Binfield Commodore made the pass with Newman. So, you know, at the end of the day, these guys are giving each other enough racing room, especially up through that part of the racetrack. It's tight enough as it is when you're going through there just on a hot lap by yourself. So it's good that everyone's been respectful and giving each other plenty of space, because the last thing you need is to fire off into the wall, especially up here too. You know, we saw exactly, you know, we're going to probably talk about it a bit through the race, but, you know, that accident that we saw just as we approach this part of the racetrack in qualifying, once one car sort of has a bit of drama, if everyone's close together, it's just a concertina effect. So it's nice that everyone's sort of giving each other that racing room. It's really respectful, and at the end of the day, they know that there's still a heck of a long way, and there's no point battling it out and, you know, ending someone's day as premature as it is.
Yeah, that's it. You don't want to make that mistake this early on. And yeah, that was lap 18, so that was a lap before Newman got the job done. It was a good move by the 96, making up another position, as Phil Sell has a little bit of damage to that left rear. That's a little bit of a war scrape. It's not going to phase him that much. But once again, gap's coming down, Sambed. So maybe Madison heard me saying that maybe he backed off a little bit, because he's slowly bringing that gap down one again. 3.7 seconds, just slowly bringing it down. You can see just starting to push those 2/10 his way when it was going the other way.
It looks like he's dropped a little bit of time from Murray too. I'm interested to see what sort of damage that Phil Sell's got, because at the end of the day, I know me as a driver and as a team, I was always instructed, regardless of how slow I am, because I was obviously never the fastest driver. Yeah, you can see that left rear is dinged up. I was he's sideways again too, but you can see that actually the tyre is protruding out past the guard too, so it's been a decent whack. I mean, I was always told as not a fast driver is just bring the car back straight. You know, that's all you need to do, regardless of how many spots you drop. Just bring the car back straight. So, yeah, not ideal, but, you know, they know that they've got a good car underneath, and they're both good pedalers. So, you know, obviously not ideal to have that damage, but at the end of the day, they're still pushing on and carrying a fair bit of speed. But yeah, look at that damage on the replay. It's just when you start to see the tyre protrude past where the guard is, that's when you know it's been a good hit.
Yeah, that's when you know you gave the fence a bit of a rub and got a little bit loose to show it all off in the process. But Phil Sell out in front. I think we might have expected different, but I figured he would have got a good jump and just sort of try and lead this race in this first stint. But Down's giving him a run here to try and see if he can push on. 20 laps in the books. Matthew Bowler having a look at the Ellis now all over the back over the middle grade, down through Solomon and Reed Park and then McPhillamy before you head down in the skyline and basically just drop the car off the cliff and hope it sticks down through the Essence and the Dipper. It's such a famous part of the racetrack, I think, in the world, is this whole complex down the hill. And we are lucky to have it basically in our own backyard. Well, in mine, it's pretty close.
Mate, if you're in Australia, you can call it your backyard as well. I mean, it's such a good racetrack. And how good is it when you actually pencil a lap together and you do a lap and you go back and watch your replay and it's like, yep, nailed that, yep, nailed that. It's such a good flowing racetrack. And, you know, I just love the history of this race and how unpredictable that this race can be. And move up here. Sideways.
He clipped the inside curve.
Oh, it's still going on with it too. A little bit of car damage to the 888 car, the left rear, but oh my goodness, is Hobson. No, I thought Hobson might have done the old switcheroo, but looks like he's going to have Boyd up the inside.
Yeah, that's his teammate.
Oh, it's not over. These boys are not giving an inch.
Here comes David Woods. He's trying to regain after his mistake early on in the race. It's dropped him a bunch of spots. Boyd to the inside of Hobson. These guys are going to try and sort them out. David Woods is like, I'm just going to sit here and be a nuisance in your little team game here. And that's the hard thing when you try to give your teammate a position. You may lose one or two more because you've got another car that's sort of gotten in the way.
Oh, how's this going to unfold? They go side by side. No, yeah, did the best thing there. He had to get out of it. There was no point battling on that because, you know, you don't want to be side by side through there. So, yeah, and you can see a couple of these cars have all got little scuff marks now. So, he's going to make a move up the inside. Hobson's going to give him some space. No, he's going to fight back too. So, how good is that? Brilliant racing.
Look at these guys going home like it's the last lap of the World Championship. This is not the last lap of the World Championship. It's only lap 22. Oh, but good racing down through the field between these guys. We've said this all season, I think, Sam, and no matter where you are in this field, 40 of the best supercar drivers, and now we've got more of the best drivers that these guys can get on board as co-drivers. We've said it, you will always find a battle. There will be always someone trying to send it down the inside, and that was a prime example of it, no matter whether this is a 1,000 endurance race or a sprint race around Bathurst, as Brigson I think he's holding on to that position for Gibbs, or he's just moved up. No, he's just moved up that position into P number 10.
Of course, we're at the point of the race, so at lap 23, everyone will be starting to think about pit stops. You know, we know that sort of, what is it, sort of between sort of 25 and 30, depending on what sort of fuel mileage is. I haven't seen the exact numbers, but, you know, these guys know that they'll be thinking about that soon. So they'll be wanting to get themselves in a position where, you know, a little bit of clear track, try to push on. It's always good to run hard with a low fuel tank, but you know, at the end of the day, the tyres are still 23 odd laps old as well. So a little bit mindful of where they are, but they know the pit stops are coming up, so everyone will be excited about that.
Yeah, first round of pit stops, and it'll be one of those situations of seeing who does what, I think, Sam. And do people double stint early on? Obviously, you sort of get those guys that are in that position of they've done the first stint, they're already sort of hooked up to the track. Do you just risk? Oh. Yeah, does Ellis gonna risk that move down the inside Gianni Lutsu? And that was Bowler's gonna have a look as well to the inside, but wasn't able to get the car down and get the position. So he's having to slot back in behind, but that was a move. He's just going for the inside down into the cutting. There's been a couple of those moves already early on in this race, but good move there. It got the job done.
Yeah, and see Ellis, you can see the pace that he had on exit. He was flashing his lights to say, you know what, I have got some decent pace. I am going to come through regardless. So, you know, got the job done nice and clean. But yeah, these boys continue to battle it out in the cutting, don't they? Like, look at this dive. That's a long way back too, mate. You've got to have a lot of faith in the driver in front of you that they're actually going to leave the door open for you, because at the end of the day, he was probably well within his rights to close that door. He doesn't want to end his race, but, you know, he was definitely well within his rights. It was a long way back, but nice heads-up driving from both of them. I mean, you know, you don't want contact, especially that part of the racetrack. You don't want contact anywhere, regardless.
No, especially around here. Any bit of contact's never good, especially in this part of the racetrack. The chase, you can dump it off the road there and be in no man land out in that sand trap and then be trying to pick it up. But Bradley Vaughan, the first of our top 10 coming down pit road, so that's roughly 23 laps on his stint, and onto the pit lane for the 177. That'll be shared with Ethan Griggold. Same for Robert Gibbs. Sorry. Could this be the Evolution Racing Team pit lane right at this point? There's two of them come on down pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like there. As I said, we were probably fast approaching that strategy window where everyone's going to probably start thinking about pit stops. So this is where it plays out. A little bit of ebbs and flows. And like you said, do you keep the first driver in? Do you do a double stint? Do you put a fresh driver in? I know for me, as I said, I wasn't very fast. So it was always good to get the slow driver, being me, to get my laps over and done with, and then put the fast guys in the end. So, and that's no disrespect to anyone, regardless of who you are in the field. That's just the way my race played out. So that's only saying from our strategy. That was good for me to get my slow laps over and done with and put the fast guy in later. So, but yeah, it is an interesting point of the race because, you know, like you said, some of these guys are in a rhythm, and, you know, sometimes it's worth capitalising on that depending on who your driver pairing is.
Well, that's right. You've got to maximise your race, and like you said, no disrespect to anyone. There's always an A and a B, unless you have two A's, and that's Phil Sell and Warren at the moment. Those two are basically on fire. But when you do have an A and a B in that sense, and when I mean a B, it could be 2-3 tenths, if that a lap. But it just, that's enough over a stint where you just go, you know, let's get your laps done and get it out quick. But you've got to manage that over the race. You don't want to do you know, we've got that maximum continuous laps of 65 laps that you can do. So you can't really go, okay, do 54 laps, I'll jump in for the rest of the race. No, you can't do that. You've got to do a stint, maybe do most of your stint early on, and then chuck him in later on to give your main driver a bit of a break. You've got to manage that. As Phil Sirling down, come in, so 24 laps. And their stint, and that could be basically what I was looking at.
Oh, look at this.
This could be everyone coming down pit lane, and this could be these guys trying to fight for track position before they get in the pit lane. Oh, to the outside goes Rosella. He was pushing it. He was forcing that car down the outside. I don't think David Woods wanted any of that, but they're going to go side by side through the chase. Light car towards the end of the stint. Used tyres, but good position and good job done from Rosella. He forced that issue.
Man, nice pick up, Luke, from the helicopter car. It was fantastic. Just to see where the way the guys positioned their car on exit to get that run. That was a really good battle, but, man, awesome to watch from that view as we see our race leaders in. And here they are. Busy. Are we going to see any drive swaps? Yeah, look at them. All go.
That is one busy pit lane. It's a lot of cars on the pit road. But that's what these guys are doing. They're just trying to maximise their stints. They know it's going to all get sort of bunched up with a safety car. So you may as well try, and once you come in, you're out of fuel, get it done. I'm sure you'll see the rest of the 11 that have stayed out in next lap. I don't think you'll be able to push much more.
It looks like a few of them up front are changing drivers. Looks like Dane Warren is in the seat now. Kostecki's in the seat. Shepard's in the seat. So a lot of these drivers are now just sort of putting their fresh driver in. And like you said, the last thing you want to do is if you've got an A and a B, where I know he's just going to talk about my example, is that it was always good to get those laps done. But like you said, you don't want to burn out your fast driver at the end too, because, you know, you need him or her to have a fresh set of legs towards the end of the race. Because the last thing you want to do is, you know, double, triple towards the end of the race when you need to be on your game.
Yeah, doubling a triple at the end is a triple's really hard at the end of the race. That's a tough gig. Double you can do because it sort of gets you in that rhythm that first stint, and then the second stint's like, okay, fresh tyres and send it sort of thing. Just all out, you know. This is your last stint of the biggest race that you'll do. You want to make sure you capitalise on that. So that doubles are usually okay, but it's still, like you said, if you've done maybe another triple just before that and only chucked your other guy in for one stint, you only get 40, 50 odd minutes break before you're going to get back in and go again. You just got to take that bit of a break and unwind a little bit more. So these guys will be trying to focus on that. But Warren in the car, Shepard as well. But look at the gain that they have. They're there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and see a little scuff mark to the 77 too down the right-hand side. Yep. So looks like a lot of cars are just having these little, and you know, it's not the end of the day. It's just a little bit of a scuff down the right-hand side. But we were saying before how Madison's car was clean before that, so that may have happened in his stint. Not sure, but yeah, at the end of the day, they have closed that margin. It was like 3 or 4 seconds at one, or maybe even at 5 seconds at one stage. So to be as close as they are, they'd be pretty happy with that gain at this stage.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that if I was them. You think about, you know, position of where you're at. That's a big gain in a pit stop window. Whether that was fuel or maybe a little bit of a bubble from Warren on exit, I don't think that would have been the case. But yeah, that's a big chunk. And now Shepard can try and sit in behind Dane and see what he can do. We know Dane's going to be quick, so this is going to be interesting to see what Shepard can do compared to Warren out in front.
Yeah, and they've dropped off the second of the Boost mobile cars too. So, I mean, I'm trying to see what sort of margin it is, but that's a decent gain at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a big gain and a good lap from Shepard. Obviously, that will be 2:04.3. Yeah, I'm trying to think. That wouldn't be the actual lap, but I'm sure that's their fastest lap I'm guessing of the race. Was that the last lap that they just did? I'm not sure. I think that was the last lap that they have just their fastest laps of the race. Apologies. As Shepard now going to try and see what he can do with Warren. Freya's the only car that hasn't come down pit road. He's about 20 odd seconds up in front and seeing what he can do in stint to try and maximise. I think you come down early, you want to try and now maximise his stint. This could be a safety car that comes out, Sam, and while you're out there, you may as well roll around and just maximise as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like that Warren's now just getting comfortable with the car. I mean, we spoke about it before. When you get in for your first stint, I guess some drivers are pretty tentative too on your first lap. You know, you haven't got temperature in the tyres. You just want to get yourself into a rhythm. So, look, at the end of the day, they did close up that margin, but it is starting to stretch out a little bit. So it might have just been a comfort thing. You know, I know for me, it always took myself a lap or two just to get yourself into a rhythm and get a feel for the car. So, you know, at the moment, they're still in touch, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, it's always that first part of the stint, 1 or 2 laps, just get yourself in the rhythm, and then start to push from there. But Warren out in front. Warren out in front. Warren second, effectively the race leader. Freer is now on pit lane. But once the field cleanses, we'll get a better idea of how this is sort of shaped up after the first round of pit stops. But it will be Dane Warren out in front with Corey Shepherd currently in P number 2. And that gap was just under 4 seconds. It is now 1.4 after the first round of pit stops. So they've done a good job on pit lane, but let's see what Warren can do out in front. We know that's going to be fast, but let's see. Kostecki is going to be P number 3. He's got Scott all over him too, James Scott, who was Wayne Burke in the first stint, but now Scott's on board. So a lot of these main guys have actually swapped around early on, Sam.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look through the field. It looks like it's all fairly calm at the moment, doesn't it? Like everyone's just getting themselves into a rhythm. You can see with Scott now closing up the margin to Kostecki. And of course, we said that, you know, Kostecki wasn't here for the first part of the race. So it's good to see that he's joined us. Obviously, he had a busy morning. But at the end of the day, he's in the car now, and he's showed incredible pace throughout the series anyway. And he's not shy of a couple of laps around Bathurst. I think he might have done a lap or two around here, even in the last couple of weeks. So, but at the end of the day, yeah, just getting himself settled into a rhythm, and man. You know, once you get past that first pit stop, these teams now sort of start to breathe a sigh of relief. It's like, all right, we've got the first pit stop out of the way. We know where we are sort of roughly in the race. We know roughly what sort of the car feels like around them. So, mate, at the end of the day, these guys know that the hardest part is getting this race underway, and they've already ticked that box.
Yeah, tick the box, get the job done, have a look. I think the only one that I've seen at the moment, Bradley Bourne, is at the top 10 that has stayed in the car. Sorry, Dan Orr trying to hold on to the position. Actually, the main man at Logitech, so our main sponsor, he's in the car, having a good crack at it out here at Bathurst 1000, trying to hold on to the position after jumping in the car. As he's got Gardner behind him. That's one of the people to, you know, not have behind you. Griffin Gardner's going to be pretty racy. They're going to be trying to make up ground after qualifying inside that top 10, aren't they, Sam, man, after that little mistake early on?
Absolutely. And how good is this Dan having a red hot go? He's obviously thrown his support behind the series, and good to see him having a red hot go. I mean, I don't know what his instructions are. It's probably a bit like what mine was, is just, you know, just do the best you can, bring the car home straight, hand it over. But, mate, he's having a go, and he's having a bit of fun out there too. I'm very, very jealous. Has he got to move up the inside? Yep, so that's it. He's, you know, give it up one spot, but you know what? At the end of the day, he just needs to get into himself into a rhythm. It's always tricky, isn't it, too, when you first jump in the car and you're starting to do your first couple of laps. Like I said before, myself, I was always taking a few laps just to get myself into that groove, and he'll come good. It's good to see him having a red hot go.
Yeah, he's having a good crack, just getting it done and seeing what he can do. But it's cool to have our main sponsor jumping on board and showing, you know, he wants to support this series, and another way to support it is actually jumping on board and having a good crack at seeing what this series is all about from the driver's point of view. So that's going to be one of those things that I'm sure will wake him up a little bit to the caliber that is throughout this field. It won't be the far and far between, because there'll be so many people that will be pretty quick out there that you've got to race against. But Ross Rizzo stayed on board his TTR Mustang, showing it with Richard Hansen. Glenn Postlethwaite, in front of him, Damien Johnston behind as well. He's in a bit of SSR sandwich at the moment.
Every time I cut to Ross, I just want to say, it's a me, Rizzo. Sorry, that's a bad dad joke, isn't it? But mate, love it. I love the pick. That's fantastic. But yeah, having a red hot go. Looks like he's pretty comfortable though. Like, you know, at this part of the race, just the car looks quite good too. I always watch a car through that part of the racetrack. That's why we're quiet. Is I love to see how those cars handle, especially when you're under brakes, because I know when you've got a nervous and twitchy car through that part of the racetrack, the last thing you want to do is to squirm around and catch a bit of curb, because then you can find yourself in all sorts of drama. But the car looks pretty stable, so I think you'd be fairly happy at this part of the race.
Yeah, I think you'd be pretty happy with the way it's sort of going on for now, and see what he can do, and try and focus on managing his stint. Obviously, he's had his first stint as well, you know, already under his book. So to get that second stint, you know, under your belt now as well, where you're still already in that rhythm, it'll be good for him just to see what he can do. But what a race we've got planned at the moment. But Warren out in front now that the field has been cleansed. Corey Shepherd dropped off a little bit further back. Brady Kostecki currently in P3, but Jane Gott and Bradley Ford in the top 5. We are going to go to a short break while these guys try and go side by side, so maybe not, but they're going to go, yep, we're all clear. We're going to go to a short break here for the Logitech Supercars Pro Invitational. We'll be right back.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for
That one short, as we have a safety car, the first safety car of this Bathurst 1000 for Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational, and that is why you see everyone jumping down pit lane. Someone has had an incident up there on the mountain. We'll endeavour to find that as we watch and see who plays what strategy game. Thomas Hinz was actually coming towards the end of his stint. He was one of those short pitters early on, so he actually was a little bit further up in P number 8. He will most probably lose a lot of ground because all these guys around him. This is going to be a short fill. 4 tyres, short fill, top it up, and get back out there and join up behind the safety car as these guys will come back out. Should basically rejoined in the same position, dependent on whose fuel load. But yeah, safety car is going to be an interesting strategy here to try and figure out who crashed for one, Sandman, and where we go from here.
Always the way, isn't it? You go and have a little break and this happens, but it's a good excuse to have a look at the Logitech G's Supercar safety car out there, so it's nice to have that on track. But yeah, these guys pitted not long ago, so it's only a very quick splash for these teams. It's just basically a fresh set of boots, a fill up of tank of fuel, and they'll be off and go again. But yeah, you just never quite know what happens at the mountain, and you know, at the end of the day, it'll just give us a chance to sort of regroup. It'll gather the field all up again, and that's what I mean. It's one of these races where you just can't do a runner, and the guys touched on that earlier. You know, with their run at Bathurst, at Sandown leading up to Bathurst, you know, they were pretty much in control of this race and at the race and didn't have to worry about safety cars. It was a very clean event. So, but now it's a different strategy for these guys, because yes, they can start to run, but they know in a blink of an eye it can be all closed up within a second. So, you know, it's good for us. It keeps it entertaining, but it keeps the teams on their toes as well as far as strategy.
And some of these guys would be like, we don't want the entertainment, we just want to run away. And I think that was sort of what Dane was sort of hinting at. It's good from an entertainment spectacle because it puts more people in the race, but for him, he just wants to drive away and just and leave it at that. But then we would be over in 20, 30 odd laps if that was the case. So for the long distance, we need it.
Absolutely. Well, look, think of it. This is our version of a safety car for a kangaroo on track. You know, I mean, we see that at the mountain, so that could have been a virtual kangaroo. But look, at the end of the day, it's always the way, though, isn't it? The guys up the front don't want a safety car. The guys down the back do want a safety car. So, you know, and sometimes they come out for the most unfortunate things, and that's part of real world racing.
Yeah, we'll endeavour to find out whether that was one of the new race discretion's random safety cars that they wanted to throw in today, and they wanted to throw one in early, or it was an actual car stopped out on the racetrack, because that was it was one of those things where we didn't know. We just quickly cut away, and then we come back and all we hear is safety car, and it was like, oh, where? So I think we're gonna get ready. It's Matt Carloff.
Only car that is a lap down is car 63. So we asked safety car and all
just doing the wave bars as we hear. So it's good to know as well, Sam, man. They are actually going to allow to do the wave bars, you know, to let those guys that have had a little bit of unfortunate incident early on to be able to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was huge. We saw at Mount Panorama just a couple of weeks ago how important that was. You know, you saw people that were caught up on that first lap incident. You know, the Boost mobile car was spinning on lap one, and I think they found themselves 4 laps down or something at one point, and then they managed to finish on the lead lap, and I think close or maybe inside the top 10. I can't remember their finish position.
Yeah, I can't either.
But that's a really good incentive, because at the end of the day, you don't want your race to be over. So, you know, especially so early on when teams have got that chance of making that lap back, I think it's a huge incentive and brilliant to see in part of the endurance races.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. If it's like, it makes you keep pushing on in the race. You don't just give up once you know you can't. So it's one of those things of just, you know, get it going and keep going as we look from the hotel room at Bathurst. It's a good spot, that hotel, right on the exit of the chase. You can see pretty much all the way up to the chase, depending on your room, and then obviously all the way down into the final corner. A good spot to sit to watch the 1000.
We might have to talk to Brent and see if he can put us up there for the 1000 sometime one year, hey? How about that?
Ooh.
No pressure, Brenton.
We're just going to throw that one in the kitty. This is what we'd like for next year, thank you. No, one of those. It's a beautiful spot to sit and watch some V8 Supercar go around Bathurst. And under the safety car, I don't think there's going to be much strategy. But that was our first stint, Sam, and it's one of those things of the boys at the front are pretty calm. Sort of got past top 10, and it was a bit of a feisty moment throughout.
Yeah, I think teams find themselves in different points of the race where obviously some guys have got a little bit of speed on board, some people don't, and you know, so I guess it's weighing up of, you know, how hard you want to push and how important it is to get past the cars that are around you, I guess. But obviously, you know, and you're gonna be sick of us saying it, buying a ticket to the end. That's what they want to do. So it's all about sort of, you know, where they are in the race and how racy they want to be. Obviously, you don't want to throw away your race, but you know, if they feel that they just need to get past a car or two, then at the end of the day, they'll probably do that as well. But you know, I like the safety car. It changes things up a little bit about the day that, you know, the point where the wave around, I think that's a brilliant rule. We see that in sort of NASCAR racing, they call it the wave around. And it's just a brilliant incentive to have teams that may have had some bad luck at the start of the race, just so their race isn't over on lap one. And brilliant incentive, and I know the teams would be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, definitely we'll be happy about that. I didn't think we were going to mention NASCAR again, Sam, man.
I can't help it. I'm a huge NASCAR fan at the end of the day. I know.
So am I.
It's but you know, some of those rules are good, and I'm glad that we see that in especially in the endurance races that you know, it'd be so disheartening to be, you know, you put so much into a race weekend 100%. Like this, and to have your race over so quickly, that'd be awful.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't want to happen. It happens though. You can do all the preparation in the world, can't stop you from what happens on lap one. Sometimes something happens out of your control and you need those wave rounds. We should just get the double side-by-side rule back. Just saying, that would be pretty interesting.
Easy to say that from the commentary box, but not as a driver.
No, not as a driver. They hated it. Nick got Supercars brought it into a year, I think it was, or half a year, and they all said no. So it doesn't work on road courses, and it does for a race start. That's about as far as you go with that. But that rule of the wave around, obviously been in NASCAR for years, as long as I've known NASCAR wave around, and then definitely with the whole lucky dog situation, it's a great rule, and it was cool to see it at the 1000, especially to bring those guys back in, and it's cool that we can do that here today. The Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. We are in our first safety car window of the day.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that was introduced in NASCAR for safety reasons, because they used to have a rule where it was you'd race back to the yellow, so the leaders would slow down, and it was just too chaotic, and there were some big incidents that happened where guys were trying to race around to get their lap back. So it was a safety issue and a brilliant incentive, and it's good to see that we've got it here for the 1000.
Yeah, the racing back was always a big thing of NASCAR back in the days. No frozen fields, no, as soon as the safety car comes out, wherever you sort of stand, or when the yellow comes out in their land, it's wherever you are there, that's frozen. That's how it is now. Never used to be like that. It used to be race back to the start finish, and that obviously caused a lot of dramas, especially when there was an accident in that sort of area of the D-shape oval. You know, as soon as you come across that line and there's an accident after it, these guys are still racing back to the start-finish line. They're still doing 200+ mile an hour to that start-finish line. The accidents at turn one, it caused a bit of carnage, just to say the least, and was a bit of a safety hazard at one point. But while we do that, while we're on the safety car, let's bring in Sandman, Matthew Bowler, who is currently up inside that tunnel, or was at one stage, falling a little bit further down.
Yeah, I had an awesome start actually. Ended up gaining about 12 spots. We got to about 13th. But Dan's just hopped in, and we've lost a few spots, but just jumped in the pits under safety car to get that little bit of extra fuel. So hopefully we can climb back up.
How does it feel having the main sponsor man on board your car?
Oh, a lot of pressure not to scratch the door panels, that's for sure. It also doesn't help getting the call up from Brenton 30 minutes before qualifying with no practice telling me that I'm racing and qualifying the car. So, but we're doing pretty good at the moment considering how much practice I've done.
Oh, well, you're doing all right then. It definitely was, obviously, I was watching you inside that top 15. I thought you were inside the top 10. So many ERT cars out there, they all look, obviously, they're all running around there. But yeah, now just telling Dan just to make sure that he gets his car clean to the end of his stint.
Yeah, that's the main thing. We just want to make sure that the car doesn't lose any speed from damage. One tap of the wall here and you can, damage the car quite a bit, straight line speed, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, just bring the car home clean, get the minimum laps done, and then we can go for it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of your phases. Will you double stint team here and then you jump in and maybe jumping on board later on, or is that just going to be playing it as you go with the way this race is going to play out? Do you have like sort of a penciled in strategy at this point?
Not quite, because there is random safety cars and all that that are happening. But I think the main thing, and not just for us, but for every team, would be to get their main driver in by around lap 97. Then they can go from there and just drive all the way to the end of the race. So it's probably best to have your best guy jump in at about lap 97 and go for it.
Oh, that'll be one of our key points that me and Sam will hopefully harp on about for the whole race. But we'll endeavour to keep an eye on. But good luck for the rest of the race, and give Dan our well wishes as well to see how he keeps going on and keep that car straight.
Yeah, we will do. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. And Sam, man, none other than Madison Down has joined us, and what a stint his first one was.
Absolutely. P2 on the grid so far at the moment, mate. I think you'd be fairly happy with the race has panned out so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the ideal prep this week. I've literally got about 4 laps of practice in, so that first stint was really about trying to get a feel of what the guys have done at TTR. They've all worked really hard on setup, so despite me being a little bit short on laps there and not well prepared, it seems like we've got a pretty good car underneath us. So yeah, happy to have a feel there. Looks like the pace is good. Corey's in there doing a good job now, and we'll see where how the race progresses.
I actually mentioned to Corey last night, his car looked good up over the bumps. I said, it looks like it's settled really well. And I said, what sort of race car have you got? And he said he was fairly happy with it. So it's good that you guys have got both the same feedback coming from the car.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're both liking the same things out of the car. And obviously it was a bit of a last minute shift around with some driver changes there at the last second to kind of jumble it around a bit. But it's nice to have Corey in the car for this one. And yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
Now, we're about to go green again, but while we've got you in the booth, if we can keep you on board for a lap or two.
We're not going to let you go.
Yeah, we're interested to get your thoughts on how you approach a restart. What would be going through Corey's mind at this stage?
Yeah, the main thing is just trying to watch that car in front, know where your restart zones are. It's mostly you see people go at the apex of the final corner, so we'll see what Dane does here. Not 100%, obviously he could vary that, but that's the most safe option for the leader. So it's really just trying to look for when that acceleration happens, and you don't want to give up 2 or 3 tenths there. So I tend to drive along with a little bit of throttle on in second gear, keeping the engine spinning, keeping that momentum happening, so that as soon as you can react, you're going to have power immediately and you can really make the most of it. So yeah, we'll see. That's how it goes in theory. It's a bit harder to do that in practice, and we'll see what happens here in the next 30 seconds.
And how's the car behave on these restarts? Has it been trundling around really slow? Do they behave as soon as you get on the throttle to sort of chase away at the start of the green flag?
Yeah, the grip's really good. The tyres have really cooled off during a safety car. Obviously, they've all got new tyres at the moment, so they should have really good grip as soon as they put their foot down. I'm going to be critical of Corey. Get closer to him, mate. He's not close enough. But Dane will go apex. Oh, he's delayed it a little bit. That's actually good for Corey there. So Corey's actually got a pretty good restart there because Dane delayed it. So normally you would see the leader go at the apex of that final corner, and Dane kind of waited to the straight and caused a little bit of a backup behind him. And I thought Corey had missed the jump there, but he's actually done a pretty good job. I think that was probably more on Dane to get on the throttle that little bit earlier.
Now, are you in his ear as far as leading up to this restart? Is he instructions to sort of sit tight and follow the leader, or does he have a bit of a crack if he gets a feel? Oh, it's a little bit close there on exit. Oh, sidewise, got some contact there. Looks like they managed to get away with it. Last thing you need is an incident like that in the restart. But as we go back to your instructions, is it just you letting him settle in and make his own choices, or do you want him to have a red hot go at the moment?
Yeah, I've got a bit of trust in him. He's obviously, pretty well-established driver these days, Corey. So, he's got good pace. I think Dane's going to be the man to beat. So basically the instruction was try to stay in his toe. We had, you saw a lot of degradation issues in that first stint. So in the back of our mind, we've definitely got that keep temperature out of the tyres and make sure we've got something to fight with at the end of these long, hot stints in the middle of the day. But the instruction was certainly to try and hold on to that toe, save a bit of fuel if you can. And I think the answer here is we haven't had pressure from behind all day, really. So that restart certainly put a couple of cars under our wing. So if you can try to chase Dane, hopefully that takes the focus away from the guys behind and puts it on the car in front.
Now, you've done a few laps around here. Do you still get nervous, regardless of how many Bathurst 1000s you've done around here?
Oh, absolutely, and especially before this one. You know, first ever Logitech G Pro Invitational Bathurst, so obviously a little bit different with the format and with what we're used to, more aligned with the real world, with the varied co-drivers that we see. So a lot more variation in the field, a lot of unknowns with this event, and yeah, for me personally, the biggest unknown was knowing what my speed was going to be like. So having done a stint now, I'm a little bit more calm and collected, and looking down at the laps there, it's only lap 35 of 161, so there's a long way to go.
Sorry to cut you off, Sam. I can't believe you've done no preparation for this race, and you came out in that first stint looking like you've done 100 laps already. Was that like, obviously we know you've done laps of the E-Series and everything like that, and obviously Scott's 1000. Was that just, I've done enough laps in this place, I don't want to burn myself out?
Yeah, unfortunately, my partner's father had passed away about a week ago, so it was one of those ones where I just had to be there for my partner and there for her family in particular. So I guess it was lucky that the amount of practice that we did for the Scops 1000, also the E-Series just before that, I've done a lot of hours of running, not necessarily on the latest set that we're seeing here today, but it's very similar to what we had those two events. So I knew I'd be able to slot in pretty well, and I guess back myself to have the pace and the running there in the background. So yeah, the circumstances leading up to it weren't ideal, but thankfully, you know, all the guys and girls in TTR, yeah, fantastic job with the setup this week, and yeah, did a really good job getting the car prepared, and I'm able to kind of slot in and say thank you to them, and hopefully do a good job and get us a win. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah, definitely fingers crossed with that. And sorry to hear your thoughts. I know what family first. Always
exactly.
First. That's why I wasn't here last night for that reason as well. So you always got to put that first. But you showed mega pace, and Sam Man as well, I'm sure, can vouch for that one. You were on it straight away.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we all love our racing and whatnot, but at the same time, yeah, I guess it was a bit of a eye-opening week with the unexpected thing to happen like that. So. Yeah, I mean, eyes forward to the race, and done what I could there, and now I'll do what I can today, and hopefully we end up on the top step.
Well, I echo Jake's thoughts as well, mate. Deepest condolences and thoughts to you and the entire family. But now for you, what do you do? Do you sort of watch a little bit in the background? Do you take a bit of a step away from the rig and sort of get yourself ready for the next stint?
I think it's hard to know what the plan is, really. I'm kind of coming in and trying to work it out on the fly. I think the plan is here to probably run Corey for a little bit longer, so probably go grab a bit of a drink of water and maybe hit the aircon. It's pretty hot in the room, very humid today in New South Wales, so bit of a breather. Obviously, I'm probably too much of a control freak to completely walk away, so I'll sit here and probably have a look at the timing and jump in and try and encourage the driver behind the wheel as much as I can and offer that support. But yeah, it'll be a long day in the sim, probably 6 hours in the sim with the occasional bottle of water, and see how we go. I'm not very good at walking away for 20 minutes at a time during these enduros. I want to be glued to the screen all the time.
We'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time, mate. We appreciate you just got out of the car, so go in and have a rest. Get that AC cranked, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, guys. I'll chat to you later on.
Cheers, mate. How good is it? Nice to see that Madison took some time out of his schedule. Looks like Jared's going to join us too. Jared's obviously in pretty good control with himself and Warren leading this race at the moment. Jared, thanks for joining us, mate. I think you guys will be fairly happy. You're lap 36 so far.
Yeah, happy to be in the lead. Not too happy with my first stint. I was wobbling about, just doing my first laps for the weekend. So yeah, haven't had much prep getting in here. So yeah.
I'm stunned. Sorry, what is it with you guys and no prep and just going out here and being 1-2? That's crazy.
Yeah, I haven't been home since Thursday afternoon, so yeah, been away on a family vacation. Yeah, I feel like the sim's still bobbing around in the water because I've been out in the boat a bit. So my balance is a bit average at the moment. But yeah, I won't blame that on my driving in the first stint. I think they'll put that down to my right foot.
I think you could be be forgiven for not doing a couple of laps leading up, because I think you've done your fair share of laps around here, even fairly recently in other series. So you guys look like you're fairly comfortable, and of course Warren did a great job last night, an impressive job last night grabbing pole position. That's always a good start, and to have the Boost Mobile 1-2, that's always good for the team too.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I tuned in last night when I could. I think I picked up the last half of the shootout, so yeah, that was cool. Watching Brody and Dane do their business. But yeah, obviously Brody's a little bit further back in the field now. I think they had to fix a little bit of body work or something like that. So yeah, we had a little bit of damage as well, but yeah, it's nothing too crazy. I mean, on your guys' end on the live stream, it looks a lot worse than what it actually is. So it's not really hindering us at all, which is good.
Yeah, that's good. I was actually going to ask that question because we did see a part where the tyre was sort of protruding past the guard, and I was going to ask about how that did feel from the driver's seat, but obviously not too bad. I think the worst bit of damage you can get is, I guess, at the front, because that really sort of hurts your aero effect.
Yeah, I think the door damage when the whole sponsor is like completely wiped out, I think that actually hinders your straight line more than a front bar being pushed up, which is a bit back to front. But yeah, hopefully, I think that'll be everyone's goal, just to not hit the wall, because yeah, it really kills your straight line handling here. So yeah, I think we're going to try and keep the thing out of the fence until at least 130, and then yeah, we'll get on it then.
Is it going to be one of those things as well, now that you got Dane on it, to keep him in? Like, how do you play this strategy? Obviously, you guys are so fast with both of you in terms of strategy-wise. It sort of opens up the door, doesn't it? You can do whatever you want. Is that just going to be your case?
It makes life, yeah, definitely easier. But yeah, I was driving like a D-grade driver in the stint one there, so yeah, I'm not actually. We didn't plan for this track temp to be this high, so yeah, hopefully the car comes back to us, because yeah, that first stint, that was really bad in rear tyre wear for me. That's why I pretty much gave up almost the whole lead in the last 2 laps of the stint there. I was holding on to it, couldn't keep the thing on the island almost, so yeah, lucky to get in the lane when we needed to. But yeah, hopefully this track temp comes down, because yeah, it's stinking hot.
Now, for people who may not be familiar with racing the supercar, is there much that you can do from the cockpit as far as trying to look after that car when the temperatures get higher than you expect?
Largely not really. It's just your right foot and maybe in-car bar adjustment. Just trying to be proactive with that and put it down when you need to. But yeah, we've put it down, but it didn't really do much, so we're kind of stuck, which wasn't ideal. So yeah, we've mucked around with it, but I think we're just going to have to deal with it, because it is just going to be hot for the next hour or two, and then hopefully the track temp will start coming down, and then we can get a little bit more of that balance back that the guys have tuned up over the weekend.
And what about tyre pressures, mate? Is there anything you can do with that as far as when it comes to pit stops?
No, everyone's all minimum tyre pressure here. We can't really do anything with that. If you're putting them up, you shoot yourself in the foot. So yeah, everyone would be all minimum tyre pressure here, I would have thought, unless someone's trying something funky, which yeah, I highly doubt.
Well, mate, so far so good. I reckon you'd be fairly happy with this pace at the moment. You know, obviously that safety car wasn't ideal because you're not long pitted, but for you now, you obviously got the pleasure of two fast guys with yourself and Dane. So do you sort of sit back and take a little break now and see how the race unfolds, or have you got some sort of idea when you want to get back in the car, or are you just going to play it by ear?
Yeah, we'll just play it by ear. That safety car worked, because that was 5 laps extra. I don't have to get in the car, which is good. Yeah, we're not sure yet. I think Brody's probably going to try and mirror somewhat of our strategy, depending on how Cooper goes. Like, he did drop back a little bit, but yeah, we'll probably largely run very similar, if not the same. But yeah, I'm not sure. I might get in next stint, might not. We'll just see. We'll just see how Dane feels.
Sorry to cut you off. Gizzy's got a tap. I don't know whether he got a hit from behind, but Shane Van Gisbergen, went around. Oh, that's a shame for Shane. I think he's got a lot of damage to that left rear after the contact.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. You can see the car come past our camera shot now. Again, yeah, he's got left rear damage there. We're going to have to go to the replay, but was that an incident by himself, or did he get tagged from behind? He's got the 8 car behind him.
Was this a tap from behind? I think it was. There it was.
Oh,
Burton
yes,
down
it
the
was.
inside, got him in the rear, sent Shane Van Gisbergen around, and then I think that was Hobson, the 88, just nowhere to go.
Okay, so yeah, I think the stewards will have a look at that. Not ideal, and Shane's not long got in the car too. So yeah, obviously that contact from behind, I guess we'll just leave that up to race control, but not ideal. It'll be interesting to see now how this car plays out. Looks like he's slowing down too. So cars are making a move around the inside. I don't know if he's too happy with the way that car's feeling. He's losing spots.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be happy. And Jared, that'll be obviously one of your guys that you guys all race together. Obviously yourself, Shane Van Gisbergen, Gastecki, obviously Newman and all them. You guys all race together. Shane won't be too happy with that, will he?
Yeah, I just went back and looked at that. Yeah, that's not ideal for those guys.
No.
It looks like it's crabbing, which is unfortunate. That was quite a big hit from Jake there. Yeah, I'm not sure how the stewards will look on that one. I don't think they'll be too pleased with what's happened, but unfortunately it's taken another team car out as well, which isn't ideal. So yeah, that's racing, unfortunately.
Does that also hurt you in terms of trying to play like the team game a little bit if you ever need that? Just losing that one extra car that you could have later on in the race, I guess?
Nah. Those guys are all trying to win their own race. They're all trying to compete against one another. There's no team tactics or anything going on here. So yeah, that's just a shame for those two guys to have a beaten up car. Yeah, looks like Shane's probably going to bring it in the pits. Yeah, pretty badly damaged by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks pretty beaten up, and that, yeah, good to hear. We know for Brody and Jared and them are out near the front. It's gloves off. So that's going to be good for us there, man, later on.
Absolutely. It's been a bit like that all year though, hasn't it, Jared? Like you and Brody haven't been mucking around. It's been some really good hard racing between you for a lot of the races.
Yeah, definitely. No, there's no team orders. Yeah, if there's a race on hand, we'll definitely have at it. But he had the upper hand on me at Red Bull Ring. He's definitely a bit quicker there than I was. But yeah, I've got him back in a few others. So yeah, we're pretty even. But yeah, hopefully we don't come to blows in this race.
This is one of the ones you don't want to come to with each other, especially here. But one last question before I let you go. How does this feel championship-wise? I know we don't touch on it much, but you're obviously in the lead of the championship. We're winding down the end of the season. Is this race one of those ones where obviously you're both quick, but just make sure you get out of here with a decent point haul?
Nah, I want to win it.
I love it.
Yeah, no championship games here. No, we're just gonna get the win and get out of here, and then we'll see what happens. The best way to win a championship is just win races. So yeah, hopefully we can put our head down and see where we end up in 140 laps time, 120, sorry.
No, thank you for that, Jared. It's good to know. Just go out there and win it. That's all you got to do. Just win races, you win a championship. Pretty easy. And that's what Jared's doing at the moment. Thank you for joining us, Jared. Yeah. And hopefully we can talk to you later. And we send our wishes to Dane out in front. 4.2 seconds. He's chilling.
Yep, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Jared Philsell. Currently number 1 with Dane Warren on board. There, man. And there it was from race control. Drove through, I think it was a drive. I'm unsure. I didn't catch the end of it. But definitely a penalty for car 8 with contact with 97. So Shane... I think still in the pit lane as well with that damage, and that could be over and out.
Yeah, when we saw after the incident, when we looked at the replay, it was just, you could see that he was already given up places, and then, as Jared touched on, it looked like the car was crabbing. So, man, less than ideal. You know what, at the end of the day, it's, they can't do too much about it now. It's just sort of, I don't know what sort of repair that's going to be. That could take them out. But, if they can get it repaired and back out fairly quickly, we've seen about how the wave around is still in use. So at the end of the day, fingers crossed, but looks like it may be the end of the race.
It may be the end of the race for them, but out in front, it's not for Dane Warren. He's just trucking. We were just having a good old chat to his teammate, and he's just like, I'm just going to pull out a 4.4 second lead at the moment. James Scott has actually got around Corey Shepherd for P number 2. So we look at Hayden Veld on the outside of the top 10. And there it is, 10-second penalty for contact with car number 97. So we saw that happen. Oh, there's Reina Costello, a little bit loose down in the first. They'll do a good job to hold on to that, but like you said, Sam, and I was shocked about the track temp. It's gone up. It was only 30 odd at the start. It's now 40 something.
Yeah, I think as we get sort of later in the day, sort of, what are we, just after 1 o'clock in the sim time. So, you probably expect it to probably rise up a little bit, and then I guess as the race goes on a little bit later in the afternoon, it may come down again. So that's at the end of the day, it's still the same for everyone. And like Jared said, it's interesting to hear him say that it actually caught him out a little bit. They didn't sort of expect that. So, but same for everyone, and it's just see who looks after their tyres best now at the moment.
That's pretty much it. Look after the tyres, try and get the car in a window that you can comfortably save those tyres. But there it is. Shepard's now lost that spot to James Scott, who's just pulled out a couple of car lengths. Corey Shepard with Brady Myers now on board, who had Emily Jones on board, the 22. She did a good job in that first stint. Kept that car in a really good position. And now Myers, a little bit wide through Griffins was Corey Shepard. Is this open to move for Myers down to the cutting? You can hear him lifting. He's not going to push that one this time around, especially on a teammate down the inside, and just going to roll out and sit him behind for another couple of laps, is he? Now, that phase of the race there, man, that second stint where these guys are just in their little bubbles and just trying to manage it. We've already 42, so roughly halfway in this stint because of the safety car giving them some extra time. So let's see how these guys play it, really, because, and as I say that, that's Kobe Jones around. That's the 8 car.
The 8 car is
involved. Is that involved in another one? We've got a car stopped. They just stopped there. This could be a safety car. This could be a safety car. Let's see if they all get going. They get going again. They just waited for the rest of the field. But let's bring up a replay. What happened between the 8 is behind at the moment. Let's see what Burton does. Did you go for a look down the inside? He does. He inside front lock. I think he locked both of them. He locked both fronts.
That's 2 incidents for the 8 car. They've just not long received a penalty from the stewards. We go on board. So he's on the outside, tries the under and over, dives up the inside. Just there's not enough room there. You can't do it. We saw it in the 1000 that people were trying that move there, and it's just you can't do it. So I imagine the race stewards will probably have a look at that and maybe have something to say about that one. But that's not a good look, is it, for the 8 car getting caught up in 2 incidents in as many laps?
No, I think exactly too happy with himself. That is definitely 2 for 2 there as we run it. Oh, that's a little bit of a wall scratch from Brady Myers down the middle. Great. So a little bit of damage now to his car as well. But Kobe Jones and Jay Burton, they continue on, but a lot of time gain. And that's the one thing with a safety car. There's another car's off the road. It was that, I think that was Glenn Postle. Wait, no, it was Jamie Stovall, sorry. That ran wide at the final quarter. Could that have been a little bit of help, a little bit loose from Glenn Postle? Wait, on the exit of turn number 1. It's all starting to kick off there, man. Safety cars usually breed safety cars, but not this late into this stint.
Mate, I thought everyone was going to be in a bit of a rhythm, but was that a little bit of nose to tail? I don't know if he just went a little bit hot or was nose to tail. Not sure, but I thought everyone probably would have been at a stage where everyone was quite settled, but look, at the end of the day, everyone's having a red hot go. I think everyone just needs to be just a little bit more mindful that it's still a long way to go. Well, like you said, we're only sort of through the second stint at this stage. So, and again, up front, it's Dane Warren who's opening up that lead now, 4.9 seconds over Scott in second. So Shepard's lost a spot there.
Yeah, Shepard lost a spot to Scott, and now he's just fallen off a little bit. He's got Brady Myers all over the back of him, but Myers hit that fence at the middle great. So now it's just going to be focusing on that. But Warren, 5.1 seconds. He is dynamite, isn't he? Anything he jumps in, he is fast. Obviously, he didn't have the best PES championship. I think by his own standards, he'll say that he didn't. He obviously had mega car speed in that Porsche once again. But there's just little mistakes and getting involved in other people's incidents definitely cost him a good chance at a championship run there. But he jumps in this thing and has another dig, and he is on it. He was on it at Sandown, and he's on it again after the safety car restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, if you're looking for a driver pairing, it's a pretty good one, isn't it? That 94 car, they've really got that. There's almost no A and B driver there, is it? They're both as good as each other. And, you know, when Jared's got a teammate like that and just, you know, they're up front, they're out of the drama, you know, the only thing that they've got to worry about is, you know, how this race turns out as far as if there's any lap traffic in front of them, if they get caught up in an incident, you know, it's, you know, I imagine that these guys will run pretty faultlessly, and you know, providing that the race runs clean for them, they're going to be hard to beat. So, I mean, so far, it looks that way, but you know, there's so many unknowns at Bathurst. You just never know. Like, you know, just a little bit of contact, nose to tail contact with Van Gisbergen, and then him pretty much having his race over with. You know, no one saw that coming, and it could easily happen to the leader when they pass someone and someone misses their braking marker and they get taken out by that car. You just never know what's going to happen.
That's exactly right. This race throws up so many variables. It's one of those things. But you can say anyone inside that top 10. It's definitely could be both A's. You look at Scott and Berg and Shepard and Down, Myers and Jones. Like a lot of those guys, Anderson, Muggo, they've all ran Supercar E Series. So they've gotten there in merit. They've all ran in there by themselves. So they definitely all have that capability to be able to punch out some good laps. If you look at the two Evolution Racing Team cars sitting in 12th and 13th. Both have Logitech G still on the doors, or Trueforce, one or the other, and they're both all visible, so Dan Hall will be happy about that.
Absolutely, and that was a good little insight actually hearing that from Jared earlier, who's saying, you know, if you get a little bit of damage on the front, it's not too bad. It's when you start rubbing up the side and knock off your sponsor down the side, that's when the car starts to sort of struggle. So that was a good little insight. So as long as we can still read the sponsors up the side of the race car, then we know that their car's handling still pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those things of, we know now. We can keep an eye out. And one person's car that's still pretty clean is Joe Mugford at the moment there. And we have got his co-driver here, Lee Ellis, on TTR. And Lee, how was that first stint for you on board that car? It was pretty chaotic back in that pack.
Yeah, it was somewhat chaotic. I was cruising though, really, just saving fuel. Like you can't really make passes that hard so early in the race, but it was so far down on pace, but no, it wasn't too bad. Got away with it, so yeah.
Is that now just your focus of just try and keep this car clean towards the end? I think that's everyone's focus at the moment, but for Mugford, that's all you got to do on board that car, just keep it clean and hand it back to you?
Yeah, exactly, and the same deal for me, so I just want to finish the race with a clean straight car. I don't think the damage bill can get any higher for my car this season, so I'm running out of money.
I'm sure one of TTR boys can lend you a bit of money. Sam, you got a bit of money that you can lend them?
Please.
I think these drivers get paid more than I do, I think.
Yeah,
so,
well, yeah, that's very true.
Lee, I think it's a good sign, though, at the moment. You can still read Lee Ellis designs up the side, so that's not a bad thing.
That is 100% right. So I know there's a lot of cars out there with a bit of damage, so just trying to drive it off the wall, 98%. So as long as we're there somewhere towards the end, like I think we're running 15th, 16th, something like that. So I was pretty impressed with my qualifying last night. So car's got a bit of pace in it. It's just keeping it clean. That's the only issue.
Yeah, I remember back in my TTR driving days, that was the one thing that was sort of drilled into my head is just if you keep it off the wall and you can keep your car clean and straight, you've got half the job done, because a lot of these other cars are going to make contact with the wall, and that's going to sort of slow their car down. So that's sort of a bit of a free advantage, isn't it, if you can just keep that car straight?
Oh, it's basically free lap time, really. Well, you look at the 97 and even some of the cars up ahead, like I think the 94's got a bit damage too, so no one's immune to it, but just need to keep it straight off the wall and be somewhere towards the end.
Now, how are you as a spectator, mate? Do you enjoy having a little bit of a break, or we spoke to Madison before and he said he can't sort of take himself away from the screen too much because he always needs to know what's going on. How are you?
I'm the same. Like, I could be doing a lot more things than just sitting here watching my car go around in circles. But I'm generally around here most of the time anyway. Like, it's a long day on the computer, but I had myself an ice cream before, I got myself a water. Later in the race I grabbed myself a beer, so what more can you ask for, really?
Maybe a race win at Mount Panorama.
Mate, if that's that, I'm quitting sim racing.
Oh, there you go.
Heard it here. Heard it here.
Lap 61 and point 1, I'll be selling this sim rig if that's okay.
I've heard some wild things in races. Like, I've been commentating races where there was even marriage proposals at one stage, wasn't it, Lee Ellis, that you were talking about at one stage? You remember that?
Yeah, that was it. If I win a race, I'll propose towards it. Yeah, I thought.
Wow.
And I won a race, but it wasn't broadcasted, so SimSpeed dropped the ball on that one. But yeah, definitely that happened. That wasn't related at all, but you know, I'm here with the wife and the kid, so who knows? Maybe sim racing is. Maybe it's not all nerd urchins after all.
Look, at the end of the day, you've stayed true to that wish. So if you win the 1,000 today, we want a little bit of commission on the sale of that rig.
Mate, if there's any commission on this rig, I'll be impressed. If there's any profit, I don't know. I'll give you my wheel. It's got my name on it, but I'll give you my wheel, Sam. Man. How about that?
I appreciate it, mate. That's awesome. Now, so for you, do you have a little bit of a rest? Have you got some sort of idea of when you want to jump back in the car, or you just sort of play it by ear?
I sort of play it by ear. The safety cars sort of threw things out a little bit, but I think I'm in next, and I think I'll be going towards the end. So yeah, it's just what's really hurting us is that 65 lap max continuous. So we need to sort of make sure we stay under that, but still get to critical lap. So it's not something we're keeping in mind to try and figure out a decent strategy, but also still do the drive laps.
Yeah, that's one thing. Sorry to cut you off there, Sam, that you've got to focus on and try and make sure that you don't do that. Obviously, for everyone that doesn't know, Lee Ellis does all our photos and does a mega job of them as well for the series. Tell us a little bit about that, how you've sort of transitioned into that, and tell the people a little bit about how you get such good photos, because it's not easy. It's definitely
it's all skill, all skill.
Here it is.
Like to. Look, it's something I've been doing for a while. Back when I used to do flight sims, I used to do that sort of stuff. So it's something that I've always sort of enjoyed the artistic side of it. But I sort of wanted to make videos, but my computer was never good enough for it, so I stuck with photos. And realistically, it's just finding the right angles, like having some sort of a realistic shot. So I see some photos out there and it's not realistic, so how it would happen. And having some actual real track photography under my belt, it's South Phillip Island, Sandown and Winton, I've got a good idea of how that actually works. So yeah, that's sort of about it. Like sometimes, you know, after the race, we go through our Canadian debrief and just to find out where all the incidents and that sort of stuff happen and take some decent photos.
Yeah, they're a mega job, and it's always find that realistic shot. I know exactly what you mean by when people decide that there is a car on the racetrack, that you take a photo on the racetrack while there's a car going 200 click an hour. Yeah, that works. But you know, some people do that, and that's their cup of tea. But no, you do a mega job for that for us,
Thanks.
Lee, and it's
Appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome job. For that. Sam, any final question before we let Lee go and have some beer and drink ice cream, eat ice cream and everything else that I would like to be doing right now?
I'm going to say, mate, for anyone that wants to get in contact with you for any jobs, mate, how do they do that? Because I've seen some of your prints on the wall and they look amazing. So if someone's keen to get that done, how do they get in touch with you?
Just go straight to the Facebook page, really. So I think it's there somewhere. Levels Designs, or there's been an incident up there, or they're going at it. This is what I mean. I'm still watching the race. Yeah, Levels Designs, and just shoot me a message, and we'll go from there. So the prints are amazing. So we've really worked hard on those. And used signboard these days. So we sort of wish we did that from the start, but I'm looking at them now, and it looks amazing, good quality. So, drama. But yeah. I really appreciate that.
Was that your card? Just copping
it is. Hit again. And another one?
Jeez, another one. It's rather not happen, but anyway.
Well, at least the damage is at the back bumper. That's the main thing. Mate, we'll let you go because it's all getting a little bit exciting for you now, but really appreciate you dropping in and having a chat with us. Good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the day, and I can pick up some commission on that rig.
100%. I'll get you bank details shortly. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
No, thank you, Lee. A pleasure talking to you as always. I might have to get myself one of those, Sam, man. I need a Pure Sims photo or something hanging up on my wall. I think I'll have to send Lee a message after this and get one of those done. Because
they look awesome.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the work, and it's always that's why I thought definitely give a shout. It's always one of those things that I see Lee's work, and it's always top notch. But yeah, I'm now looking at my wall, which I don't have a lot of space, but maybe I need to get something done somewhere.
Mate, they're a crafty lot at TTR with Lee Ellis with his designs, and then of course Card Effects. I mean, we've seen how amazing those models are. I mean, man, if you are a sim racer and you're passionate about your sim racing, and you've got a car that you want to make a model into, they're the guys to talk to. Who's in the pits there? Is that Griffin Gardner?
Yep, Griffin Gardner coming down pit lane. That looks like an early pit stop for him as well. A little bit of damage to that race car, which I think he had in that first early stint as well. While we were talking to Lee, there was a drive-through penalty handed out to car 8 for that contact that we saw at the cutting. So that will be his second one of the day, and this is that reason. So he went to the outside, dove it back down the inside, tried to do an over and under, not far enough, inside front lock, bang, straight into the rear quarter of Kobe Jones, not far enough up the inside. And that gave him a drive-through penalty. That's 2 penalties that he's gotten within a space of, I think it was like 3 laps there, Sam. But yeah, definitely Card Effects as well, going on the back. They're one of those other things that I need to maybe find some money to scrounge up to get another model of. I'm going to lose this is just where Jake spends money. This broadcast. This is not good. I don't like this.
I have seen some of the things that these turned out at Card Effects, and that make the models look incredible. So, you know, mate, I guarantee you it's worth every dollar, and they really look the part. So, but back to the action. I mean, you could go through any of these cars on field, and these would just look unreal sitting on a shelf if you're a collector. So, I highly recommend you go out and do that. But as we've been talking, have a look at the lead. 6.8 seconds, but it's getting hot, isn't it, for second, third, and fourth? There's nothing in it between these guys as they start sort of get on. What do we come up to lap 50 already of this race? So these guys now pushing on. Yeah, and mate, to have that little nearly 7-second margin for Warren, he's just on cruise control at the moment. Have a look at that.
He really is, isn't he? He's just, there it is, that's the cap. Dane Warren out in front, and Luke always, as always, Race Stars TV if you ever need any sim broadcast, but definitely hit Luke up. He's got a full plate. He emotionally told me to keep my mouth shut and don't mention him because he doesn't want to. Yeah, there it is. He doesn't want me to mention it at all. But Luke does a mega job with all his broadcasts. They always look top-notch quality, and he always finds that shot. When we're just talking crap, he finds it. So awesome job as always from Luke. But look at this battle. It's been on. While this has all been going on, this battle of 5 cars has been heating up, like you said, Sam, and Scott's got a little bit of hands full. He got around Shepard, but Shepard didn't leave him.
Yeah, he's probably just, again, you just find yourself in a rhythm. He's obviously got good car pace now at this point of the race. He's sort of through his stint now, and he's got obviously pressure from behind. Thankfully, he's got a teammate behind him, so that does take away a little bit of the pressure, but still, at the end of the day, not too far behind Myers, you've got Kostecki and Anderson as well. So, look, these guys are going to be pretty keen to get the job done. I think James just needs to be sort of mindful of the way he is at the moment, whether he needs to push on, whether he thinks it's worth just maybe letting these guys go. And they'll already be starting to think about how far are they away from their next pit stop too. So, yeah, he's obviously got his hands full, but still doing a good job at the moment. But, yeah, it's definitely getting nice and tight there for the remaining positions.
Yeah, this podium battle I think is going to be on for young and old. Obviously, it's not over for the race win. There can be safety cars that can come out and cause that, as we have another 5-second penalty for car number 209 there. So that's car contact with the 707 lap. 43 at the last corner. So that's that incident that we were looking on board with the nose to tail contact. That could have been the push to shove. I can't remember. There's been so much going on. As Brady Kostecki shoves it down the inside into the chase and gets that job done on Brady Myers. Brady didn't fight that too hard. Well, I said that. I thought he was going to have another dig at him at the exit of the corner, but he didn't. and slots back in behind.
That's just it. And yeah, Kostecki was just making the most of, you know, these cars at Concertina a little bit. You know, he was able to make that move and get the job done. And now it's sort of eyes forward to put pressure on the 77 Corey Shepherd. But, you know, I think Corey would be pretty keen to get the job done because you can see what's happening behind him as we see. Yeah, that's a replay of this. Look at 3 wide down the front straight.
Yeah, so that was that replay of that contact. So there was a little bit of nose-to-tail contact. We did mention it that we just couldn't tell whether there was a little bit of nose-to-tail contact between the 209 and the 707, and there was. And this is sort of the aftermath with all the pushing and shoving going back up the hill. So there was a bit of contact from the 209 and the 707, a little bit of helping hand, and that gave through their 5-second penalty. And now it's still Shepherd is just mimicking that car of James Scott out in front. He's just sitting right underneath that rear wing. Shame there's no... Oh, I thought he was in the fence. He got a big chunk of the curb at Reed Park. Managed to keep the car out the fence and fights for another day. But I was about to say, you're lucky you don't get a lot of like rear error wash, like, again, NASCAR, where you get underneath the rear wing, you can really unsettle a car. Obviously, the new gen cars are a little bit different when you have that big diffuser on the next gen cars. But with the way these cars are, you can sit up behind it. You don't unsettle the rear wing as much as you think.
Yeah, now I'm just sort of seeing what these guys have got for him, because it looks like sort of James is holding his own. He's obviously got that little bit of a breather because of Shepherd's little moment up the top. But what he needs to be mindful too of is Kostecki. You know, he knows that Kostecki's already put the move on for the last lap behind. So, you know, he knows that Kostecki's going to be pretty keen to get the job done too. They're all pretty much nose to tail again. So it's all about just sort of setting yourself up. It's really tough across the top of the mountain to get the job done. So it's always in these braking zones where everyone's trying to get make the most of it, because we've seen obviously on a couple of occasions where people have tried to make a dive at the last minute and it's all gone pear-shaped. So these guys are mindful of where they are in the race. They know it's sort of, you know, we're approaching sort of, what are we, like 52 at the moment. So they know they don't want to do anything silly at this stage because it just makes your day just incredibly harder.
Yeah, we're definitely coming up to that end of this stint, second round of pit stops. So we should see some of the field start to come in soon. Obviously, it's lap 52, roughly 25, 26 laps of a stint. You may see them short field 24 laps if they're pushing pretty hard and not saving much fuel. So we should see these guys come in, because that was when that safety car came out, Sam, and it was like 1 or 2 laps after it. So it should be pretty soon, and we should have the second round of pit stops, and we'll see what these guys do. Luke Mitchison on pit road. In the 04 car, going to come down and get his second round of service, or it could be third, could be fourth. I don't know. There was a lot of guys that came down pit road underneath that safety car, and this battle's on again. And I think this is going to be the battle, I think, of this middle part of the race. If this goes from now to lap 150, we're going to be sweet.
Mate, I'm just watching this battle across the top of the mountain. It's just hold your breath stuff every lap. Like, these guys are really having a crack. You know, at the end of the day, don't get too focused on the fact that Warren's sort of 8.5 seconds down the road. These guys just need to focus on each other and see where they can get the job done. There's no passing opportunities up over the top of the mountain. It's all about getting a good run out of Forest Elbow and then just trying to make the most of that draft, because that's obviously a little bit helpful. But look at the back of Kostecki now. He's really starting to put the pressure on the back of Shepherd's car. So you can see him getting closer as we go on board the SSR Boost Mobile Commodore, and he's in the draft of that TTR Commodore in front of him.
He's got a big double toe right now with the 2 cars in front, James Scott and Corey Shepherd. Didn't really min as much as I thought it would have with a double toe down Conrod. Good braking from Brady Kostecki. Under brakes did a really good job to get that car stopped and gain time in the braking zone, but not much he can do this time around. I think he's just going to sit in behind for another lap. Sam Mann, as we another great shot down into the shade. Dylan Rudd to the inside of Robert Gibbs. Oh, I thought he was not. He didn't get it done. Gibbs is able to hold on, but I thought he was going to maybe make the door of that 21 Logitech G. Lose that signage a little bit.
I think at the end of the day, it's good when you're starting to put pressure on a guy around. He just got sideways on exit. Yeah. So that's going to be gifted, although he's got his work cut out for him to go around the outside. But how much momentum did he lose? Yeah, he lost a bit. So look, at the end of the day, just got that right rear up on the curb and got sideways and just lost that traction. You see here, look how quick, just bang, a little bit of a wiggle. And at the end of the day, he's just a bit of a sitting duck. But no harm, no foul. It's only one spot. Now we can just push on.
That's right, and there's no need to try and fight it. They know they're coming to the end of their stint as well, so that little mistake, he's going to have a little look to the inside, just show the nose a little bit, make the guy in front just think twice before anything. But it's definitely one of those situations where, yep, made the mistake, lose a spot, fight another day. There's no need to try and send it down the inside into the turn one or try later on in the race. Most probably would have, but not now.
Absolutely, and racing's a mental game too, isn't it? Regardless of whether you think you're going to make the move or not, it's good to move around at the end of the day because you know that you want to distract the guy that's in front of you, because if they make a mistake, that's just a gift to you. So if you can move around and at the end of the day just get them in the mindset that they think you're going to make a dive even though you're not going to, that can really benefit your favour. So, that's what you see a lot of these guys doing, just moving around under brakes, thinking about a dive bomb move up the inside, just to put the guy, look at the big slide there that he had there, coming out of there. Looks like a little bit of pressure on those tyres, and doesn't want to overheat the rears because that's going to make it real tricky.
Yeah, that's one of those things that you just focusing. There's actually been a position change. Sorry, Kostecki has gotten around Shepherd, moved himself up into P number 2, and that's going to be a good job for him, Sandman, now that he's able to do that. Just sit there. Now we can try and pressure James Scott and see what he can try and gain out of that before pit stops, and see what he can do, Sandman. I think he looks like he has the quickest car of this top 5.
Yeah, it definitely looks racy. I don't think it'll be too much longer because you've seen that he's already put the move on Shepherd and Myers. So I think it'll just be a matter of time. He'll just sort of suck up to the back of the car of James Scott, and then he'll probably do pretty much the same thing. Looking pacey, looking racy, and he knows that his team car is sort of, what is it now, sort of 8.5 seconds still up the road. But he's got good pace, and at the moment he's using that pace to his advantage.
That he is, and as we hit the 2-hour mark, lap number 54 of the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. It is Dane Warren out in front with James Scott in second, Brady Kostecki in third, Corey Shepherd, P number 4 with Brady Myers rounding out that top 5. We'll go to a short break here, and we will come back to all the action for the Bathurst 1000.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. Trueforce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The Trueforce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and Trueforce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a Trueforce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. Trueforce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. Trueforce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigault, driver of the Evolution Racing team and the Logitech G Racing Hyundai XL. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars, just everything to do with racing I learned on sim racing first. When I jumped into the real car, it was a bit of a wake-up call. There's a lot more sensations in a real car than you get in the sim, but once you get past that, pretty much a lot of the techniques are exactly the same, and if you're good in the sim and you're not afraid too much in the real world, you should be able to translate it easily.
And welcome back to the Logitech G Supercar Pro Bathurst 1000 here. 56 laps in the book, second round of pit stops. All getting done and started as the leader comes back out. And it is Jared Philsell has jumped aboard the 94 Boost Mobile SSR Commodore, and he will have a sizable lead, I should say, Samman, as we get back going. Yeah, they roughly had about an 8 to 9, 10 second lead heading into that pit stop window. Dane with a mega first stint of his race, able to stretch out those legs.
Absolutely. I think he'd be pretty happy with that so far. They've ticked all the boxes and done everything that they've needed. The only thing that could probably jeopardise them is that, sometimes if the drivers and the teams don't decide to do a driver swap, they can probably, gain a bit of time there. But, at the end of the day, they're doing everything right. They're sharing the driver load. And why wouldn't you too, when you've got two of those drivers that are pretty much on par with each other? The race is playing out nicely for them, but now it's just a matter of time for the rest of the field to sort of play out their pit stops and see who's been saving a bit of fuel. But you can see the Cool Drive Mustang who's dived right into the pit lane there too. So, at the end of the day, it's all at the point where it's all going to cycle through now.
Yeah, this is that main cycling of this pit stop window and see who basically benefits from what right now. But having a look through as well, a lot of cars with just that little bit of side-on damage. And one thing that Jared didn't mention when he came up and spoke to us was that that's more of a hurting factor on straight line speed. So it'll be interesting to see how many more cars we see with that little bit of side-on damage. I think a lot of cars have got just that little bit of damage, Sam, and that I think we weren't expecting as much. But again, you scrape the fence here, you're going to get it. But it's just a lot more than I thought already.
Yeah, it's amazing how much we actually saw it in last night's broadcast too. The fact that people are obviously having a red hot go. There's not too much, too much room across the top of the mountain, and you're trying to utilise as much racetrack as you can. So it's easy just to drift the car outside, and sometimes it's not even a hard hit. It's just to the point where they're just using up all the racetrack, and sometimes it might be just a little bit of a graze, and then, sometimes I guess it's over-exaggerated a little bit on the iRacing service. But at the end of the day, it's still contact, it's still damage, and, the less you can do of that, the better.
Yeah, that's right. You want to try and keep this car clean as possible. Lee Ellis said that. He wants to keep that car clean and just not have any damage. Just get a little bumper contact. Like, I don't like that. I want to keep it clean. And actually, Lee Ellis, I believe, has jumped back on board. He has. So he's jumped back on board for his second stint of the race. As we look at Bailey Frid, just outside that top 10 in P11 at the moment. We've also got to be mindful of, part of me, is that at 65 continuous laps, I don't think anyone will have crossed that, but some people have done 54 minimum driver laps. So that's going to be one of those things we tick off later on, Sam, and of who has done what, and make sure everyone's within that window, which I think everyone will be. I don't think we'll ever see anyone not do 54 continuous laps unless they really don't want to be in the car. But I think at that phase of the race towards the end, I think everyone will have done that. As our race leader, Brady Myers, will bring it down pit lane.
I think that's one of the most important things, isn't it? You just you got yourself a little checklist when you go through these races where you've got to meet that minimum requirement for laps, and the earlier you can do that, the more flexibility it gives you as far as how you can play your race out strategy-wise at the end of it. So regardless of who's done what, if you can get that done, then you don't have the pressure of having someone in at the wrong point. And then obviously, with safety cars, it can be a point where you can get a safety car when they're about to pit and swap out a driver, but if you haven't done your compulsory, you have to do another whole stint. So that obviously doesn't play out for a lot of teams. Sometimes it can work and sometimes it can't, but when you can get that over and done with, it makes things a lot easier at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's the big end of the race is, like you said, buy your tickets to the end, make sure you have all the other boxes ticked. Obviously we don't have to do a road or a brake change, so that's one thing that we don't have to do, but it'd be cool to have. But we definitely don't have to have that. That's another thing that these guys don't have to worry about. But the laps are one of their main focuses to get it done. But right now, Emily Jones jumped on board the 22, as Wayne Burke has jumped on board the 89, and that's where he's at. Cooper Murray has jumped aboard the 99 of Brody Kostecki's Boost Mobile Commodore, so that's where they're at in terms of that. The gap's roughly the same, maybe a little bit shorter between first and second, but this gap between this field, Sam, Ben's really stretched out.
Just looking at some of the chat too, it looks like that car 21 might have got a speeding penalty in pit lane too. So Marcelo Rivera is who's behind the wheel now at the moment. So never ideal, but look, at the end of the day, if you're going to get caught out with a little incident or a small penalty or something like that, best to do it in the early stages in the race. You don't want to do it in that last 20 seconds. So thankfully, if it happens, it's good to get that over and done with when it's nice and early.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. Marcelo in the pit lane has not been fair this season. He has not had fun. He had a speeding penalty when he was inside that top 10. I can't remember the round. There's been so many races. One of them, he's had a couple of incidents in terms of this just not being at the right time, or having a little error on pit lane, or putting more fuel in the car, or it just cost him so much time. But down the inside, he's going to quickly try and reprimand all that time he's lost, get down the inside of Chris Ireland and make some move to move himself up. He's actually behind that Kurt Stenberg to the outside. I thought he was going to keep around the outside into the cutting, but not better. Pushed back in behind Scott Gamble as well, behind that little trio. But yep, Marcelo Rivera now back on the run to try and see what he can gain from that pit stop loss on the pit lane.
I was going to yell out, don't do it, Stenny, but he's obviously a bit smarter than I am. He knew not to do it. But again, it's good to move around in the driver's mirror and just, get their attention. So, so far so good. These boys are, not out of it yet. And where are we? Lap 60 of 161, so approaching that 100 laps to go. Now, these guys know that it's sort of a mental thing, isn't it? Once you get to about 100 laps to go, you're right. It's starting to get to the closing stages of this race. So much is played out. Ideally, everyone wants to be in front. There's only one person that can lead this race. So if you can't be in front, you want to be sort of there or thereabouts. And I think these guys that are sort of top 5, top 10, they're arguably in the best position at the moment, but no one's still out of it. Your main game of this is just to be on the lead lap. So, and you can see Josh Muggleton behind the wheel of the Cool Drive Mustang. Had the pleasure of racing with Muggo quite a few years, and we were actually on track for one of our best results at Mount Panorama. It kills me every time I think about Muggo and I racing. We were in the dying stages. I've probably told millions and millions of people this thousands of times, but we were on target for a top 5 and then got caught out by someone else's incident. So every time I see Muggo racing on track, I think of that incident. But man, it was so much fun, and it was a pleasure to race with Muggo.
Always is a pleasure to race him. Like I've said before, he was my driver for the first Supercars E-Series, so it was awesome to be able to work with Muggleton. And Josh did a really good job, has done a really good job for everything that he does. And it's good to see him back in the sim. And just having a look now as well, and I don't know whether Luke can actually bring this up, I don't know how hard it's going to be, but the marbles offline already, it's lap 60.
Yeah, there they are.
Look at it. I was noticing it down the dipper. Down in the dipper. It was one of those things where I was like, if you go offline now, that's another thing to contend with. You can't make that move. I'm sure down into turn 2 there'll be a lot of marbles. I know there's a little bit here down through the S's. Yeah, that's the offline is so dirty already that this is only lap 60, and when you get to that crunch time of towards the pointy end of the race where you want to make a move with 10 laps to go, you can't really hang it around the outside. There's just going to be no grip.
Yeah, and we spoke about this earlier when someone had a moment at Griffin's Bend. As this race goes on, those marbles on the outside of Griffin's Bend, you can get away with having a moment there in the early stages of the race. But as this race goes on and the marbles build up, you're going to be a passenger if you go in there too deep. And, you can have worse damage than there is up the side of that Cool Drive Mustang at the moment.
Yeah, that car, at least it's just a little bit of a scrape, not mud and dirt that we saw on the weekend with that 17 that decided just, I'm going to go for a mud bath down here at the Chase. The good-looking livery ended up just being dirty for the whole race. But, it was one of those things. It was cool to see that retro livery out there last weekend, or last couple of weekends now out there. But let's see what this stint unfolds for these guys. Tyler Blackburn currently P at number 21. Brenton Hobson has been in the thick of things right now in that 80. He's got a lot of damage on that right front, and that's the damage that he had with Shane Van Gisbergen when he spun here. Or I shouldn't say spun, got help around, and he Holbo had nowhere to go. He's got a lot of damage to that right front. But now trying to see if he can get back inside that top 20. The draft down Mountain Straight. So we have a look, he thought about it, and just going to slot him behind.
And that's what I mentioned about earlier. It's so easy to get caught up in someone else's incident. You're just an innocent bystander. And unfortunately, that was what happened for him. He had no role in it whatsoever, but just had absolutely nowhere to go. So, yeah, not ideal, but he's still in touch. If you're just outside the top 20, where they're at the moment, it's still okay. We don't know how the rest of this race is going to play out. It might be a long time before safety cars. There might be one in the next lap. Who knows? But what they need to do is just focus on where they're at the moment, how their car's feeling. They know that they've just had a round of pit stops, so it's all about sort of getting in a groove and not trying to lose too much to the leader. And the main thing for everyone is basically just staying on that lead lap. Worst case scenario, you lose one lap, fingers crossed for a safety car, you get that lap back.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what. Yeah, this is where I saw all those marbles on the exit of the dipper. You run wide there, you are in the fence, and that is not a if but or a maybe. That the marbles do have a massive effect in terms of car grip, and it takes about a couple of corners to get that grip back. I know you run a little bit wide, especially like a GT3 car. That's it. Obviously, you rely so much on the downforce that as soon as you lose the tyre grip, you're only relying on the downforce. And these cars don't have much of anything. So as soon as you're wide, that's it. And you get a little bit of marbles on your tyres. But Hobbo's going for a move, and there it is, contact. He's got him, and around goes Tyler Blackburn. And adversity, he could have went down the inside, just couldn't brake, couldn't stop that car in time, a little bit deep, and that was all it took for Hobbo. Oh, yeah.
I see. He caught the ripple strip on the inside too, so that upsets the car. I think we spoke about that a little bit earlier. When you have someone there side by side, it's so easy to upset the car. Obviously, wasn't intentional, but yeah, at the end of the day, it was just that little bit of contact, and unfortunately, it's just made both their lives that little bit more difficult. And I think the stewards may have a look at that, unfortunately.
Yeah, that may be one that they'll have a look at and most probably get back to us on what their decision will be on that one. But look at this. This is starting to close up once again. This is what we like to see. The battle of P2 is forming up once again. This time, Berg in second with Murray and Shepherd having a look down at Forest Elbow. Murray sideways on the exit, just trying to push that car a little bit too hard. And one thing, what is that track temp doing for us, Luke? Let's bring that up if we can. I'd like to see. It's still 46, so still cooking out that racetrack. It's shot maybe a degree, but not too much. It is still just coming up to 2 o'clock in sim time. So once that time sort of gets down a couple of hours, it'll start to drop pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're sort of around the sort of warmest part of the day in the sim world, around 2 o'clock. So, yeah, we'll probably sort of start to see that sort of start to dip off a little bit. But, you know, here we are. Corey's just, it's been eyes forward at the moment. You know, he had that run earlier when it was him and Cooper Murray, who's in the car at the moment. So, you know, these guys are still in touch with each other. They're not making any mistakes and having a good run. I think Corey, if he gets a run on him, he will definitely think about making the move. But I don't think there's too much urgency at the moment, which is good. They've got a good car. It's nice and straight. Good driver pairing. You know, not too bad when Corey jumps out and hands the keys to Madison down. So, you know, those guys are in a pretty good spot at the moment and not too worried at this stage about sort of making up too many positions.
Nah, I don't think they need to be worried about anything really at this stage. It's still only just under now, 100 laps to go. And you always love to hear that. 100 laps to go. Yeah, it's one of those ones that seems like it drags on when it gets to that pace. But it puts it in that mind, like you said earlier. It's just one of those things. You go, okay, we're moving on. You know, it's that little milestone that you sort of get to. Okay, it's 100 laps left. It's not 161, 100 laps left. You get to lap 100, you're like, okay, there's only 61 laps to go. It's those little check boxes in this race that you sort of mentally take note of as we look a little bit further field, just outside that top 10 at the moment. Gianni Lutzu back behind the car, Bailey Frid in front of him. And one thing I wanted to say as well, where we were looking at Shepherd and then before, Shepherd stayed on board that car after his second stint. So that's interesting. He's going to be a little bit more in tune, I should say, than Murray and Burke in front of him.
Yeah, I do love the mental game that, you know, these guys play. And, you know, like, you know, we touched on before, when you have a driver that double stints, they're in a good rhythm and they're in a good routine. And these guys will be in communication with everyone. They'll say, you know, how are you feeling? Are you up for another stint? And, you know, everyone is obviously truthful because they look at the big goal, and that's about doing the best thing they can for the team. Not as much as, you know, yeah, I'd love to, you know, take all the glory and be the fastest guy and take the checkered flag. If you're not up for it, it's best to put your hand up and say, you know what, it's probably good if I just take a little breather. But there's other guys that sort of feed off that and they're in a rhythm. Say, you know what, if you can leave me in the car, let me go again. I'm in a good rhythm. You know, we're in a good place at the moment. And, yeah, that's huge for the team's, you know, overall finish.
Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly what you want to do. Just keep the main guy, whoever's in the car, in that rhythm. Know that you're talking to them, get what you can in terms of the best strategy out of the race. So Scott Gamble, as we had a little look at Jamie Bedite before, but now we're back looking at Scott Gamble down in 29th position, just on the tail of that field that we saw before with Marcelo Rivera. And they've sort of all kept in touch with Marcelo. Marcelo is like just driving this train along as they keep on board with him. There's Marcelo. Oh, it must have been another ERT. So Marcelo's just on. Must have been another Evolution Racing Team car that I saw that was just there that they were trying to hold on to. So Marcelo's dropped that little pack. He's trying to make up from that window. There's Tyler Blackburn. So after he spin before, he is rejoined here in P26. I've not heard anything in terms of race control. I'm sure they're going to be looking at that one. There's a lot to unpack in a lot of these incidents. So it's not just a straight, clear cut penalty, is it, Sam, man? You can't just give a penalty, and sometimes you don't give a penalty. Or, as I say that, why was Shepherd out in the dirt at the top of McPhillamy Park? That is not the spot. You want to be out there in the weeds. We've seen people do that on qualifying laps. And did he get the wall here? Was it early? No, it wasn't. So was it at the top of the hill? He's run wide. McPhillamy, yep, there it is. Just running on the dirt. And that is, it's always one of those things that looks worse than it actually is in the car.
Absolutely, and smart heads up driving by Corey, not just yanking the steering wheel to get it off the grass, because the last thing you want to do, you yank that steering wheel when you got the left rear on the grass, you're going to go nose first into the wall. So what he's done, he's just kept it straight. He's realised he's outside over the ripple strip. Just keep the car straight, roll out of the throttle if you need to, but the last thing you want to do is jerk on that steering wheel, because that car will spin quickly. So good heads up driving, didn't lose a lot in the big picture, and now he's already on the back of Murray.
No, it doesn't. Don't lose much at all. And it's one of those things in the car. You go, oh, I'm wide. Oh, it's okay. On TV, it's like, oh, he's wide. He's gonna, and they just keep going. It's. I think the amount of times I think we've all run right. I know I've run wide a couple of times there over the top of the hill. You just run a little bit wide, but it actually, if you, like you said, you keep the car straight, like Corey Shepherd did. You just do what you need to do. Don't try and yank at it. Don't try and hard brake. Don't do anything silly. You can easily keep that car going. It looks a lot worse on TV than it is in the race car. It's actually a lot more easier than it is. Shepherd having a look into Griffin, and I think Murray was not going to let that one go. He was not far enough up to have a dive.
Yeah, I think Shepherd was pretty keen on not making the move too, but again, just showed his nose, and that's what you want to do. Keep the drivers on their toes, because if you've got a driver that's looking more in his rearview mirror than he is sort of out the front windscreen, they're losing time. So, if you start looking behind you, that does break their concentration. So the car moved around a little bit. So Cooper just got it up on the curb there, but not too bad. But absolutely, he's definitely keeping an eye on behind him, and sometimes that's an easy game to make, is if you can just fake a move up the inside and break the concentration of the guy in front of you. They can gift you a spot sometimes.
Yeah, and that's it. It's just one of those things. If you see a car in front of you, you apply as much pressure as you can, especially if you know you have the quicker pace. It's just showing the nose. You just need to make one little error, one little brake lock into a corner, just somewhere, just to open the door enough. You don't have to force it, especially at this phase of the race. You don't need to make that. You just do it. You know what I mean? You just sit there, you flow, wait for it to happen. It'll come to you. A race will come to you, especially if you have a quick race car. At the moment, Pilsell showing they have a really good race car, because they are currently 10.2 seconds out in front. They are gone. You can't even see them in the same shot. I love that curb cam. That is a mega shot. But there's Pilsell out in front, doing it all by himself, some Sandman, and again, they're showing what they can do, even with no practice. I can't believe those guys.
He says no practice, but like I said, we touched on, he's done probably enough laps around here that he knows what's going on. But at the end of the day, they've got a decent car around, underneath him, and they're just getting the job done. And sometimes these boring races, you go, sometimes it's hard to keep concentration, because you're not focused. I guess your mind wanders a little bit, because you're like, how good's this? We've got a 10-second margin. There's not too much pressure going on, but it's easy to make little mistakes. But again, the quality of drivers that they've got in this team, I don't think they're too worried about mistakes at this stage. And now it's just sort of hitting their marks and focusing on the job ahead.
Yeah, they're just going to focus on what they've got and see what they can do in terms of their strategy, because I think that's going to be their big thing that plays on their mind is how they go about this. They know a safety car will come and can come at any time now in this race, and I think that's just, like they said, like Dane said, he doesn't want that. He wants to just go flat out and just keep going from the end. As you see, he's just pulling out that gap, and if he keeps doing that, they're never going to want to see a safety car, but it's going to happen. And again, we could see it for an instant. The first one was believed to be one of those random ones where maybe we had a wombat or an echidna or a Mr. Skippy visit for this year, and we'll definitely most probably see another one of those. But there can be an accident. We've seen a lot of it happen, and if one of those cars gets stuck there, man, it could be a lot bigger than we think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the moment, they're sort of pulling everyone's pants down and giving them a smack on the bum at the moment, aren't they? Because they're in a groove at the moment, and they've had pace that's been sort of to the point where, you know, everything's been in their control. We saw that at Sandown as well. They pretty much had the race go their own way. And, you know, fortunately enough for them, there was no incidents at Sandown. And I guess that's one of those racetracks that you don't sort of expect too many dramas too. But, you know, across the top of the mountain, we've already seen sort of carnage for this weekend. And, you know, that can happen at any time soon, as we see this is all starting to get a little bit closer now. Look in this position for second, third and fourth. A bit surprised that, just trying to see where that little bit of loss of time possibly, but yeah, 10 seconds. I don't know. They don't sort of need to worry about that too much. They're just going to wait for the rest of this race to play out. But yeah, interesting to see how they've got sort of two groups of cars now that are sort of chasing down the leader.
Yeah, it's sort of this middle group of second, third and fourth, obviously. With that little bit of a group going on there, and then this group here with Muggleton, Jones and Stewart. That's sort of the big battles going on inside that top 10. But another person that we can bring in and have a chat to is Sebastian Flock aboard the number 84 Evolution Racing Team Commodore. How was that, Sebastian? Obviously, so obviously a little bit further down with Scott Gamble in the car at the moment down in P number 28. But how has it been so far for 66 odd laps of this race?
It's been pretty good so far. I mean, bit of a sketchy start with, you know, the usual checkups and whatnot. But yeah, we're just playing the long game, trying to save a bit of fuel when we can and just keep it clean pretty much.
How is Scott finding the car right now? How is he feeling aboard, especially in that, just following that little bit of a train that he had on before that we were looking on board behind Stenberg and Island and that?
He's starting to get a bit more comfortable. We sort of didn't really get the setup in the window that we wanted, so a bit of struggles there. But yeah, as the race is going on, it's getting a lot better and both getting more comfortable. But yeah, he's pretty happy at the moment.
That's good to hear. How's the mood at ERT? Obviously, there's been a lot going on over there. Obviously, Marcella's had a penalty. Smith was out early. Have you guys all been keeping in contact with each other, or have you all just been focusing on your own car?
Well, a bit of both. I mean, obviously, both the other guys are pretty disappointed, but at the same time, that's just racing and happens sometimes. But yeah.
Yeah, it's been one of those things, I think, where everyone has just been focusing on themselves, but seeing what's been going on. It has been unfortunate, a couple of incidents not gone your team's way. Sam, and anything you'd like to ask Mr. Flock while we've got him while they're running down with Scott?
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you think your race is playing out? Obviously, you know, everyone wants to be up the front, but you're still in contention regardless. There's still a long way to go, being lap 68. So, you know, regardless of where you are, you guys are still in it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said, we're trying to just play the long game, like get a couple extra laps of fuel on board, which will help us towards the end. I mean, there's probably going to be more safety cars, which will even things out a tiny bit more. But yeah, just playing the long game and hopefully all goes our way.
It's funny you mentioned about safety cars because, man, the action is heating up a little bit for second and third. I saw that Boost Mobile car thinking about a move up the inside there. I thought, oh, this could be a safety car. But what's your plan now? Do you have a little break now? Do you sort of play out? If there's a safety car, do you jump back straight in, or what's the go for you guys?
I think if there's a safety car, I'll probably jump back in. Gambo's going to finish off this stint, and then we'll just go from there to the end, you know, pretty much even it out. But yeah, if there's a safety car, it'll sort of change things a bit for us, but we've got backup plans, which is promising, so yeah.
Keep your head up, mate. Regardless of whatever happens, I'm very jealous because you're actually racing in this and I'm sitting here watching. So very jealous, and just enjoy every lap regardless of what the race, you know, however it plays out, mate, because, you know, if you're still on the lead lap, you're still in with a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for jumping on board and talking to us, Seb, and hopefully you guys can have a good end of the race. Keep that car clean, and hopefully we can see you towards the end of the race.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you. That was Sebastian Flock, sitting currently down there in P number 27 last time I checked. P number 28, sorry, apologies for that. With Scott Campbell on board, but like you said, Sam, man, anything can happen. There's still a long way to go in this race, and with the way those guys were fighting at P2, I thought we were going to have a car in the fence. I don't know, but they we're all on it. I think that battle is really heating up.
Yeah, I think it's getting to the point too where they're starting to think about when their next lot of pit stops will be too, because they're monitoring what their fuel loads are and everything else. So, you know, it's all about having a red hot go. There's absolutely nothing in it for second, third and fourth. But then again, you've got, you know, fifth, sixth and seventh. There's nothing in it between those two groups. But the more that those, you know, second, third and fourth fight, it's going to bring Muggleton, Jones and Stewart into the mix as well. So the last thing that they want to do is get too racy, because they're not only going to have just a 3-car battle, it'll turn into a 5 or a 6-car battle just before you know it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that these guys won't want. As we look at this, Bailey Frid again, Johnny Lutsu, they have been at each other's necks for this whole middle stint, trying to see if they can gain any time on each other, but still nose to tail, 39 seconds off the race lead, and that's not really as bad as it sounds. It sounds bad. 39 seconds off the race lead's always bad, but when you think about it, when there's 12 seconds between first and second, it's not as bad to be outside the top 10 and only be roughly 20-odd seconds off the race lead, or off second, I should say. You know, as we ride on board and look out the back of the Evolution Racing Team Mustang and down through the S's, down the hill. Make sure you get the car all nice and settled for the dipper, then power out, up through the gears, third, then hard on the brakes, down into Forest Elbow. Cool part of the racetrack, as you say, man. It's so interesting to see the development of this racetrack through the years. Obviously, I'm young, not that young, but 27 odd, so younger
than me.
Younger than you. But I've still watched all the old battles, and you see how the development of this racetrack has gone. Obviously, the chase wasn't there, never used to exist. It used to be just one straight road. Then they had to put the chase in, and the top of the hill didn't used to have walls. You know, I remember when they'd all crashed at Forest Elbow. You were in that fence, which was a rock face. It wasn't actually a wall. It's still cool to see how this track is all developed. Obviously, we don't have the tight wall on the exit of the chase, which is obviously brand new, but it's so cool seeing how this track has just developed over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's obviously all hugely concerned with safety. And, you know, as much as the track's developed, the cars have developed, and, you know, faster and faster. You know, I remember back in the days of watching Bathurst, when a sort of a hot lap in the race was sort of 2 minutes 15, 2 minutes 16 or something like that. And now you've got drivers and that are just sort of in the 203s now. Like, that's just unreal. But, you know, it's awesome. You know, I think this race is fairly special, regardless whether it's in the sim world or real world. You know, I think we're incredibly lucky to have it as part of the iRacing service. And, you know, for these guys to play out the fantasy of taking on the Bathurst 1000 and winning it, you know, teaming up with a co-driver, that whole thing is just incredible in itself, that you can pair up with another driver and you've got to rely on someone else for the outcome of your race. You know, you're putting that car in the hands of someone else, exactly like they do in the real world.
And that's one of those things, I think, that we saw greatly on the weekend, is you get these guys in and it's their first race. Some of them, they just jump in straight into a supercar, go and learn how this car drives. And I think that's one thing I miss, having that extra little build up to the Bathurst 1000, having like a 500 where all the shenanigans happens there rather than the Bathurst. But that is the case of putting your hand in a capable driver and getting a really good go driver in it, and it showed. Shane had Garth Panda and they had a really good job. Showed Chaz Master down the inside, goes Ethan Grigalt. That was a fair. Is he going to run wide? He is, and that's going to open the door back up. Damon Woods is going to try and go back around the outside. It's going to leave him with a good run into the inside. Not going to have it done. And you're going to have to see him behind a good offensive move from Ethan Grigalt. Moves himself up another position.
Mate, he fired in under brakes. I wondered there for a second, was he actually going to pull it up? But at the end of the day, he got the job done. You can see the toe that he gets. Like, look at this. That's a huge advantage in himself. He knows he's already committed here. He's already thinking about that move up the inside, positions the car, gets up onto the brakes, but just then fires in just a little bit too deep. The good thing that Woods did there is just did the under and over. He knows that he had a chance around the outside. Then he got to this point of the race and said, you know what? Probably better if I just back out of it and let him push on.
Yeah, maybe even sit in behind and save some fuel and try and see what he can do there, as we have a 20-second time penalty for car number 88 with car number 04. So that was that. I think that was that last corner contact. No, the chase, sorry, that we saw with obviously, pardon me, with Brenton Hobson and Tyler Blackburn on board of Luke Mitchell's car. But this battle, between Burke, Murray and Shepherd. It's sitting up once again, Sam, man. But Burke's got a lot of pressure from Murray behind.
Yeah, Murray's looking very racy now, isn't he? He's obviously, he's pretty comfortable with the way the car is at the moment. I don't think it'll be too much longer before he gets the job done. What he's looking for is a nice run here. So he runs it a little bit wide, wants to turn in and get on the throttle earlier, and then try to use that make the most of that draft. He probably just didn't get as close as he would have liked to make a move up the inside into the chase, but still, he's on it, and I don't think it'll be too much longer because he does look fairly racy.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the things. See what he does coming through the chase this time. Listen to this. Love that shot. I love the cars going through their maximum attack through the chase. Stewart looks like he's actually got around Muggleton as well on the timing sheet. Berg, a little bit side. There it is. Stewart down the inside of Josh Muggleton. Muggleton's not going to fight too hard. He knows there's a long way to go. He's got a smart head on his shoulders. He's just going to sit there behind with Emily Jones in tow and latch onto the back as we look at a replay. There it is, side by side, down into the chase. There's that cool drive Mustang on the inside of Josh Muggleton and Josh Anderson. And to the outside goes Job Stewart, and job done and dusted. Muggleton didn't really give it up too easy, but doesn't need to. He knows he's already lost that position. You may as well just drive it nice and easy into the chase, slot him back behind, and continue on with their race.
I like what he did. He didn't just roll over and just give it to him. He made him work for it. So, at the end of the day, like we've seen before, you can have someone that makes a move up the inside. And if they touch that curb, they can upset their own car, and you can sort of capitalise on it. So, he didn't just roll out of it. So good on Muggo, and, he'll fight to live another day.
Delaney into the pit lane from 20th position. He was just battling with Lee Ellis and Chris Coxhead behind, but he's going to bring it on to pit lane. A Fishy Motorsport Mustang down onto pit lane for a pit stop, and he's going to come in. Yep, up it goes on the jacks. 4 fresh tyres and full of fuel. Let's see what this battle... This is going to be the watchful eye. P2 at this present point is, I think, going to be where most of our action is, Sam, and dependent on what happens further up and through this race. But these guys are fighting hard, and they're not leaving each other any inches in terms of... as I say that, safety car has been called. So there is a safety car, and that's going to change everything for Phil Cell. 14 seconds gone.
Yep. Thankfully, though, he hasn't missed pit lane, so he'll dart right in here. So this is still a huge advantage for them. So it would have been painful if they'd already gone past pit lane. So thankfully, that just didn't bite him in the backside too much. But you'll see absolutely everyone now fire into pit lane, put on 4 new tyres, fill up with fuel, and go for the next run.
Yeah, just straight into pit lane, get 4 fresh tyres, fill her up, go again. And then this battle in the pit lane. Burke, Murray, Shepherd in. Everyone will be in unless you just stop out on the track. Muggo, and I thought Muggleton was going to end up in the back of Stewart behind. I thought that was going to be a little bit of contact between these two as these guys all try and funnel their way through into pit lane. And there is the safety car, which has just left the box because obviously Dan Warren has jumped on board Jared Philcell, so the safety car needs to get out there. The safety car will be waiting for the race leader, which should be Warren unless anyone stays out.
I love that aggression that Muggo had coming into pit lane. There's so much time to be made up in the pit lane. So, obviously he's still on it, and smart heads up because you don't want to give up any sort of time loss at all, because especially how close those 3 were. So, at the end of the day, whatever you can gain is sort of, something that you can put in your back pocket. So nice to see that hard run into the pit lane. That was good.
Yeah, you want to try and maximise as much as you can, even if it is under safety car. Warren now on board, and as you hear that, just a little clutch and coast down the hill, save as much fuel as possible. They just want to stretch the stints as far as they can, don't they, Sam, man? Even though it's under safety car, they're like, why are you bothering? Like, you've got a long way to go. They want to maximise. They want to open up their strategy because that's what they need to do. They don't want to sit, they don't want to restrict themselves, I should say, Sam, in terms of, we didn't fuel save, we lost a lap.
Well, that saving fuel might be the difference between a safety car, making a safety car or missing a safety car. So, what's the point of using up the fuel? You'll find a lot of these teams, drivers will just clutch it down the mountain, just rolling and saving what they can, because, at the end of the day, you'd hate to miss out by a free moment of the race where you can save fuel, where it could cost you a pit stop. So, yeah, good heads-up driving, and no doubt everyone will be doing it up and down the field.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't think you'll hear one car not clutching somewhere around on these pace laps, just saving as much as they can for the safety car here for our second time tonight. And I believe this one has also been one of those random ones, Sam, man. So I'm actually shocked that we haven't had one for an instant yet.
I hope you just haven't put the Mazda on the rest of the field.
Okay, well, safety cars breed safety cars. Let's get that one into fact. That happens, especially around here. Everyone's bunched up. One person makes a dive and another person ends up in a fence. So I'm not going to discount that one of me putting a Mocky on the whole field, and that most probably will be a commentator's curse once again. But it is one of those things. And while we are under the safety car, we're going to go to a short ad break while we can. We'll fit it in here, save our voices for later on. But we'll be right back here for the Logitech G Supercar Bathurst Pro, Pro Invitational, Bathurst 1000, after this short break.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road.
Pit exit is
Every
closed.
bump in the terrain,
Pit
every
exit
wheel
is
slip.
closed.
If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving, so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. Trueforce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The Trueforce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and Trueforce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a Trueforce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. Trueforce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. Trueforce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigolt, driver of the Evolution Racing Team and Logitech G Racing Hyundai XL. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars.
Welcome back here to the Bathurst 1000, the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational, and we are back green. Underway here on lap number 74 of our 1000k race. 161 needs to be completed. Just coming up to that halfway point. Dave Warren out in front. Cooper Murray on board the Boost Mobile Commodore in P number 2. Madison down in third. Emily Jones and Wade Burke rounding out that top 5, Sam Ann. And here we are. Once again, another restart. Safety cars, pre-safety cars. But let's see if these guys can keep it clean.
Yeah, Dane's probably just sitting there going, man, I have to do this again. I remember being in this position where I managed to exit out for a good couple of second margin, but he's got his teammate behind him now and he can just sort of eyes forward. I don't think he's going to have to worry about too much pressure. Those guys have had very good pace for the entire race so far, and thankfully for them, the only thing that they benefit from when it's a restart like this is that they've got clear air in front of them, so they don't have to worry about getting caught up in someone else's incident.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They can just concentrate on what they do out in front, and that is what they've been doing all race long. But it's Boost Mobile 1, 2, and we haven't said that much all race since the race start. Really, have we, Sam? They started on the front row together, but since then, it hasn't been clean sailing for that second car to be out 1-2 after that first stint.
Yeah, it sort of ebbs and flows a little bit, doesn't it? It's like, drivers find themselves in a rhythm, and some drivers want to be a little bit racier than others at different times of the race. So, at the moment, you can see that Murray's got a little bit of pressure from down at the moment. So, and this is what we saw earlier on too, where I think it was Dane possibly at the same time. He was sort of starting to pull away, or it might have been Phil Cell at the time. And then Down sort of looked ahead and you could see that car was sort of disappearing in the distance. So he may want to push past Murray at this stage. I don't know. We'll just have to sort of wait and see over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, this is going to be that phase of down the inside. Yep, I think he wanted to get that done. A little bit of inside front lock though. That could open up the door to Murray go around the outside. No, he didn't. So now let's see. Will Jones have a look? No, she's just going to sit behind, but Burke's going to have a look on Emily Jones down the inside. She saw him very late though. Move, got the job done, has he? Yes, he has. Down into turn number 1, all clean for Wade Burke.
Yeah, I didn't expect Emily to sort of fight too much on the outside there. I think she was just sort of just let him earn it, you know, still hold him into the inside a little bit, but then give him the position. So no point really just fighting on. But yeah, I was interested to see if Down was going to push, because we saw that earlier in the race, didn't we, where he sort of was stuck behind for a little while and probably doesn't want Warren to sort of etch out that margin a little bit. He'd be pretty happy with his car. We spoke to him earlier and he said that he was quite comfortable, and I guess now it's to the point where does he want to sort of push a little bit just to see what he's got compared to Dave Warren at this stage?
That's exactly right. See, now that he's in that sort of, Lance said that as well. He mentioned that he was like Shepherd, just didn't try and latch onto the back of Warren and go with that. That's what he will now try and do himself as Ethan Grid Gold, all of that. This is the franticness that happens on a race restart. You're right in behind the car in front. You can't see much. Now he's trying to push as hard as they can. They know they've got the best tyre life underneath them. They've just put 4 fresh tyres on. Stewart makes a mistake. He's going around the outside at Skyline. That's not where you want to do it this early on in the race. That's a last lap move down in the Skyline, but he definitely showed the nose, thought better, rolled out of the throttle. But Stewart was the one that made the mistake on the exit of McPhillamy.
That was good heads up from Ethan. You know, he saw that he was fast approaching when he made that little mistake up the top, and then rather than getting into the back of him, he just sort of pulled to the inside. There was no way he was ever going to think about making a move, but you know, at the end of the day, it stopped from turning into a big accident. So good heads up driving there from Ethan.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you need to do. Actually put the car alongside to not run into the back of someone or have someone run into the back of you. Will he have a look down the inside? He had a little feint to the inside, did Ethan, to maybe have a look, but thought against it, sat in behind. Stewart now got to push on to try and latch onto the back of Moulton, back on in front of him. But this is that phase that we mentioned. It's safety cars, they're all bunched up together. Now they've all got to get back into that rhythm, Sandman, to try and be able to push on. And it's one of those things of where you're now just sitting in and going, okay, the adrenaline starts to push you, doesn't it? You get that little bit of adrenaline kick of, oh, now we're racing, but it's like, hold on, I've still got another half a race to go.
That's exactly right. And you think about the position that they're in, you know, they know that they're within, you know, a couple of centimetres of possibly making up another position. So, you know, the heart rate goes up a little bit. They know that they're within close quarters of everyone. So, you know, it's sort of make it or break it. But at this part of the race, you know, what are we're lap 77, so not quite halfway yet. So still a long part of the race to go, and you don't really want to take yourself out of contention just yet in the chance that you're only going to make up one position.
That's right, and like I said, just coming up halfway. We're nearly there. We've nearly got halfway through the Bathurst 1000. We'd nearly be at the end of the Sandown one. That's how long that one took. It was over pretty quickly with no safety car. This one going to be a little bit longer. We are ready here all for the day. Myself, Jake Blackwell, and Stephen Sandman Park joining me with Luke, as always, from Race Stars TV, doing a fabulous job on production, as always. We look at Damon Woods. Right now, the gatekeeper spot in that top 10. I always feel like when you come to do a Bathurst 1000, you want a top 10 minimum. I feel like that's always the goal at least. Obviously, you want to win, but yeah, at least get inside that top 10. That's always the one. And when you're in that top 10, you've got the guy on the outside. You know they're fighting so hard to get back in, and Rosella is definitely one of those people who will be wanting to get inside that 10.
Look forward to that 177. Looks like they're going to be side by side coming into the chase. But absolutely, I mean, you know that everyone coming in.
Oh, contact. Was there contact? Sorry to cut you off, Sam, man. He looked like he was out of shape into the chase. It was just the camera angle, but it looked like Job Stewart was loose as always into the chase. There was.
That was a good pick up there, Jake. Well done.
I thought I saw it go sideways, and I went, that couldn't have been by himself. And he even locked the right front going into the chase. That is just scary. 300 clicks into the chase. Get a little bit of contact there, and he's fine.
It's only the fastest corner in Australia. Here we go, watch this. Oh, so it was just a little touch, and that was just net code, unfortunately. But man, how lucky were they both to survive that? You called it from that curb cam, but man, that's the last thing you want going through there.
Oh, I just saw it out of the eye, and I went, hold on, that was sideways, and I thought if that was more sideways, that was gone. Like, that was going to be Fabian Coulthard off in the chase and rolling through it, but whoa, he did a good job to hold on to that. Back to what we were talking about, that gatekeeper top 10, and that's where they're at the moment. They're inside it. Nearly ended up being out of it. Best battle now, Warren's gone again. 3.3 seconds out in front. Down has now got Murray all for company.
And it's important to set yourself as a team, set yourself little goals for this race, because obviously there's only one driver pairing and one team that's going to win this race. So, you know, whether you think you're in contention or not, it's good to set yourself goals. And like you said, the top 10 in this race is no mean feat. It's a long race. You're up against some of the best drivers that we've got in Australia or even around the world sometimes. So,
yeah.
And those driver pairings are pretty strong. So if you find yourself inside a top 10, that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's one of those ones where you go, yep, top 10, good day. No matter what the outcome is, if you fought for it hard and tooth and nail, or you just sat in the top 10 all day, to get a top 10 in this race means you've done a really good job. Back of the curb again. Oh, I love that shot down into the chase. Down Murray. They are going to be out at Burke, is now watching brief after he got around Joe. Those two were at it again, Grigalt and Stewart. They were side by side into the chase. Grigalt, I think he's finally got that job done. Moves himself up another position. These two, I think, have had a whole world of emotions in the last 2 laps that I think none of them want to revisit again until the end.
Absolutely, both their heart rates have settled down a little bit, so they can just sort of get on with the job. And how good is the front of that Logitech Commodore? You can start to see the build-up and the grime and the rubber that's starting to get all over these cars. And that's just another aspect of this sim series that I just love that they incorporate that. That just gives that visual effect of how you know, how much hard work that these cars have been doing. And like you said, we saw at the Bathurst 1000 with rain and mud. That may be something that we see with the old hashtag soon. You know, we know that rain and that weather is coming into iRacing. And so there could be the point where, you know, if you have an excursion off through the grass and the mud, you may get a filthy car. So that's pretty cool to think about too.
You may even get stuck. I didn't even think of that. You might actually get even more stuck. Obviously, the sand traps, they slow you down, but to the point of you can still trundle your way out of it. But imagine when it's wet, if they had that, just that little bit extra bit in terms of everything else. We know iRacing, they don't second heart anything, to be fair. They always try and put maximum effort into everything that they have done so far. I just can't wait for 3D grass for Luke to have a struggle on with his PC, because that'll be funny when everyone goes, I don't want the 3D grass. There it is. All the flat grass. And as soon as we get 3D grass, everyone's going to be like, no, we want the old one back, thank you. But the way they do and work so hard on this sim, I can't wait for rain and everything else. And next season, obviously, when you think about it, we're in season 4. Next season's the 2023 build. Season 1, which always delivers, always puts up a massive build, and I'm sure it'll be none other, which could be rain. Who knows what's coming in that build? It's going to be pretty big. I have heard on the grapevine, so I can't wait to see what a new build is going to release. It always is big. We always know it's going to be big. It's a new year, it's a new build, but let's see what happens with this race here. Slowly starting to get into a rhythm again after that safety car. As we look at Josh Thomas. Beautiful retro liveries. There has been a good bunch of them this season, and obviously with the ones at Sandown, and once again another beautiful HRT rendition.
Yeah, a little bit partial to the old HRT liveries, and it's good to see. But mate, don't worry, what's he got that margin out now to 4 seconds now? Yeah. So it's like he's on cruise control, isn't he? I'm a little bit jealous that he's able to sort of pedal at that like that and not have sort of too much pressure behind him. You know, I guess you sort of envy that, don't you? You want to be in that position where you're with a good driver pairing, you've got a good car underneath you, you think you got the measure of the field. But, you know, at the moment, I think Madison has still been pretty happy, P2. He's still in touch, and, you know, here we are at the halfway mark of this race. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go. Just coming up to the halfway point right about now, roughly halfway-ish, top of the hill. We are there or thereabouts into the halfway distance of this Bathurst 1000. We've just clicked over 3 hours too, so we're looking at roughly 6 hours to get this race in, which is not too bad, Sam, mind you. You never know though, a couple of safety cars in the second stint could build that one up. But Madison down P number 2 at the moment, with a bit of a gap. I think you'll be happy with that. Just a little bit, a couple of car lengths over Murray, just so we can try and concentrate what's in front of him. One thing I think we need a retro round. No, I'm just throwing it out there. The painters are all going to hate me, because I'm going to hate myself for saying it, because some people are going to come to me. But a little bit of a retro round. I think we could maybe chuck it in next season. I don't know how you feel about that, but Rosella going to go for an inside move down into the chase, and Damon Woods, that's going to move himself up into P number 9. Good clean move down the inside.
Well, it's almost getting to the point where a lot of these teams have been around since almost
long enough.
got. Yeah, so they may be able to have their own sort of retro round and throw back to their own liveries that they had, you know, when they started sim racing. So, and I know that's sort of a pretty cool idea. I think TTR's done that a little bit, you know, in the past too. So, yeah, really cool. And, you know, it's such a credit to everyone involved in these race teams that they put their best foot forward. These cars are well presented and their sponsors, and it's such a cool position to be in, where we're racing in a series where teams have got real life sponsors, and you know they're putting in, you know, they're contributing to these teams as they race, you know, in these series, and that's something that it's pretty special, and we're all lucky to be involved with.
Yeah, that's exactly right, especially with everything that we do, especially the Wave Runner SSR cars. We know Jordan Ross puts a lot of that team, and obviously into the series as well, so he does a mega job behind the scenes. And everyone that puts on and for these race teams, and I do. ERT, I know they asked me for a couple of our old retro liveries that we did back in the days for them, for their retro rounds. It's cool to see that. We should get Mads and a Tats Commodore. How about that?
Oh, that's a throwback.
That's a throwback, isn't it? What? Just put TTR on the side, but in the same font. There we go, Mads. I've given you an idea, even though you're in the car and most probably can't hear me. But we can do that and see what we go from there. I think that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just drooling over this drone cam at the moment because I'm actually envious of the people that live on the mountain. You look at these houses and think, how good would it be to be perched and living on Mount Panorama? That's unreal.
I think it would be pretty cool. It'd be one of those facets of life that I live on Bathurst. Not many people would be able to say that, but one person has done a couple of laps around here, just a little bit. Josh Anderson. How is it going out there? Muggleson on board, but you guys in that cool drive Mustang have been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're just pottering along. Sort of just trying to, as they say, it's very cliche, but buy a ticket to the last hour.
I think Sandman said it about 5 times today. I think I've said it myself about 3 or 4, so I think that's fine.
Yeah.
It is basically buy your ticket to the end of this race, isn't it? You don't want to try anything silly early on, and if you get into all those bites, you're not going to be there.
Yeah, well, as we just passed the halfway point now, so you know the track will start to cool off, and hopefully our car will improve a little bit. We kind of made the mistake in Scops of setting up the car for the middle of the day rather than the end, so you know, we'll see. Hopefully that comes to fore. But yeah, Margot's doing a great job. No damage. In fact, the only one that's put a scratch on the car's me, so not really ideal, but it is what it is.
Is that a thing that you guys obviously focused on of just doing an end of the race car? I know it's hard to say that because you don't know what the conditions at the end of the race are, but that's, you know, roughly it's going to be cooler, the track's going to be a lot rubbered up. Is that just where you put all your focus into?
Well, for this race, yes. In the past, not specifically, and maybe not as much as what we should have been. We learned that in the Scops 1000 a couple of last month that you know, we had quite good speed in the middle part of the day, and by the end of the race we were quite slow. So yeah, we're hoping that the track will cool down a little bit more than what it currently is, but we'll see what happens.
How's Muggo like driving a Ford? Is he all right out there? Is he okay?
Yeah, no, he's all right. You know, we're actually, well, I don't know if I should say this, but we're both red-blooded.
Yeah.
So I've had the I've had to deal with it this year, but it is what it is. So he'll be right.
He's doing all right for an old fella, though, isn't he? Oh, Muggo.
Yeah, it's good. No, it's he's doing a really good job.
I had the pleasure of racing with him a couple of, for a couple of 1000s, and almost had the chance of a top 5. And I really rate him. He's a good steerer, and I think you're pretty lucky to be paired up with him. And I think for this stage of the race, I think you guys are doing pretty good to be sort of inside that top 10. It looks like, the 177 Greg Galt's going to make a move up the inside. Muggo's just giving plenty of room on entry, but that's what you guys need to be, is just to be in touch with the leaders as this race sort of approaches past the halfway distance.
Yeah, that's it. As we all know, with endurance races, you can't win them. I was just watching Mug. Oh, shit.
Oh, geez, there he goes. He's going to make contact. Oh, he's nosed it into the wall. Oh, nice and ideal. Looks like he got the rear up on the curb and just lost traction, mate. Obviously not what you wanted to see. And if you have to go, please just disappear.
No,
but
that's fine. That's right.
Oh, mate, tell us
that's
what
racing.
you're feeling. That's hard luck.
Well, it's good news for you guys to be in the booth at the right time, but yeah, that's pretty disappointing. But that's racing. I don't really know what happened there. I was in the midst of talking to you guys.
Oh, did he get a touch maybe? It'd be interesting to see if we can get an onboard camera from the car behind Muggo, because I know he was outside and he got that rear up.
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did. He got a helping hand. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's not surprising based on who's behind him, but that's, you know, he's not the smartest driver, so not talking about Muggo, of course, but old Job Stewart. But anyway, it is what it is.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, mate. I'm so sorry. We put the commentator's curse on you. That's, yeah, we were just saying how good it is just to be, you know, you want to be in touch with, you know, at the end of the day, if he hasn't got too much damage, fingers crossed that you guys can still sort of rectify that. There's still a long way to go, as we touched on this race, and you just want to be on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's it. And he's, you know, a couple of safety cars, and hopefully we can get some of that damage fixed, and we'll press on. It's a long day, and that's part of the fun of Bathurst.
Yeah, the fun of Bathurst. So, sorry to cut you off. And that's one thing you can do is you can just bring it in the pit lane in a couple of those safety car windows. We know there's going to be more, and just get that repaired. You can focus on that later in the race. And I think it's a good takeaway to take away from this. If we just ran green to the end of the race and didn't have that possibility of safety car, then what's the point? You know what I mean? But to actually, for us to have that ability, I think it makes it a lot more interesting for you guys, especially.
Yeah. I think Sandown went safety car free, and it wasn't the most exciting race for the viewers or for the competitors. So the somewhat, I wouldn't say it's a lottery, but the fact that there's safety cars can throw up some strategic variables, it makes it exciting. You never know what's going to happen. So, but it does, somewhat ironically, as I said before, we got punted. Menus sort of have to potter about and sort of stay in touch with the leaders. Until the last hour, but yeah, of course that changes things now a little bit for us. Yeah, we're a little bit down a straight line. I can just watching. Anyway, it is what it is.
Mate, I'm so sorry that's played out the way it has, but before we let you go, because obviously you'd be keen to find out how that car is from Muggo, we've touched on it a little bit throughout the season. A huge congratulations on taking out the 2022 Aussie Racing Car Series. That's a huge effort, mate, and huge congratulations. You must be absolutely pumped.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Like it's you know, I've been very lucky to be able to race these racing cars. Anytime you can strap your helmet on and race in real life, you know how lucky you are. So yeah, to win a championship at a national level, no matter what category it is, it's quite a good achievement. So I'm fairly happy about that. Yeah, so thank you.
No worries, mate. We'll let you go back and have a chat with Muggo. Send him our apologies. We hope we didn't do the old commentator's curse on him, but fingers crossed the car's not too bad and you guys can fight back.
That's all good. Not a problem.
Cheers, Josh,
Thanks,
mate. Oh, unreal. Right. Jake, you wouldn't believe it, would you? We were just talking their stocks up and then drama, and then unfortunately he made heavy contact with that inside wall.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. We're so sorry for Josh and both Joshes, to be fair. It's such an unfortunate incident. He just got on the curb and he got the car loose, but there was not much he could do. It was just one of those things. We actually got a penalty for car number 47, 20-second time penalty for contact with 84. So that was with that's actually Aaron Borg on board that car and Sebastian Flock on the 84 Evolution Racing team. So that's been a 20-second penalty for Aaron Borg, who's currently on board that car, with sharing with Kurt Sandberg. But yeah. Man, it's hard. I feel sorry for Josh. Just like Anderson said, they were just basically in there, you know, plodding along. They weren't doing much, and then a little bit of contact in the fence, and Muggo will be kicking himself. It won't be his fault. He got on the curb and got loose, but we'll wait for the stewards to have a look at that and bring out their decision on that incident. But it's one of those things of you kick yourself over it, don't you, Sam? Man, you beat yourself up over it because you know you're in a good position.
Yeah, but at the end of the day too, that all started from a couple of corners back too. Yes. You know, he had obviously someone make a move. That was Ethan that made a move up the inside, and then yeah, obviously it was just a chain of events that happened. He got up on the curb and then got a little bit sideways. The car behind him got into him, and it's just, you know, it was unfortunate that he wasn't able to keep it off the wall. But that's exactly what we talk about. The length of these races, anything like that, that can happen to anyone. Doesn't matter where you are in the field, you know. So, you know, as much as we see the way this race plays out, you look at the front and say, yeah, all right, Warren's got, you know, 7-second lead. He's probably got it in the bag, yada, yada, yada. You just don't know. Like, you just don't know what could happen. So heartbreaking. And for Josh to sit there and watch it, you know, he's in the commentary box with us and sees his car go around. You're just like, you're kidding me, you know? It's just like, oh, it's heartbreaking. But thankfully, there's still enough of the race distance for them to hopefully bounce back.
And they're still inside the top 20, mind you. They're at the bottom of our totem at the moment. They are there in 20th, still trucking along. Yes, even like Anderson said, they do have a little bit of a loss on straight line speed, but that's because they haven't come down pit road. That pit lane, it may be a minute, say a minute and a half. Could be a little bit longer, depending on how much damage is on that race car. You come down pit lane, you serve that every couple of pit stops. You got another 3 pit stops, 4 pit stops left in this race. A couple on the safety car where you lose some track position, mind you, and take a lot more of that damage. They'll back in this race. They have the speed to be inside that top 10, so don't count them out.
That's right. And the only time that I get concerned about being 28 seconds behind the leader, if it's a 30-second lap. You know, at the end of the day, it's 2 minutes around Mount Panorama. So, you know, they know that they've got plenty of time up their sleeve. Oh, we can see there's a move up the inside. Yep, so Grigol's just picked up another one. So, got the pass done on Emily Jones. Yeah, looks like he's fairly happy with that car at the moment. So, I mean, yeah, they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, it makes their day just that little bit more difficult. But, you know, to be, you know, on the lead lap and only, you know, they're still, 30 seconds behind the leader. That's still not too bad.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't count them out yet. They will be back. We'll see them somewhere inside that top 15, top 10 before the end of this race. I'm sure about that. I've seen that happen. So we'll do it as we've actually got Zibris the number 8 is over and out at the top of Skyline apparently. So that is done for Burton. His championship has gone from being in contention to now just nowhere, I think, inside that top 10 in points. Now, because that will be day done for them, and most probably not a lot of points if that car has added some big damage.
Yeah, it's coming off a bad Sandown as well. They obviously didn't have a Sandown that they would have liked, so yeah, I mean, they got themselves caught up in a couple of incidents today, and then, you know, unfortunately to be out of the race as we see the car on track, probably trying to chase down a bit of a replay here, but you can see, look how much damage is under that car. So they're obviously made it back to pit lane after their troubles across the top of the mountain, and there's obviously too much damage. So they'll probably assess it. They'll probably think about, you know, whether it's worth their while to push on. They know that they're going to be a number of laps down considering how much damage there could be to that car. But yeah, when you have a tough Sandown and then have a tough Bathurst, it's just it makes things incredibly hard on the championship.
Yeah, it does, and it's one of those things. He had a couple of bad rounds here, Jake, and he said he didn't have a lot of preparation for some of the rounds, especially at Hockenheim, and put himself in bad situation there. And obviously Sandown, like you said, was pretty bad, and today has gone from bad to worse. A couple of penalties as well while he was in the car, and then that one then again. The Subarus as Ethan looks really racy in that Evolution Racing Team Commodore. He has been flying through this field. Obviously, we saw him overtake Stewart. Then he got around Muggleton. He did get the job done on Emily Jones. And now look at him. He is all over the back of Berg, pushing as hard as he can. He's got some pace to burn.
Yeah, he has got pace. I've been watching that for the last lap or so. You know, like you mentioned, he got past Jones not long ago, and I don't think it'll be too much longer. Going by the pace that he's got at the moment, that he'll be in P3 not too long, because yeah, that car looks really good, and it's a situation where, you know, he's comfortable, he's quick, the car feels good, and maybe the cars around him just aren't as pacey as what they need to be at this stage. So he's making the most of it, and I think you'll see he'll try and get a good run here out of Forest Elbow. You'll see he'll go out a little bit wide maybe. No, not quite. But get a good run out of here. Use the draft and he'll think about a move up the inside. A little bit taily on exit, but close enough to optimise that draft.
Yeah, you got a little bit tail happy, got a little bit throttle happy, trigger happy on the throttle. Tried to get it up, and he lost a little bit of momentum off the corner. But it was sort of a Warren down. You maybe put you know, Murray and Kosecki and maybe Burke and Scott, they're obviously very good in terms of in that sort of a podium chances with Myers and then behind. But this car sort of was floating inside that top 10, but Ethan's just jumped on board and set it alight. So, like you said, definitely Ethan just gelling with the way this car, and that's one thing that teams can do, is set up the car a little bit more for their main driver. So as soon as he jumps on board, it just clicks. The track has dropped the car, yeah, bang, down the inside. Aggressive move, got the job done a little bit, and up, done. Just showed Burke a little bit at the exit.
Jones too.
And Jones is going to capitalise on that, but Ethan Grigol, the track has come down, like I was saying, 42 degrees now, the track is, so it's come down to 6 since the last time we checked, but Ethan's on a flyer up to P4.
Yeah, absolutely worth watching for the next couple of laps, because I don't think it'll be too much longer before he gets Murray. You know, he's definitely got pace in that car and he's very comfortable. So I think the guys at TTR will be sort of letting down though too, that you know, they'll be keeping an eye on Ethan. They'll be radioing down to say, you know what, Ethan's got a little bit of pace on board. He's already started to pick off a couple of our cars, and now he's only got one more car between sort of ourselves being down and you know, himself with being Ethan. So they know that, you know, that car's pacey, and I don't think it'll be too much longer before he gets Murray.
I definitely think he'll be inside that podium chance at this present point, and just look at the pace over the top.
Looks
of the
good, doesn't it?
It looks really good. It looks really well settled. Look at the lapse time that he's doing, like 6 tenths, 4 tenths here, a couple of tenths here, and that's with overtaking cars. Like, that's no slouch. If you can do that while overtaking people, you've got a pretty good rocket ship on board, and we know how good Ethan can be. Ethan's done this enough to know that he can put it on when he needs to put it on, and right now it looks like he has got that pace. Here he comes now. This could be another pass too. I don't think this could be 2 in 1 lap. Here he goes, down into Conrad, down the chase, down the inside. Murray's just going to let him have it. Done.
Yeah, you could see his mid-corner exit. I was watching out of the elbow for Ethan Grigol. That mid-corner pace was terrific, and that was what set him up for that run down the straight, because obviously he made advantage with that draft and the slipstream, but, you know, that was good heads-up driving that Cooper just sort of moved over and said, you know what, you got a bit of pace on board. I'll see you later. I'll let you go, and we'll meet up a little bit later on in the race.
Yep, that's exactly right. Doesn't need to fight him from now, and just let him go for now and see what he can do. Maybe even latch onto the back of him and see if he can pull him back up to Murray. Murray can pull himself up to down out in front with Ethan Grigol's help, because look at that little train. It has now started to form up since Ethan sort of carved his way through. It's actually pushed those guys that had that little bit of a gap over Stewart a little bit further back into his reach. So it could be a bit of a 6-7 car train. This guy though, what is a train to him? He's just by himself. It's just clear air. He's just lapping. It's just qualifying. I don't know. It's practice. Yeah, it's just practice by myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all the work that they've done in the lead up to this race. You know, they're obviously both good steerers. We talk about that. Look how long it takes for the next car to come in shot. There we go. That's Madison down, waiting for Greg Colt. And then you've got this train, and that's what Galt's just dealt with. Ethan Galt has just managed to pick them off one at a time, and now found himself in a position where he's in the top 3 now, and he knows it's just eyes forward. He can focus on what Madison Down's doing, and he'll be you know, picking that margin, and he'll know that whether he's starting to close. Like we were touching on those margins, when you're making up, you know, half a second and 6 tenths in a lap on drivers in front of you, you know you've got speedy pace. So I'm sure the guys at TTR will be having a word to Madison saying, all right, Grigol's now 3rd. So it'll be sort of eyes forward, and just, you know, Madison won't have to push too hard, but he'll definitely be mindful of the pace that Grigol's got on board.
Yeah, they'll definitely be radioing that in if he is quick, maybe he's going to come at a fast rate or not. And he might not. He might have just wanted to get the P3, and now he's just going to sort of chill out a little bit. It's one of those things he may just wanted to get in front of that train, get some clear air, and now just focus on doing what he needs to do, protect the tyres, save some fuel, and go from there. But definitely one of those things that we look at that track map before that was just up. You could see the differences in where everyone is on that racetrack as Luke brings it back up. As once again, you can see that sort of the lead car down at turn 1. Then the 2nd through to 10th is basically all on the front straight, and there's a big gap back to P11, which has a whole bunch of cars behind it, another 9 odd cars, and then again 19 through on to wherever you want to finish the rest of the field off after that. You can see sort of split themselves up in terms of little groups at this present stage, especially with the way the safety car bunches up the field, and at the moment, Dane has just made it look like there wasn't a safety car just before, but he's always very quick here. So let's see what the rest of this race unfolds for Warren out in front. But down grid goal, Murray Jones, the current top 5, and further through the field, the rest of the field looks pretty stagnant right now. We actually should be coming up to a little bit around a pit stop soonish, I would say.
And there's a battle here for Wayne Burke too. These guys just sort of start to push. They've probably seen how quick that Ethan Grigalt just managed to pick them off and run through the field, and they're probably thinking, man, maybe we should do that too. I don't know if we want to let him get away too much, because it's still pretty close between these two, or this lot, I should say, from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. So they're all still within touch of each other. We know that Dane Warren's in a different time zone at the moment, so not worrying about that too much because it's only lap 90. So if these guys are all still in touch with each other, and at the end of the day, they just need to sort of focus and think about the way their race is playing out. And like you said, we're probably not too far away from another round of pit stops, and it's not long since we've had a safety car, but that's obviously playing on their mind, and now they're starting to work their race backwards too, because they know when they want whoever their driver in to be for that last stint, that's when they start thinking about when they're going to get that driver in.
Yeah, you've got to remember, lap 97 is the critical lap in terms of maximum continuous laps for one driver at a time. So once it hits that, we know whoever gets in the car from there could technically go to the end of the race and not have to do another driver changes. Oh, that's on the grass.
Is he going to pull it up? No! Oh, how's the heads-up driving from the cars that... they saw that happening in the rearview mirror, and that was a massive, massive credit. That could have been huge.
They all were like, I'm coming in hot, and they all just skittled. They knew Brian Borg did everything he could, but yet they all just went, okay, we see you coming, we're going to just escape and try and save our race car. They all did a mega job there. Look at this.
Oh man. If Sean McNamara had turned in, that could have been horrible. Like, he's seen that car coming, he's like, you're kidding me? Gives him space. Heads up driving from McNamara.
That's save of the day to Sean McNamara, because that could have been that would have been race over. Like, that would have been done. That car would have been a write-off at that point. It would have hit him dead in the left rear, and it would have been crabbing, and it would have most probably bent everything in that left rear corner. That was great heads up from all of those guys to save that race car, because that would have been a big one.
Mate, whatever happens, Sean McNamara, you can take your hat off and be proud of that, because that you saved yourself some headaches there. I mean, he was out of control. There was nothing you could do about it, and the best thing he did was just open up the steering wheel, head for the grass, because he knew he was going to get KO'd. So, unbelievable. How that didn't turn into a massive incident is beyond me.
Yeah, well done. Very well done. Tip your hat to that. That was that's heads-up driving at a Bathurst 1000 if I've ever seen it. You're always looking in front, but you're always looking in that rear view, because anything can happen behind you. And one thing that's sort of been plodding along all day, and we haven't really mentioned it, obviously we saw this car, the 63, stall on the start line and didn't get going. Ben Smith was the unfortunate bystander that had nowhere to go and ran into the back of him and ruined his chances of his day. But Blake Warboys and them, they managed to slowly pull themselves back into this race, and they are now 21st after Ed fixed the damage. Now there's a boot back on it.
Absolutely, that's the best thing about endurance racing. Obviously this was a sprint race. The race is over right at lap 1. So, mate, what a comeback! And now arguing for a top 20, and he's got the job done. Oh, it doesn't go in too hot. Runs across the grass, unfortunately, so he might give that spot back. Got to be careful with the rejoin. We've seen so many dramas there, but thankfully, he's only lost a couple of spots, so not too bad.
Okay, I commentated cursed you there, Blake. I won't mention you at all until the end of the race. How about that?
He was doing so well until you said it.
Yeah, until I said it, you just lost 3 or 4 spots. And be like, why did I just lose 3 or 4 spots? No reason at all. Don't know what you're talking about, Delaney, with Matthew Bowler on the inside. Going to make that up. Here comes Warboys again to his inside. He has had some standout performances, and here he goes again, trying to go down the inside, or outside, I should say, Delaney. I think is Delaney going to roll out of that one? He is too. That's Island, Chris Island behind in that 03 Kmart Retro livery, which is good shout out to those guys to do that. That's a cool thing to have out there. But good job, all boys, to get that position back. And now he's going to be all over the back of Matthew Bowler.
Good job. Love seeing these liveries. For me, it's still Brian Morgan, that Triple Eight, that car for me. I think we spoke about a little bit of that at Sandown. It's so good. But yeah, really good to see these liveries. And man, what a bounce back from Blake. That's cool. They've got to be pretty proud of that. You know, you never want anything to go pear-shaped, especially at the start. But for them to bounce back the way they have and still be in with a chance, you know, when you're scratching on the edge of the top 20, that's good. You know, you're putting yourself in a decent position.
Yeah, it's a good fight back. It just shows they've just got their head down. They obviously would have put their hand up and went, yep, made a mistake. But they've kept going, plugged away, and anything can happen here at Bathurst. That is one of those things we all say, and you got to buy your ticket to the end. And they're the two big things that happens in this race. You just got to keep plugging away, and that's what they've done, and now put themselves in that position as Freeman to the inside, gonna keep that position on Jack Lloyd. And moves. Oh, we're in again.
Someone's off. That was contact.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we could have seen earlier when we're talking about someone has a moment into that part of the racetrack. If the driver's not aware and doesn't look in their mirror, that can turn ugly. Oh, and here's the inside. We go to a replay. Oh, just upsets the car. Bang. That was big contact too. That was a hard hit.
Bailey Frid in the Evolution Racing Team Mustang had nowhere to go. Thomas on the inside. Bang. Oh.
So there was a couple of things. He got sideways and then bounced off that inside curb too. So, yeah, he had a moment, got it all locked up and crossed up. But then as soon as he hit that curb, it was just, he was in the air. So, decent hit. But, man, both of them lucky to get away with that. Hopefully there's not too much damage where they can both push on.
Yeah, hopefully they can keep going with that, because that was another one. There's a little bit of mistake starting to creep in there, man. I know it's sort of like 93, but it's been a long day. 3.5 hours in the race already. A couple of people just starting to make little errors. It happens. We've all done it. No, I've certainly done it. I did one down here at the Bathurst 12 hour, down through the Essex. Just clipped the inside curve in the McLaren, and off she went, because McLarens like to just die all of a sudden. That's just what that GT3 car does. So, never experienced it in my 100 laps of practice, but they do that. And I'm sure it'll be the same. That is the thing as well. It's one of those things of you just getting that with a little bit of mistake, you get settled in, but you can sometimes let your mind wander. I know I've done that. You just let your mind wander a little bit. You're like, hold on, I gotta get back in the car. I gotta concentrate on what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it's easy to get tired. You know, like you said, we've been racing for we're 3.5 hours in now, and obviously everyone hasn't been doing that racing all together. But to be in and out of the car, you know, it does sort of, you know, it does take your toll on you a little bit. So it's easy to make little mistakes, and it's easy to criticise up here in the commentary box. But at the end of the day, we're all human, and you know, sometimes little mistakes happen, and I guess we sort of take that in consideration, especially as this race goes on, as we get towards the end of the race. You know, you start thinking about 5 or 6 hours of racing. It does start to take its toll.
Yeah, it does. It takes a massive toll, and it's a hats off to these guys that do it. And a lot of people do this week in, week out. We know Dane does it. Dane does so much other racing in terms of what he does for Co-Wader Sim Sport, obviously in the Virtual Le Mans series, as well as, I don't know whether I can even mention the sim, because I don't know whether, I don't want to get in trouble. So, but he does a lot of that, obviously, on other sims as well, and he's been doing a really good job in the GT Porsche that he's been racing there. So the GT3, one of them. It's one of them. There's so many different series to try and keep up with, that especially they racing, but he has done a mega job, and a lot of these guys race in a whole bunch of other championships, especially on iRacing, that provoke or allow endurance racing. They all do a mega job. But Dane currently 10.7 seconds out in front, comfortably doing it as he does when he's in endurance mode.
And it's the best way to perfect your craft too. You know, the more time that you spend racing, the better it is. You know, it sort of works in your advantage, and we see it in real world too. Like, look what Shane Van Gisbergen does outside of supercars. Yeah. You know, he's in a rally car, he's in this, he's in that, he's in GT cars. Like, I mean, you know, for him to get all that experience and some seat time, it really pays off when you go back to your full-time job, I guess you think about. So, you know, these guys, the more racing that these guys do, it sort of benefits them as a driver. And I notice myself that I'm definitely not in the caliber of any of those drivers that are in the field, but the more time I spend out of the sim, it takes you just that little while longer just to sort of get your head around it again. So, yeah, the more that you spend, you get more seat time, the benefit it does, and it's sort of showing the pace that Warren's got on board. It's no fluke. He's obviously done some hard work, but he's obviously a good pedaler too.
Yeah, that's right. He's a mega pedaler. He can do it whenever he needs to do it. He's always got that up his sleeve. And one person that has pinged me that we can bring in for a little chat. He's not had the best days, so I don't know how this is going to go. But his day has not gone that well. Mr. Jake Burton, how have you had the worst luck these in 2 enduro races? Let's just say that. But you just got to put your head up and go, it happens, this is motorsport.
Yeah, that's it. If it's any consolation, we've had really good speed. I think Jordan made a bit of a mistake after he got in the car just then, and I think that's going to pretty much call our day done. But it was far from a mistake-free day. I got in the back of Shane earlier in the race, which got us a penalty and that sort of thing. So, yeah, as I say, the real consolation is I think we had a really quick car. Yeah, that'll probably be us pretty much done unless we happen to get four safety cars.
Don't count that out. It can happen. The whole world could go ablaze and we could have 4 safety cars within 10 laps. I haven't seen anything else happen. I'm sure we could all say that. But tell us about that. You put in a lot of preparation as well, and I'm guessing you would have, and obviously with everything else you've done with Scops and the E-Series, there's so many laps you've done around here. Is it one of those ones where you go, it is what it is, or I know you put a lot into it. Is it just one of those things that just gets you down every time, or do you just go, it is what it is?
Yeah, it's one of the frustrating ones. Like, obviously, you know, Hockenheim and Spa and that earlier in the year after E-Series, I didn't really prepare at all, to be completely honest. Yeah. But this one I put a decent amount of work into, and of course it's always the way that the one that you put the work into is the one that you get the bad luck. So, yeah, but, you know, not a great day of driving on my part either, as I say. So it's, you know, it happens, but, you know, like you said, it's not necessarily over. But everyone wants to win this one. Yeah. So, you know, I had a run with Jordan this year. He's someone who's never raced like a Scops race. He's never raced one of these races. He's very fresh to it. It's almost sort of an old school, you know, Supercars Bathurst driver combo where you got an A and a B driver. But I'm really happy with how he's sort of stepped up, pace-wise in particular.
Has that been one of the things that you've been coaching as well? Like a little bit, just coaching Jordan through it and getting him up to scratch? Because this is not easy. This series is not easy just to jump in. I know I couldn't do it, and that's my me and Sam Man sitting here in the commentary booth. Is it one of those things where you're just trying to coach him along to get him in that go of going, just get the car back safe, you know, do what you can, don't overly stress yourself out about it?
Yeah, that's it. And Jordan has done some sim racing, but compared to some of the co-drivers you see in this field, he's very, very fresh. So I'm really happy with where he's got to in terms of his speed. You know, it's just those situations where you get swamped by 5 and 6 cars of guys who have been racing series like Scops and E-Series and stuff for 10 or so years now. That's when it was a little bit difficult for him. But he'll learn. He's really hard on himself. So, you know, if we do run again together next year, I'm sure he'll come, you know, far and away better than this year. I think even from 6 months ago, his speed is, you know, transformed enormously. So, yeah, really happy with the job he's done. It's just a shame we're not going to get the result today.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame, but it's one of those things that you guys can take away, and definitely, you know, head up. It only ever gets better. You can end up like me and Sam and me in the commentary booth talking for 7 hours, but with you guys out there, I don't think it definitely will ever get to that point. But how do you guys go now about the rest of, obviously, today, and for the rest of your championship? Obviously, the last couple of rounds have not been great to you, so is it now just go out there and show your best foot forward to keep yourself inside that top 3 so that you can have a good run for the end of the championship?
I don't think we should have any issues staying in the top 20. I got a decent haul of points at the start of the season, but yeah, I think just try and win some races now. I made a reference on the podcast on Friday that Sebring was probably the only one where I've really had a proper chance this year. But I know we got some tracks that have been really good to me in the past, like Phillip Island coming up. Mad's got me there in the E-Series, so I'd love to shove one back at him in that round. But yeah, really it's just get this car home, see if we can get lucky with some safety cars and yeah, do as well as we can for the rest of the season.
Thank you for coming up, Jake, and send our wishes to Jordan. Hopefully you can bring that one home, and the same to yourself. Thank you for coming up and have a chat, and good luck for the rest of the race, Jake.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy the next 60 laps.
We're going to love it. It's going to be fun. So, what a season, topsy-turvy it has been for Jake Burton. But now, so, man, we've got to that critical lap number, and who else moved into that pit lane was none other than the 99.
Yeah, so Kostecki's jumped in the car now. So, yeah, it's all pit stops now, and the teams will be starting to think about the end of this race now. So, it looked like he was actually quite pacey too just before he got in the car, because that car was starting to make ground on the back of Grid Gold. Like, Grid Gold started to get away, and then they clawed him back. So it was probably a good time to bring him in and do that driver change, because they weren't losing any time behind Grid Gold. So now on fresh tyres, hopefully when they make their pit stops, when it be Grid Gold and down, they may be able to capitalise and possibly jump on.
Yeah, and I think that'll be also their main focus, get a fresh tyre in that car, and obviously do the undercut. You do the undercut, it's a big factor that you can gain that little bit of time, a couple of seconds here or there is good, but Warren on the pit lane. Yep. Oh,
Rosella.
Rosella running wide down through the chase, able to hold that one on. And is he going to come in the pit lane? Yep, that's just like, all right, I'm done. I'm bringing this
Perfect
one in.
time. Perfect time.
4 fresh boots, let's go.
So most of our front runners now are taking this pit stop now. So it's going to start to unfold over the next couple of laps just to see how it all plays out. So our new race leader, even though that pit lanes is active at the moment, it's Emily Jones at the moment. So she's staying out. And these guys are now starting to think about where they're going to play all this out. So we know that we saw that Kostecki was in, and it'd be interesting to see if he makes up any positions, because it was only a lap difference though. So if it had been a little bit more, they probably would have been able to make a huge advantage, but we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be one of those things of focusing on how much time they gain. They put Bradley Vaughan back in the 177, so see how he trundles on now with a little bit better track position than what he had earlier on in the race. But Jones out in front, Wayne Burke currently in behind. It's good to see Emily out in front, leading the field before obviously this next set of pit stops. But it just played out nicely for everyone, didn't it? Lap 97 and everyone dived in pit lane. It's one of those things that they just wanted to get to that number, didn't they? But it's also as well, Sam, man, I'm surprised at who's in the car at this certain point. I thought we would have had a couple of other guys in the car to bring these cars to the end.
Well, I guess at the end of the day, they're still probably not ruling out the factor of a safety car. So there's still a chance where, regardless of they're only thinking, yep, it might go green till the end. But if there's a safety car, there's a good chance that they can put someone else back in the car too. So, who knows? It's still all up in the air, and I'm sure everyone's all over how many minimum laps that they need to do. I'm sure that's already been ticked off now. But at the end of the day, there's still a chance of another safety car. Whether it be the case or not, they've still got to think about that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. You don't want to get caught out by a safety car with a full fuel, because the driver change takes longer than a full fuel. So I think under a full fuel, but if you don't have to put full fuel in the car, you're gonna lose a bunch of time. So it's a hard one to play. It's interesting because you don't want to get stuck, say, with a 90, 80 odd litres in the car. Gonna have to come in and go, oh, we want you in the car now for the rest of the race, and you're gonna be waiting on a driver change while everyone else just tops it up and sends it. So it's gonna be interesting. I think that's another thing that some of you guys will obviously be thinking of more than me. I just mention it because that's my job. But let's see how these guys play. As everyone that has not pitted has come down on the pit lane, and that should cleanse the field and bring Phil Sell to the floor again.
And I think it'll be Kostecki in P2 possibly, will it?
Should
Looks like he might have got the job done. So that early pit stop might have worked out in their favour.
Yeah, that's because Kostecki's here. that looks like that's Ross Rizzo, who I don't know. No, he has not stopped, so that is in a pit lane, and that it is. So in front of Corey Shepherd, who will now have to try and fight to get that position back for P number 2.
It's interesting, isn't it, now where we're sort of, approaching like 100. So, these guys and girls know where they're at now. They're pretty aware of what their car is doing underneath them. Some people have had the misfortune of getting caught up in incidents and everything else, but now it's pretty much a sprint race to the end, regardless of what happens. You don't know. Again, there may not be any more safety cars, so this could be it. So it'll be at the point where these teams and drivers know that they, where they are on the racetrack, whether they need to push to try and close up that gap. And they'll also have an understanding of saying, what, have we got something for Phil Sell? Have we got something for Kostecki? How is it going to play out? I think, obviously, Phil Sell and that whole 94 team, they've been a cut above the rest, and they've really had it, pretty easy at this point in the race. But, at the end of the day, people need to sort of weigh up their options and see how this will all play out, because regardless, it's still only lap 99 and anything can happen.
That's it. Lap 99, anything can happen from here. And one person had a little excursion at the end of the pit lane, or at the end of the chase, just before diving to pit lane. Rosella, we didn't miss that one. We caught that one. Little mistake on the change. Tell us about how your race has gone. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy one.
Yeah, we've made our race a little bit harder than it should have been, because me and Hayden actually weren't available to even qualify the car, so we started from 36th, but no, we've pressed on. The car's very, very good, and I think we've done a very good job to get it up to the top 10.
Yeah, it's a mega drive to come from the rear field at any green, especially here, to put yourself inside that top 10. How does Hayden feel going into this stint? Obviously, it's coming down to that Podium, and he's got a couple of good guys around him that have been fighting pretty hard. Obviously, you guys have been quick yourselves to get yourself into that position. But how do you feel now coming towards, obviously, lap 100 in books?
Oh, Hayden's done an amazing job all day. This is his final stint. They'll cover his minimum. And then, I'll jump in for, 2-3 stints at the end. So, gotta rest as much as I can. I was hard work even doing one stint just before. I was absolutely sweating. And I actually got a new direct drive this week. Like, I've come from a CSL Elite to VRSDD. So, still getting used to that. But, it's been amazing. And, I think we've got our ticket to the final few stints.
Yeah, that's all you need to do. Get that ticket to the end. Sam and I said that all day, and that's all you need to do, is get that ticket to the end. How do you feel with people behind a teammate too? Is this where you and have your teammates, obviously all of SSR, been in contact in terms of what you guys have been doing, in terms of when you guys are in this position of being right behind another, or have you guys just been basically focusing on yourselves?
No, it's very good communication in these sort of races with us. If we're on a different strategy, they'll come up to us and say, we're on a different strat, or we'll let you guys go, all good. And we also, when we finish our stints, we go into other chats and just have a chat about, how they felt about the car and whatnot. So it's very good communication, and all the boys at SSR work very hard throughout the week to dial in a good setup. So, they've all worked very hard, and I think it's paying off.
Yeah, definitely think it's been paying off out in front. You guys have got a couple of cars up there, and obviously you guys make your way up to the field as we look at Myers and James Scott, another one of your teammates looking for a move down the chase. This could be on Sam, man. He might be able to get him here. I think he is going to get the job done. And when I switch to you, Sam, man, any other questions that you may have for Luke Rosella? That was tight, yeah.
That was close. There wasn't much in that.
Okay,
I was going to say, just regardless of how your race turns out, looking at the scoreboard now, plus 29 positions, you've got to be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, the first stint was pretty scary, starting that far back. But I think the game changer for us was not pitting under that. I think it was the first safety car. Some people elected to stay out while the most of them stayed in, and we elected to stay out, got some track position. Because I think if we would have pitted, we would have been down in the low 20s, but we ended up, I think, 9th at the end of that safety car. So I think that really helped us. But no, we've had the car under us all day. It's been fantastic. And like I said, we'll see what we can do in these last couple stints.
But that's the beauty of safety cars, isn't it? You know, obviously there's leaders that have 13-second lap margins and they're like, they don't want to see a safety car. But I love it when teams roll the dice back in the pack and it benefits them. And like you guys, to be inside the top 10, that's a fair effort, something to be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing, like no one's actually written the car off and caused a safety car. I think all the safety cars have been caused by a random generator or whatnot. So everyone's been pretty well behaved. It's really good, especially around here. So it's been really good to see.
Yeah, I think that's what happens when you get 40 of the best guys. You go, yeah, Bathurst, we're going to get safety cars. No, again, we've got to bring out random ones. So I'm glad we did that. Otherwise, it would be like a 50-second race lead right now for Jared Purcell and Dave Warren. But it's definitely played in your guys' hand, and it's been good to see that safety cars have been able to do that. But good luck for the rest of the race. Good luck for your next stint. And hopefully we can see you inside that top 10, maybe even top 5 towards the end.
Thanks, guys. We'll see what we can do. Thanks.
Thank you. And that was Luke Rosella. They have had a massive drive through the field today. Himself and Hayden Feld currently in P number 7. And Sandman, it raises a good point. We haven't seen an actual accident. I know I'm commentating. I'm touching all the wood right now. Okay. We haven't. And it's been one of those ones where these guys have been clean. We saw it at Sandown as well. They were clean then for a whole 161 laps. And they're doing it again today.
Yeah, a couple of people commented when we saw the incident at the top of the mountain in qualifying. It's like, man, is this a thing of, you know, something that could come, you know, as we check out the margin between Phil Sell and Shepherd, we look back. But yeah, it's been very clean. I mean, you know, obviously there's been a little bit of incidents here and there, but nothing where it's caused, you know, multi-car accidents. So thankfully, everyone's had a good run so far. But, you know, at the end of the day, we don't know if there's going to be any more safety cars. But and I know there's one team that doesn't want to see another safety car, and that's that Boost Mobile car up front. Now, when they've got such a strong lead, as we see a bit of a battle here. Oh, jeez, you hold your breath a little bit when they start coming across the nose of each other, don't you? But, yeah, you just don't know how it's all going to play out. But, yeah, everyone's been very well behaved, and thankfully we haven't seen big carnage.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we got. Yeah, no big carnage, but it's all been doing well so far. One other person that we can bring down and have a word to, another one of the organisers as well for Logitech Supercars Pro Invitational, Brenton O'Brien, obviously Evolution Racing team manager. And how has it been down in there, Brenton? It's not been the greatest of days for some cars, but then Eden Gold looks like he just put a NOS in that car and sits in it.
Hello, and you guys are doing an awesome job, but so are all the drivers. The fact that we've done 102 laps and not one car has requested a tow yet is a credit to everyone out there. It's been absolutely amazing. But like putting my ERT hat on, ups and downs. Like we had a abysmal start with a car not starting in front of us, and our 72, the race was ended even before it got to the start line because they ran into the back of the stationary car. And the rest of the guys are plugging away. We just had a really unfortunate incident with the 56, like Rayner and Bailey Fred were just absolutely locked onto a really, really good strategy, and they were going to be highly competitive. Certainly our calculations had them lower top 10, anything between 7th and 10th, but they had another car trip over them, and not of the 56s doing, but that was certainly unfortunate for them. And the other guys are doing a cracking job as well, like the Marcella car. Cello in pit stops, there's an allergy there because he got a pit lane speeding penalty, which was a bit unfortunate, so that's made them drive probably a little bit harder than what they need to, and they've just bumped off a few walls. But up front, you know, the guys are doing a great job. Like, we're really happy with how all of our non-regular drivers are going. I think it's said to say, like Matty Bowler's doing all.
Sorry.
Is that like Ellis's car?
Yeah,
certainly Ellis. Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Brenton, but he had a massive moment there, and I thought he was going to be out of control joining the racetrack there. So thankfully, as we go to a replay, has he made this little mistake on his own? Has he outbraked himself? He's gone in deep. Side by side. Oh, it's just come across the nose. Oh, yeah. He's come across the nose there, and that's fired him off, unfortunately. So, not ideal.
It was almost Lee Goddard for a while, wasn't it?
Oh, look at him, he's up the inside, just doesn't quite clear him, and there's contact. So, not ideal.
Nah, it's definitely not something you want to see. But what if it was with Ethan in that last stint, Brenton? He was flying in that car.
Yeah, what do you have for breakfast?
Yeah, well, what did you feed him?
Well, having Ethan at Bathurst, it's like his natural habitat, and yeah, he just goes well here. And then Brad Vaughan has absolutely shone. Like, it's, you know, the confidence that we have in him. Like, he opened, doubled, and he's just driven so well to keep Ethan's car up there. Well, it's not Ethan's car.
Oh, sorry. Another big moment, man. Oh, man. Did you see how sideways that thing got across the top of the mountain? Sorry, that's twice I've cut you off, Brenton.
Yeah. You guys have got a job to do. I'll just sit here and listen to you.
I thought it was in the fence.
So Glenn's got in. He's turned it in. He's got that rear on the grass. And, man, look at that thing kick. Look how much opposite lock he's got just to try and keep that thing straight. Man, that's heart and mouth stuff.
That was like, it's opposite to what we saw Corey Shepherd do before. It just got up, but it's just, oh, look at the bounce it got. It just bounced so hard off the curb that it set the car aside. He did a mega job to save that. Marcelo would have been hard in mouth stuff going around the outside there going, this is going to end in tears. But he did a good job. They all did a good job. Oh, it's on again down into the chase. They've all managed to hold on to it. But yeah, Ethan, and I have to say, Bradley Bourne has done a mega job. He sort of flew under the radar, I think, of both myself and Sandman in that first stint of just being inside the top 10, didn't really like move up or move down, and then Ethan got in the car and just said bye.
Yeah, we had 3 of our cars in the top 10 for the first stint with Robbie Gibbs as well, who's done a really, really good job. And these are guys who, you know, like with Matty Bowler, for example, he only got called up yesterday because Brad Ryan's really crook, so I hope you're getting better. Brad, if you're listening to us here, he's really, really crook. So Matty just stepped in with Dan Hall, working their way through. Like, some of the stars for us have been Sebastian and Scott Gamble. Like, they've got themselves, well, last I saw in the top 20, their car is spotless. They had a bit of an incident, a light incident, to be fair, with one of the TTR cars. But, you know, like, overall as a team, we're keeping ourselves alive, we're keeping ourselves in the race, and let's see what happens in the last hour. Like, you know, we run a different setup to what the SSR and TTR guys are doing. Like, they are an absolute bullet in a straight line. Luckily for us, the weather's hotter than what we all thought, so that keeps our tyre life up and about. So, you know, over a long stint, we're pretty happy, and you've probably seen that with what Ethan especially was doing late in the stint. So, you know, it's going reasonably well.
Have you had a chance to talk to Dan? Has he enjoyed himself? Has he got a new appreciation for these guys?
So, yeah, there's a race. So there's a series called the Veterans Series, which is on Thursday night. It's a really well-run series. And there's a little race about who's going to be the first veteran. So at the moment, Gambo's got that, it would seem. But there's another guy, Greg Favell, who also does really well in the vets, as well as Dan Hall. I think I saw Dave Kirby and Jamie McKnight are all here as well. So there's a little race within the race, and, you know, like when Dan stepped out of his first stint, he's like, oh, I couldn't believe I passed Greg Favell and drove all away from him, which he doesn't normally do in Favell. But just to have, not just Dan, but yeah, that's the type of thing you want to hear. It keeps the morale up and things like that, and it's good to set those little challenges because, you know, Matty and Dan, let's be completely realistic, they're not going to win the race, and they've got their certain goals of what they want to finish by the end of it. And at the moment, they're reaching those goals. But, yeah, to have that kind of enjoyment, and, you know, that's what this is all about. And it's the type of thing that makes the drivers keep coming back. And, more importantly, makes others who are watching today want to join in next year.
Absolutely. I'm glad you touched on that, goals, because that's something that I took as a driver. I knew I was never in contention to take one of these race wins, but set yourself goals, whether it be a top 20, a top 15, top 10. You're up against some of the best drivers in the country and sometimes around the world. So if you can pull a decent result, that's nothing to be ashamed of.
Oh, sorry.
No, big crash.
What did I say? What did I say?
Oh, looked like he had a helping hand though, so I don't know. We'd have to go back and look at a replay, but that's hard damage. That's taken the rear wing off it.
Was that Dan Hall behind him? I think, they made wheel-to-wheel contract. They made wheel-to-wheel contract.
No!
And then he was down the inside and they both couldn't get it stopped, but obviously Dan on the inside made heavy contact. Yeah, right there.
So I'm not a commentator, so does that count as commentator's curse, or that's just that's complete bad luck?
Well, we were talking them up before, so it might be able to commentator's curse. It seems to be our way at the moment. But, man, you see Dan, as soon as he made that first contact, the car actually got up and rode up in the air.
Yeah, well, I'll leave that one with the stewards. I won't give any opinions there, but, looking at the replay. Yeah, well, the stewards can do their job. I'm sure they will, and whatever comes, comes. But everything I said about Dan before, because, they've actually seemed to be having a lot of fun, but, gee, that's unfortunate, that is, and hopefully Greg's car's okay. I really do. So, play on, lap 105 are we? And still a lot of racing to go. 106, there's still a lot of racing to go.
Mate, well done. Take your hat off here. Everyone behind the scenes done such a great job so far, and a big shout out to the stewards. They don't have an easy job regardless of what race it is, but when it's a 1,000, man, they've got their work cut out for them for a longer period of time. So a big shout out to the stewards.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys are doing an amazing job. So it must be a tough gig. I'm really glad we introduced. Well, actually, no, it's not a new introduction of the safety car, but it's a rule we haven't played that card. So, it certainly spices things up. So, hopefully it makes everyone's life interesting and a bit easier for you guys.
Absolutely. All right, mate. Well, I guess we should let you get back to putting the clean pat on.
Yeah, we'll do.
All the best for the rest of the race, mate.
Good on you. Thanks, boys.
Thank you. And that was Brendan O'Brien, obviously one of the main heads behind the Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational, and it was all kicking off. It's just like we just should bring Brenton in more if we want action and chaos and the world to explode in front of us there, man, because that's what happened there. A whole bunch, but no, hats off to Brenton and everyone else behind the scenes also doing a mega job, and Gilliam trying to pull away from Brady Myers has done a good job.
Absolutely. There's been a bit happening, hasn't it, Don? I think everyone knows that we're in the closing stages of this race, and before it was Kostecki in second, but as we were talking to, Corey Shepherd's made that pass, so he's now in P2, but yeah, it's all starting to get a little bit serious now. We know we're sort of starting to wind down towards the end of the race, and they know if they're a little bit further back, they need to make things happen, but man, it's keeping us on our toes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm just having a look. There's a 5-second time penalty. Car 201, which did flash up on the screen, and I've just read it then, that there was a 5-second time penalty for contact with car 51. That was at turn number 1. So there is 5 seconds weighing over this car now that is in P number 6. So that's going to hurt them just a little bit, and that was with Hayden Bell. So there's been a coming together between those two because they were in front. So somewhere along the lines they've made contact while we were talking to Brenton and the rest of the field were having their own issues, and these guys had their own issues too up inside that top 10. So I'm sure Hayden and them wouldn't be too happy about that, but obviously there has been a time penalty again. This looks like this could be that replay. So down into turn number 1. Oh,
big dive.
That's going to be contact. Yeah, there it was. And it was just enough to unsail him. 5-second time penalty, obviously, because he's gained a position from that, would be my reckoning of what the stewards interpreted that, but I'm not a steward. I'm a commentator, and that's why I'm in this box.
Oh, big drama! Oh, no! Is that Blake?
Yeah, it is,
oh, no. Oh, we've got Christensen in the seat at the moment. But, man, we were just talking up before about their bounce back. Unbelievable. Hopefully there's not too much damage there. We'll try and check out a replay as he gets it all gathered up. He's got going away. That doesn't look like there's too much damage, thankfully. But, man, how their race has now changed on its head.
Oh, it's gone back to front for them now. They did a really good job to get themselves up inside the top 20. Whoa! Did he make and then he's got a tag and he's trying to come back on the racetrack. That's hard. Did he get... What happened here? Was this... Oh, he's
coming across the nose.
Yeah, so I think it's Anderson in the car, maybe.
But this is the killer right here. He's just got it sideways on exit. Oh, man, that's heartbreaking. But we've seen a couple of those incidents, haven't we, where drivers think they're clear and they just run the nose across the bumper, and unfortunately that didn't end well for them. But thankfully the car's reasonably straight. Tiny little bit of damage. Oh, that was close.
That was very close. I see a lot of smoke. And it's not from this car. That car's got a lot of it. And I think that was the car that hit Blake Warboys. And it hit it right square on that right front. So it's done so much damage to the right front. Whereas he had another incident. Maybe he's had another incident up here.
The bell. Oh, huge contact. There's 3 cars involved in that. That was massive.
That was like the qualifying incident from last night. And that's where the smoke's come from, because I thought I saw smoke. It's actually from Greg Vervel's Type N Esports car. He's made contact And I was like, this car's not smoking. Where's the smoke coming from? There's another car involved. And he's up the road with a damaged blown motor. This is where we've seen him. So it's all kicking off here right now.
Here we go, watch on
board, yeah.
So he's going to be sideways, makes contact with the wall there, into the, and just, man, sitting duck. Riley had absolutely nowhere to go, just got caught up in a victim of circumstances. We said that. It's so easy for someone else to make a mistake, and you can be minding your own business and get caught up, and unfortunately that's got big damage for both those guys.
Dylan Munn got involved as well. How lucky is Anderson?
Yeah, love to see an onboard from Anderson's car, because, man, he was right in the thick of it.
That is heart and mouth stuff right there, of being right tucked underneath the rear wing of a race car that loses control and you just can't see anything. Just
how lucky. So lucky that that car went right instead of left. Like, unbelievable. Watch this. Oh, you can't get any closer, man. And he looks in his mirror and just says, thank goodness I wasn't involved in that.
Oh, he's lucky to survive that one. There's Gribfel's car that was smoking over the top of the mountain. That was the smoke that I saw. So that one has expired, which is obviously expected after such a large contact with the fence at the top of the hill. And now these guys are all having a big battle. That's down the inside. He tried to cut it. He cut it really shallow there on exit. Did Brandon Costello to try and keep that car going. And Lee Ellis is going to go to the outside and try and make a move down into the chase as he had the much better exit off the Ferrari. And that should be position done.
Mate, how much has this race changed just in the last 20 minutes or so? Like, here we are just cruising along, but everyone knows we're running out of time. Like, obviously there's still a fair distance.
Was that teammates? Teammates just pushed each other off the track. Now there's
it's still going on. 3 wide.
Don't be 4 wide. I thought they were going to be 4. 3's okay-ish.
Ellis is...
Ellis is like, I want my car to be clean.
And Ellis he's still trying to bounce back from that incident in the chase too. So, man, he's looking forward going, man, look what's going on. This is his onboard. So he's got his own dramas here. He's going side by side. Oh, mate, I just cannot believe how much this race has changed in the last 20 minutes.
This race has gone from just normal to chaotic. Brenton, don't ever mention that the field had been clean for 102 laps. As soon as he mentioned it, it's like gone. It's been one of those ones. But in front of Lee, there was the 2 ERT cars came together. I don't know whether it was meant to be or they were trying to let each other through, but I feel like they came together. That was Dan Hall aboard the 96, trying to get a number of who, I think, was it Gamble? It was Gamble aboard. So Brendan was mentioning that those two were fighting to be the best bet. And they did.
Yep,
they had contact. Just gnawed at each other off the racetrack, and it just caused nearly... I thought they were going to go 4 wide. I don't know whether it was Chris Coxhead or Henry King or whoever was in that car. I thought they were going 4 wide. I was like, not this. We don't need this now, but... Let's settle. Let's chill, guys. We've got 51 laps to go. It's still a little bit left.
Yes, it's unreal, isn't it? Thankfully, everyone sort of managed to get away with that reasonably unscarred. You know, there obviously a little bit of panel damage there, here and there, but everyone's reasonably straight and not facing backwards. So, oh, mate, let's just gather our breath and just see how this all plays out. But, mate, unbelievable how this has just changed.
Oh, this race has gone ahead. Of all the drivers, it was actually Brett Loxton that was on board that car. I got them all wrong, but you know, we'll take a break. You know what? We will actually take a break. Why not? Jared Filsell currently leads the Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational. Corey Shepard second, Freddie Kostecki, James Scott, Bradley Vaughan. Whoa, rounds out the top
did he
5.
just nail the wall?
You know what? Let's go to a break and we'll find out about that after these matches.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. Trueforce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The Trueforce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and Trueforce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a Trueforce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. Trueforce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. Trueforce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigalt, driver of the Evolution Racing Team and Logitech G Racing Hyundai Excel. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars, just everything to do with racing I learned on sim racing first. When I jumped into the real car, it was a bit of a wake-up call. There's a lot more sensations in a real car than you get in the sim, but once you get past that, pretty much a lot of the techniques are exactly the same, and if you're good in the sim and you're not afraid too much in the real world, you should be able to translate it easily.
And we are back here for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. We are winding down those laps. Lap 113 to 161 in the books. Race leader Jarrett Filser aboard the Boost Mobile SSR. Commodore out in front, and doing it comfortably at the moment. 14.3 seconds out in front. There's Dylan Rudd behind, who is currently 1 lap down, but Phil Sell's been doing it all by himself. So has Dane Rowan. They've just been comfortably out in front leading this race. Corey Shepard, Madison down, currently in P number 2 with Cooper Murray and Brody Kostecki currently in the top 3. The final podium position, we had a couple of people on pit lane while we were on our ad break, and that's one of those things. I think we're getting to that sort of the final stage of who's going to be in the car towards the end of this race, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't it amazing that the gap that Phil Sell and Shepard, Phil Sell and Dane have got over the rest of the field? Like, it's incredible. They've had it pretty easy, and with all due respect, you take them out of the field, and it's a cracking race. Look how close it is.
Look at this.
But no disrespect to them. They've done their homework. They've done a really good job, and at the moment, they absolutely deserve to be where they are because they haven't put a step to foot wrong. It's really good. So, look, at the end of the day. Now it's just up to the rest of the teams to see if they've got anything for them. But from what we've seen so far, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
And that's the thing. They're going to have their work cut out. Even when they've had a safety car, they've just pulled straight away. I don't think anyone has been able to do it. As Anderson down the inside of Richard Hampstead and making up another position. He had a little excursion while we were on an overbreak, went through the chase, had a couple of clicks where he didn't really want to be going, but he's managed to bring it back. Look at the straight lines.
Oh! That was a touch from teammates. Oh, man. One went one way, one went the other, and that was a huge wiggle. That could have been massive.
I think they tried. Anderson knew that he's down on straight lines. Actually, I think tried to pull it over and let Hampstead through, and they both went the same way. And then they made contact, and then that could have just been a big crash at the end of the chase. But they've all managed to hold on, and we go again. What has happened? Who fed all the race drivers red frogs or red cordial or something in the last hour?
It always happens, doesn't it? I mean, all the drivers know that it's getting towards the end, and they know that if they don't start to do something about it now, they're going to be caught, with their pants down. So, everyone's having a red hot go now. But isn't it funny? Just in that last half an hour or so when we were talking, it was sort of everything was quite calm and all the rest of it, and then bang, just everything started to happen at once.
It's like the intensity went from 50 to 100 in a space of a lap, and it hasn't really calmed down from there. They all know this is the final stages of this race. This is leading you to that. Like I said, you got to buy your ticket to the end. You are basically right now getting your ticket to the end of this race. This is the point. This is where you want to get yourself in that situation of, okay, if we need to get a driver in now, we've done our minimum laps, we tick all of those boxes, get whoever the quickest guy is, whoever's been showing the mark. And that could be someone different to what you would have thought about, Sandman. You could go, I'm not actually performing, you're performing better than me, you jump in for the last 10. It might just be that way. You've got to do it as it is. You've got to give yourself the best possible chance to be able to get yourself in a position. And this car right now, Robert Gibbs, from obviously all their troubles that they've had with their pit stop window with Marcelo Rivera and them, but they have not got the straight line speed at the moment as they've been trying to fight back. It's Freya easily down the inside into the chase.
Yeah, there's so many things to take into consideration with the length of these races because, we touched on when Brenton was here saying that Brad wasn't feeling great and had to miss this race altogether. Yeah. You can find yourself driving and you could be halfway through a stint. You might get a cracking headache or something might happen where you just don't feel great. And you're like, you know what? I'm not going to be able to put my best foot forward. It's probably best if we put the other driver in, regardless of whether it's the A or the B driver, and we're only calling them A and B drivers because we call our A drivers as the drivers that are a part of the series full time. So, you've got to take those things into consideration.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The only reason we have it is because we can do that. Oh, there's Loxton down the inside of Gamble. They're going to go side by side up Mountain Straight. Thank God there's no water on that curve. And here's a little bit of a helping hand from Richard Hampstead to get Gamble through, and they're going to make this one count down Mountain Straight. Hampstead's going to go for a double. He's going to be like, thank you, boys. I'll take both of these and keep going up the road. He's done that. Good job from Hampstead. Look at Loxton. He's going to go back to the inside and try and get the over and under. Puts himself in a good position on the outside of the cutting, and that's going to be good enough for him too. Or is it?
That was hold your breath. So technically he didn't lose that spot, but then Hampstead's gone, you beauty, I'll make up 2 spots there.
Oh, Hampstead's like, I'll just take all of his and move on up P17 and just keep cracking on in front of him. Good job from Richard Hampstead. We know he can be quick, and he'll definitely find his way through this field. But yeah, that's just been one of those things of how this race has played out. Answers wide and down the hill, they managed to survive once again. It's going to be one of these endings, isn't it? Where we're going to be in for one of those race. That car steps side. That car, I think, once it hit the fence, it's not looked too nice since it's made contact. It's got a little bit more right-hand side damage as well to that cool drive Mustang. This race has gone berserk.
Yeah, and ideal, like you said, since they had that contact, that car hasn't been ideal, and I think you can see that the way it's sort of moving around. And yeah, you just got to make the most of a bad situation, don't you? I mean, at the end of the day, they were sort of there in contention and got caught up in some misfortune. But yeah, the car looks untidy to drive, and what they need to do is just push on and see what they can do. Obviously, you can try and fix what you can in these pit stops, but they'd be praying for another safety car possibly to try and see what damage they can fix.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll be doing. And I found my train of thought that I was talking about before I lost it when they all decided to like crash into each other. Yeah, the only reason we do call them A and B is because we have that, like you said, that main game guy. We have this series where it's all main game drivers, where they get another driver from outside, not allowed to be in the series already, which I think is a great aspect. I think that is something that has just raised this to another level that we don't have every time. You know, you always put your 2 fastest guys together, but you've got to go searching in this series to get another fast driver. You know, you can't just have Kostecki and Filso together. Obviously, they have Dane and so forth, but it's one of those things, if you've got to go and get that driver to put yourself in that position.
And you know what? If I was in this field and I'd be classed as a B driver, I'd take that, because I think I'm an X, Y, or Z driver. So, you know, at the end of the day, that's why I'm in the commentary box. But, mate, you know, everyone's well deserved to be in this series, and they know everyone's got their work cut out for them, regardless of which team you are and where you start in this race. We touched on it before. We've got so many good drivers in this series, whether it's an A or a B driver, and you know, just to be in the series and on the grid is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, exactly, and I can't wait for next season. I think next season's going to raise the bar to another level. Is car 84 with a 10-second time penalty for contact with car number 63. So that's Scott Gamble, and that was with, I believe, that would have been the one down into the chase. Would it have not been? I can't remember that one. There has been so much going on. We most probably missed that one, Sam, man. That could have happened at some other point. That was with Christian Smart. So that could have been actually turn 1, I believe. Yes, that would have... No. Yeah, that was turn 1. I can't remember. There's been so much going on in this last race that I can't even remember what incident that was. That's just how much incidents we, I think, have had in the space of, 10-odd laps?
Yeah, one thing I was interested too is just we were pitching through different camera angles and going through the field. I noticed that the car 97, Brad Newman behind the wheel at the moment, he's back on track. So they're obviously recovering from that drama. They had issues, but they're only 1 lap down at the moment. So they'd be praying for another safety car just to get themselves back on the lead lap. And how good would that be for Brad Newman and Shane Van Gisbergen to bounce back from the dramas that they had earlier on?
I have been quietly watching them, Sam, man. Since they had that damage, they got back in the car. I think Brad got back in the car and then Shane got back in later on. And they've just been plugging away. And because there was 2 safety cars after their initial incident, I think it was, that they've been able to get 2 of those laps back already. They were 3 laps down at one point. I think it was 3. They've been slowly picking themselves back up and getting themselves in a position now. If there is another safety car and only 1 lap down, they get waved back around. They will be on the lead lap. And usually, touching wood, it doesn't happen, but we've gone 118 laps without an actual caution for these guys crashing. If one of them does crash, it most probably will be after another safety car, because that's when the intensity, I think we can all say, the intensity is going to rise so much when there is another safety car. If there is another safety car, like, that's where it's going to be the turning point, won't it, Sam? Man, as soon as another safety car gets called, if at all, that's going to be, well, just breaks loose.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to them for not giving up to and only being a lap down. So for them, they'd be aiming for a safety car. But here we go. This battle between Shepard and Kostecki looks like they've changed positions again, because I think before Shepard was in front, was he? I think, or am I mistaken?
That was before the safety.
There you go.
The safety car before the last pit window, and then so Kostecki got in front by pitting that one lap earlier. Remember when Murray was on board? They came in 1 or 2 laps earlier. Then Down and Shepard, and they got that track position then. As we look further through the field, Bradley Bourne actually has come in and put Ethan Griggold back on board the 177. So watch that car light up with Ethan on board. The track will have cooled down. It's a little smoke. Someone's done a 360 there because there was tyre marks all over the road. Who was that? That would have been one of the cars in front of these guys. Let's see if we can pick that one up. It was Hobbo. What is Brenton Obson down into the S's? Inside, outside in the dipper, and then around it went. I just saw the plumes of smoke, a massive tyre rubber left on the road.
Wow.
He's done a good job to not park that in the road. Yeah, look at the marbles. Good pickup, Luke. Look at that. Offline at the end of this race is going to be horrible.
And he was in all sorts, because he clipped that wall on the inside, fired it into the outside, and then, mate, he was just a passenger. So, unfortunately, a little bit of an incident, but managed to get away with it. Fingers crossed there's not too much damage and they can push on.
He actually did a good job to get that car flick spun around in that tight area. He did a really good job. As Brady Kostecki comes down in the pit lane, and this will make sure it'll be the handover to Cooper Murray, wouldn't you think? Unless he's going to go to the end from here, but I don't think he can. As that's Ethan Griggold showing us a bit of rallycross over the top of the hill. That's the 3rd time today we've seen someone out in the weeds. He just jumped on board this car. What's he doing? Oh, he got unsighted. Same thing, got the curb, bang, just... did a good job again.
So easy to do, like you said, unsighted up over the top there, and if he's not long pitted, he's on cold tyres, all the rest of it. But you know what he did, and I touched on it before, is you keep your wheel straight, and usually you can get away with it. So thankfully, but he's got his work cut up for him here. They're going to go side by side. Now he's getting the good job done. So yeah, now Ethan just wants to push on and see if he can start to make up for that little bit of time loss, but it wasn't that bad overall.
No, it's actually, if you have one of those moments, you don't lose too much time over that one. I think I said it before. It's not one that you go, I lost 3-4 seconds with a spin or something, or going off the track at like Spa or Road Atlanta or Phillip Island. You run off the track, you're going to be having an excursion to get back on it. You don't really lose as much. A lot of the times it's you're in a fence, so your day's most probably done at that point. But look at the time that he gained on Lee Ellis. That shows you the fresh tyre grip that Ethan Griggold has on board that ERT Commodore. Will he have a look to the inside?
I think so.
I think he will. He's going to have to, Down the inside goes the Logitech G Commodore and gets that job done.
The beauty about that being in that position with that fresh tyre, yes, you get that advantage off the exit, but you also got that advantage under brakes too. So he knew confidently that he could dive in there just that little bit later and get the position done on Ellis. So now it's eyes forward. But we were talking his stocks up before about the pace he had on board. Hopefully we're not going to do the old commentator's curse on him, because we've touched up a few people today, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what happens when we sit down for 6 hours and talk about people. I feel like we've done a little bit more than our fair share. I think we've been all right this season, to be fair. I don't think we've commentated first that many people. We're just doing it all in one race. We're just getting it all out of the way. Bathurst 1000, we're just going to do it all here. And then we'll be done for the rest of the season. It's been one of those days. We watch Ethan. What a shot that Luke just got there at that helicopter gap. Watching Ethan Griggold go down through the S's, down into Forest Elbow, and then flat out as we look a little bit further back. Richard Hampstead's been on the move, but he's got Jamie Dyke in front of him. He'll be wanting to try and get around. A little bit of a flash of the brake. There it is, driver's code. You go through. I don't want to fight you right now. I am in my own race. And you see that a lot in endurance races. You're not wanting to fight someone, especially this late of the race. You want to not make a little mistake that could cost both of you guys races, and with 41 laps to go, you don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, and for people who don't know what Jake was talking about, that's it's sort of a little bit of an unwritten rule, isn't it? Whereas if you've got a car behind you, you just tap your brake light, so that lets the driver know behind that you're going to let them pass. So, yeah, good smart racing between those two. No point holding him up, and just a quick flash of the brake lights, and off he goes.
Yeah, unless you do it cheekily and then don't give up the position, that's that's when it gets a bit hairy into the next corner because you're expecting it and then it doesn't happen.
Don't be surprised if you get a bumper. So
Yeah, don't be surprised if there's another contact into the next corner. But look at this Haydenfeld. These guys have had a tremendous drive. Luke Rosella back in the field, weren't able to get on the grid for the qualifying set. Or session in terms of getting the field set for this race, as we have to do it through a different process in the iRacing service, and they weren't able to be here to be able to get it done. So only one of them had to be, none of them were able to. But look at this, Haydenfeld, he's got a good run off Forest Elbow, didn't he? Let's see if he has a look down. Wow, look at the straight line. As soon as they hit the hump, it just wasn't there, was it? It just lost all momentum that he had going down Conrod Straight. And down into second gear, short shift to third. No, he's going to actually run it out in third. Okay. Sometimes you can go for a little short shift. Depends on how the car's reacting. Depends if you want to save some pretty high life. But obviously the car's reacting pretty good, and he's just going to let it run out in second.
It's cool when you're in a position like this when you're sort of running with teammates, and it's just like, you know, you just know you're sort of ticking off laps. You guys have. You know, you all talk between yourselves, and you know when your next pit stop is, and they know they're just sort of getting themselves in a rhythm. And the beauty is for them, there's no one else around them to sort of upset their rhythm. So, car stopped on top of the mountain. That's Griffin Gardner. Now, this isn't a pretty precarious spot. This could be a safety car because it's hard to get going there, depending on whether the car is still running. But if you try a flick spin, it's so easy to catch someone out and cause a massive crash.
It's unsighted too, so even the teams will be on each other's radios, but because the field's so spread out, there's not a big gap, and you need a bunch of time to be able to flick spin this. He may have scored it too.
Or is it even going? Has it got damage where the motor's not going at all? So he may be trying to...
No, it's not going. See the pit limiter light in the back? That's not even, engine's not even going. That's out. That's over and out. The engine's not going. When you see the pit limiter light in the back of the car, see it flashing, the little yellow flash in the back of the car, that car's not running. So he is stopped, no motor at one of the... At least he's on the inside of the racetrack, outside at that point. But it's well out of the way, but that is not moving. This will be a safety car. Well,
I'm just waiting to hear from the stewards. Yeah, he's in a precarious spot, isn't he? Because at the end of the day, fuel cells just come through there. So they know, they'd be aware of that. They'd be all talking now within the teams. Do they pit? And that's exactly what Jared's going to do, because they're assuming that there could be a safety car.
Yeah, everyone's in the pit. There it is, safety car.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
And here we go. Let's turn it up to 11.
Yeah, we talked about that, didn't we? It's like we were all saying that, you know, we haven't seen an incident on the mountain that's needed a safety car, but unfortunately, it's obviously done damage and hasn't been able to start that car, and it's been a sort of day over ending result, unfortunately. But man, that's changed things. Like 122 of 161, it's a safety car here at Mount Panorama.
That it is, and it's also one of those things as well of you get in that position, you can't actually. Sometimes you can't. With this, I believe we're not running driver assist. I should know this, but there's so many different things that I try and keep in my little book of knowledge of this series and doing other stuff. I don't know. I believe there's no driver assist. So if you actually stop the car and get it stalled and you don't have a button to actually turn the car back on, you're stuck. And it could have happened because the car doesn't look bad. Obviously we'll get Luke to try and get up a replay at some point of what actually happened with Griffin Gardner, but if you don't have a button set to restart the car and it stalls on you, that's day done regardless, because you just can't get it started.
Yeah, that's right.
So
you'd like to think that a lot of these teams will have like an ignition and starter button set aside. But at the end of the day too, it could have been hard contact where it's cost him a motor too. Like we just don't know at the moment. So we'll see if we can look back. Here we go. So this is Griffin Gardner.
All on his own.
Fairly good so far. Oh, that was hard left.
Done. It hit the inside fence. I think it did a Murphy. Remember when Greg Murphy did that in 2015?
Look at that
HRT car. It hit the inside wall. Watch it come in.
No, just hard left. Did he have a software failure or something?
It didn't hit the inside. Yeah.
Because you watch how sharp it is that it turns left into the wall. That just...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, that's...
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, regardless of what, that's race over for them, and it's brought out a safety car, so that's changed everything. That's really turned this race on its head now.
That has. It's one of those things. Did he have an incident? Oh, there's a lot of left side damage on that car. Could it have been netcode? I know that sounds odd, but is the car driving straight now? It sort of is.
Don't know.
I don't know. That's an odd area.
Ooh.
Big hit.
It's a game changer, isn't it? Like, you know, this is what the teams were wondering, you know, how it was all going to play out. But unfortunately, that's race over for them. And now it's all the teams that are firing into pit lane, getting their pit stops done.
Yeah, that's it's one of those incidents that happens at the top of the hill. Whether a mistake or whatever happened, hardware failure, like we said, there's no runoff. You're making a fence, and that was a big one there for Griffin Gardner, and that's going to spell at the end of their day. Warren out in front, they have all come down, and he has taken over from Jared Filsell. I suggest he'll be running this car to the end, and I'm not surprised. He is actually on board. Down as well has jumped on board. The 77 he is taken back over, and he's going to keep going from there. Yeah, having a look through the field, just having a look, I saw the name flash up. Can we, and this is to Luke out there, Robert Gibbs has retired in the 21 car. Unsure whether that, we saw Marcelo making up ground and trying to come back. They've had a horrible day, but I saw him dropping at the same time of the incident, so I thought it was actually for him, but obviously not. So just wondering what actually happened to the 21 car out there.
47 parts.
Yeah, we haven't touched on this as well. We were speaking about it before it happened, but the 97, they were keen for a safety car, and guess what? We've got a safety car. So I think they'll be sort of licking their lips now at the moment, because they're like, this could bring that right back into it.
Yeah, exactly. That could bring them right back into this race and put them in a position of trying to do it as we look at some great scenic shots of Bathurst as Luke tries to see if he can figure out where this actual incident happened, because it was very odd. It was one of those things of, there's another car out too, so I thought it could have been a double incident. And it's just one thing that you're trying to catch. So while we're on the safety car, we may as well see if we can try and catch what has happened to the 21 car. But like you said, Sam, man, this has just tipped it on its head, and here it is. Let's see. Is there any incident here? So Marcelo's on board, or is it Gibbs on board at this point? Oh, may have been connection. No, it could have been connection for Marcelo. Oh.
That's heartbreaking, isn't it? That's totally out of your control. That's the 20-cent part, isn't it? You know, in our world of racing, that's your 20-cent part.
Yep. That's your 20-cent nut or bolt that just fails, and you can't do anything about it. And that is literally our world. And yep, it was such an odd thing, because I saw Marcelo was in the car. They were trucking along nicely. I was like, okay, they're gonna rebound. Obviously, we all keep our eyes on. I know you will too, Sam. And you keep your eyes on cars that were good, that had a bit of a shocker during the race. And you just keep your eye on it. You just have a look through the results, just see where they're at, and then go back obviously to everything else that's going on. But just keep an eye on how they're progressing back through the field. Obviously, the 97's been one of those cars with Shane and Brad, and then obviously Marcelo and Rob has been another one, just keeping an eye on them. And then, yeah, I saw him drop. I went, what's happened there? So Marcelo internet connection, and that's state down. Best bit under safety car, might not lose as many laps as you'd think, so they could maybe get back out there and try and regain some of that time, but it's heartbreaking.
So this gives all the teams and drivers a little bit of a moment to reset. Obviously, everyone's going to sort of sort themselves out. There's still going to be another pit stop towards the end of this race. So, yeah, it's still not over. And the unknown is still there for Mount Panorama. You know, you just never know what's going to happen around the corner. We didn't see that incident coming. And hats off to everyone. It's been a very clean race, hasn't this one? Like, you don't expect the cleanest of races at Mount Panorama, and that's got nothing to do with the drivers. It's just the fact of how difficult this racetrack is and how long the event is. So for us to have such a long, clean run has been a real credit to everyone involved.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So having a look now as we get ready for this, like you just touched on, Sam, man, there's only going to be one more pit stop to the end of this race. Whether there's another safety car, who knows? But there is another pit stop at least in this race. The critical lap to get home is around lap 135, 36, 37, depending on how well some of the fuel mileage has been for some of these guys. So we know roughly 25 laps has been the average, so you're looking at around 1 lap 36. That's going to be sort of our pit window. I think
that as they cross the start-finish line are on
you're
lap
going to restart with
124, which is the
a
lead
little bit
lap.
more than that. Obviously 125, you're going to be looking at a 10-odd stint. They may just split this stint up, Sam, man, or just run it to the end. There's going to be a varying strategy through this field now.
Yeah, I think where they're at the moment, you'd probably just run your tanks dry to the point where you just don't know the unpredictability of this race, whether there's another safety car or what that might come into contention. So, for this, you don't want to sell yourself short and pit early, because if you get yourself in traffic, it's going to be race over. So I think you'll see a lot of these teams that are in contention, or they think they're in contention at this stage, they will push on and probably run the tanks almost dry, just seeing and waiting to see how this race pans out.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be one of those. And if we get a quick safety car, who knows when that changes, because if you get a quick safety car as we release some of these lap down cars, and one of those cars that's in that lap down train, the 97, back on the lead lap, and they have fought their way in to put themselves back in. Shane now on board the number 97, down in P31, but critically on that lead lap.
Yeah, huge shout out. Well done, Shane. The whole team there, they've done a brilliant job just to not just throw their toys out of the cot and have the race, unfold for it the way it did. Obviously they got caught up and had some major damage. They fixed it, they pushed on with it, and now they're back on the lead lap. That's all they needed. And now they've got to run to the end now. So Shane's going to be pumped with this one, and I'm just so glad that they stuck it out and they're pushing on. And it's not just them, there's other big teams that have done the same thing too, because the longevity of this race and the safety cars and the unknown is what can bring you back in the race, and it's so good to see these guys be rewarded when their race wasn't going so great at the start.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And one of them is the car in front of them as well. Brenton did mention it with Frid. They were doing, Bailey Frid, they were doing really well. And then obviously that contact that they had down to the chase, when they were just an innocent bystander, nothing they could do. They got hit in the door as the car bounced off the curb. Now they've got their lap back, and they're back in this, in a sense of being on that lead lap. Anything can happen in front, and you can put yourself in a really decent position. They're actually, part of me, going to come down pit lane, same with Hobson. No trouble, just try and top it up and then go again. It's just going to be one of those runs to the end for these guys to try and see what they can maximise from being a lap down. But Sam, man, we're getting to the end of this one, and how is this going to go? We're going to turn it up to 11, I feel like, at this point, and see where they will end up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, there's only one more stop to go, so teams are sort of starting to think about, right, have they got their driver in they want to take to the end? Are they going to do a driver swap? That's the things that these teams will start thinking about. And obviously, they'll have a couple of plays in their head. It'll be, what lap do we want to come in? What lap can we stretch it to if there's a safety car? There'll be all these sort of game plans that they'll be playing out. And no doubt the old pen and paper would be going pretty hard at the moment, and they'll be calculating the numbers. But I think we're in for a ripper finish.
Well, we are. It's always a big finish here when we get to a Bathurst 1000. Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000, our first ever. And it's been a pleasure to be with you for all 40 hours and 40 minutes of it so far. Myself, Jake Blackwell, Stephen Sandman Clark next to me, and Luke from Race Stars TV doing a mega job as always to capture all the action. And he had the positions gains and losses for some people, and Luke Frizzell is still, they've gained 29 spots. That's a mega job from them, as well as Jake Maloney in their 29 car. They have both gained a bunch of spots being the top 10, and they bought themselves a ticket to the end, Sam, and that's what we've been talking about all day, and they put themselves in that position.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, huge credit to them. That's massive, and regardless of how their day turns out, that's a huge effort to be that many positions up and then to be in contention for the win towards the end. That's what you want, and exactly like you said, it's buying a ticket to the end, and that's what they've done. And everyone's done a brilliant job. I'm just really keen to see how this is all going to play out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to play out. Josh Anderson coming down, and they will be wanting to most probably get as much of this damage fixed as possible. I think that is their key factor right now. They know they've got a car that can overtake some cars. There's still a little bit of laps left. You're not out of the woods yet. I think they'll be hoping to get a top 10. That'll be one of their main focuses as we will be going green at the end of this lap and get ready to send them loose for what is going to be this is hard. This is going to be one of the hardest stints these guys will have done, obviously, all day, Sandman, because they're at that fighting stage of the race where these guys are going to be pushing, and you know the guy's not going to sort of cut anyone any slack anymore if someone's right behind you.
No, that's right. Everyone's taking it easy now, but this is where you want to be. So this is where they do start to push and they start to fight. So they will still be mindful of, you know, not putting their car in a silly position. But yeah, at the end of the day, there's not going to be a lot of give and take like we saw at the start of the race. So, and that's to be expected. So everyone should be thinking about that up and down the field. But man, 125 of 161. It all comes down to the way the rest of this plays out, and of course that last crucial pit stop.
Yeah, it's going to be that crucial pit stop when that happens. I was just having a look. Marcelo Rivera is still on the lead lap, mind you. Even though we had the connection issue, he's still on the lead lap by my calculations. He's in the pits at the moment, but I'm hoping that's just him in the pit stopping up. There he is. He's actually come back out. So as I scrolled up through my timing, he is rejoined. He's still on the lead lap. That's how they have done that, I don't know. Usually when you have an internet drop, it differs so much, doesn't it, Sam? And you can rejoin not even losing a lap, or you can lose 3 or 4. It's just it differs when it wants to do what it wants to do. But they got the lucky side. I think the only thing that they can say they got luck of today has been that.
Absolutely, and that's just it's part and parcel, is it? You know, sometimes it works in your favour with these cautions and safety cars and everything else, but yeah, it's gut wrenching, isn't it? I've been in a position where, you know, it's totally out of your hands when you have an internet dropout. You're just a passenger, and it's just like, man, and you know it hurts, but you know at the end of the day, still got back on the lead lap, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, that is the main thing, especially at this point. When the race goes up from 9 odd decibels to 500 and these guys start to just turn the wick up and send these guys, see what happens here from the rest of this race. Currently Dane Warren out in front in the Boost Mobile Commodore. They have done a tremendous job all day being out in front. Every time they have done so, they have just pulled away. Madison down in P number 2. That car 77 has been quick at some stages. They've just not been able to keep up with those two out in front when they skip away. Could this be the time where they turn it up and go and try and hang with that 94 as they are right underneath it? Here it is, the gamesmanship. The gamesmanship has been played already, and we're not even at the final pit stop.
Well, we had the pleasure of having Madison down in the commentary box earlier when we were talking about restart. So it's going to be good to see how he approaches his restart. He was all over the fact that the way some of these guys restart these races and where they think that their start point is. So you can see Madison as close as he can be. And he was saying that too, wasn't he? He was going to give feedback to say you need to be closer.
It's James Scott. Sorry, I thought it was Burke as well. James Scott is behind Madison down the same distance back. We saw some gaps before. That's because it's early. Now this is it. This is where it turns it up. James Scott, Wayne Perk in that third position. Gilliam Kostecki round out the top 5. Lap 125. Getting set for a restart here for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. The Bathurst 1000. We are in the final stages of this race. Dane Warren getting ready to restart this race. When's he gonna go? He's waiting. Now he's gone. He actually waited just that little bit longer. I think it hurt Down on the exit. We agreed, flag once again. Down had to go defensive over Scott, because Kostecki had a good run on the exit because of they actually timed that to perfection. All out of turn 1 so far, looking clean, as Warren's already built a 7/10 of a gap.
How good is that? We've seen so many creative restarts in our series throughout the year, and that's exactly what Dane Warren did exactly the right thing. Look at him, he's having to open up that little bit of a margin. So, Madison, it's a second-guessing game, isn't it? You just got to try and assume and try to think when they're going to go. But, you know, it makes me think back to Spa and that start that Ben Gisbergen had where he sort of second-guessed them and jumped them all. That was so interesting. But, hey, that's part of the game, and Dane Warren's done a great job.
Yeah, brilliant job. Just hesitated that little bit after the exit. I think Madison thought he was going to go when he did, and then he had to back off a little bit, which actually put him in that position. That's not like an oval where you can start side by side, you can hear the engine note of the car next to you. You can sit there listening to it. As soon as it builds the rev, you're already on the gas as well to try and get that capitalization on the outside to stick with them into turn one. You can't do that here. You've got to try and just watch the body language of the car. Wait for it to dip, and as soon as it dips, go. If you know when they're going to go at that point too and try and focus on it. But down was not able to capitalize, and Warren is still down a 1 second gap after the first top of the mountain go after the restart.
That's Dane Warren, Madison down, James Scott, Brody Kostecki in fourth, and Andrew Gilliam in fifth. So these guys now, they can see that Dane's sort of pushing on. Like, that must be a little bit disheartening when they can see that he pushes away like that. The gap's almost a second already.
That car is it's rocket ship, whatever it is. It's got something in it, but they have done a tremendous job, all of SSR, to get their cars fast. And we know how quick Dane is at pedaling these things. He is quick, and that he is showing right now. 0.8 of a second down, was able to gain a little bit back with the draft down in Conrod straight. Warren out in front, down in second. Scott third as we cross the line to start lap 127. And look at that. Fastest lap of the race goes to Dane Warren.
Mate, on his first lap of the restart. So pretty impressive, isn't it? A 2:03. So not mucking about. They know what they've got in front of them, and I think they're probably thinking at this stage that, you know, they may be able to go safety car free. Who knows? But what they're trying to do now is build that little bit of a margin. They all know they have to pit again, but they just don't want it to be something where they can probably get away with, you know, if things don't go perfectly for them in a pit stop, that they've got that little bit of margin, a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, that's where they need to be. As there's been a couple of dive moves down through the back of the pack, sort of unsettled a couple of guys. Look at that. I didn't like seeing a Kmart Commodore going through there. That sometimes gets a bit scary. Obviously, it was a super cheap car back in the day, but you know what that car stands for. And I didn't want to see an accident down into the car this time around. Look at it fly over the top of the hill. Just sit back and listen. That's a shot and a half, isn't it?
Yeah,
over the top of the hill. Oh, look at that. I love it. Look at this. And there is Shane Van Gisbergen up to P27 on the restart. Look at who's behind him. Marcelo Rivera as well.
Oh,
they are moving through. Look at this. This is a hungry back.
It gets your attention. Oh, look at the car sideways. So he's hard under brakes. Van Gisbergen's taking the move up the inside. Nice job. Very opportunistic. Well done, Shane. He saw that car getting sideways in front of him, dived up the inside, and that was job done. So well done, Shane.
Well done. Kobe Jones as well for holding on to that. I thought that was going to be a big crash, because as soon as you have a car go sideways, it usually just reacts the other way and throws it back in the fence. He's side by side with Marcelo Rivera down into the chase. As we look at a replay, just
Jordan Ross.
Oh, look at the replay. While that's going on, how's he ended up out there?
He's a long way down.
He's a long way off. Where is he going? Why is he? How? I've never seen a car end up that far down. And did he get a help? Yeah, this is how you end up all the way down there. Did he get a helping hand?
Oh, he's wide.
He's wide, but not help.
Oh, got it.
Big help.
And you just can't do anything. Like, he's carrying that much speed on the dirt and on the grass. Man, he thought about flick spinning that way. He couldn't do it. Now he's gone this way. Unfortunately, that's taken him to dead last.
Yeah, because the field's compressed. As soon as the safety car, the field is compressed. So from a top 10 running just outside the top 5 to basically nowhere. Now he's got a lot of work to do to be able to bring that car back into any type of condition to get those positions back again. Top 3 just on the outside of the top 10. He's behind Richard Hampstead. Will he be having a look to try and see if he can make up some ground on the TTR Mustang in front of him over the top of the hill? No, great shot. Luke stops it right as they come down. up over someone and repark. Oh, that's going to be a big one.
Slide, there's a massive crash at the top of the mountain. They're all bunched up. No one can see with the smoke. Oh my goodness, right in the right spot. Well done, Luke. Caught all the action, but my oh my, how did not many more cars get involved in that? Kirk Stenberg's got huge damage to that car, but that could have been huge.
How did no one else get involved in that? He's got it going. Has he? Go on. That's right. Yep, there it is. Kicked into gear. What a shot from Luke to capture that one. Side by side, after the metal grate, through Reed Park, and then, whoa, I think he, How did no one else get involved? The rest of the field did an amazing job to avoid that spinning car. It's such a full commitment corner. You are 110% committed over the top of this hill. You can't not be committed. Look at this, side by side. Oh my.
Did he get a help from behind? I'm not sure.
He just kissed it. That's it. That's all he did.
Mate, that's unreal. Because usually you have a moment like that on that part of the racetrack, you are going to be a spectator. So, it's been a little bit of nose to tail on that side by side and just got the car upset. So, but for him to get away with only that much damage, man, that's huge.
And like I said, hats off to everyone behind him. Look at Shane. Look at this on board. You watch him.
Well, he's got nowhere to go.
You can't go anywhere.
Nah. That's just, he saw those two come together. He was in the wrong place at the right time, at the wrong time.
Anderson picked the right spot to go to the inside of that instant. That's the second time that's car nearly been involved in a massive incident. Watch this. So you're following Kobe Jones. You don't see this. You don't see this on board.
Yeah, you can't see anything.
You can't see this, and you're like, oh no.
And it's a teammate. You see your teammate spinning in front of you. Wow.
Mega job, boys. Everyone back there, that was well done to avoid a massive pile up over the top of the hill. Stenberg won't be happy, but you all survived and can live another day as Ethan Grigol applies the blowtorch to the back of Luke Rosella for P number 6 at the moment. And we said this before, this car lights itself up, but Rosella's had to climb back too, so these two cars are fast and fighting themselves over P number 6.
Mate, I cannot believe that there was more cars not involved in that incident up the top here. I think I called it at the time, like, this is going to be huge, and everyone just got round it. So, massive hats off to them. But, whew, I know, Stenny would be in for a fresh set of shorts, I think, because that was massive.
It's one of those areas where if you're going to have a big one, you know it's going to be big. But you like go, okay, this is done. Like you just write it off. As soon as you're loose there or you hit the fence, you know that's a big crash. You know that car's basically going to be done. To have that and just drive away like nothing happened. That's
the cars to be
and the cars
punched up.
That just I don't think we'll ever see that again. But well done to all those guys again. But out in front, 1.9 seconds. Mr. Warren out in front doesn't even know what's going on behind him.
No, he doesn't care either. I think he's just eyes forward. He's punching out 203s nearly every lap. So he's been entirely comfortable for this race, and what he needs to do now is just hand that car back over to Jared, and I think for now it's just not worry about what's going on. Thankfully, there's no traffic in front of him, and that's the beauty about leading, is that you just got no distractions in front of you.
No, I think he's going to take it to the end. I don't think Phil Sell's going to get back yet. I think that's stayed on Phil Sell. That's Shane Van Gisbergen down the inside. I don't know whether it was Blackboard Boys or Christian Smart on board that one, and I think that's Chris Coxhead trying to go around the outside down into the cutting. His opportunistic moves that he's been able to gain today, and he's going to slot in behind Shade and keep going. Shane's starting to move his way through the field, isn't he, Sam?
Yeah, and we expected that. I mean, you look at the timesheets and you say plus 17. It's not plus 17 because he's been so far. He's been up towards the front and then down towards the back and then back up towards midfield again. So, they've done an incredible job to bounce back, and he's just on the charge now. He knows that there's only sort of 30 odd laps to go. So now's the time to strike. He's definitely got good pace in that car. Got himself in a position where they're back on the lead lap, and now it's just eyes forward, trying to pick off as many as they can.
That's exactly right. Shane's a good guy to have. Just a couple of Bathurst championships under his belt, and Supercar championships as well to go with that. So, he's all right. He's an all right steerer, I guess. You can say that with his caliber. I have to say he did a mega job at the NZ rally. That was hats off to him for that. That was mega. As these guys side by side, it's contact.
Ellis has got him. Yep, Ellis has got Boyd, and around goes Boyd all the way off the center. No one else involved, but that's going to be a long travel for Jack Boyd. There's two cars side by side on the exit. Where have we seen this before? They've all managed to rejoin.
Van Gisbergen's going to pick off 2 more. So that's 3 spots in a matter of corners. Like, well done, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Down the inside, 3 wide, into the final quarter and got the job done. War Boys having a look to the inside. That was Matthew Bowler. He managed to cover that position off. Jack Boyd's just trying to get his bearings back with where he is. That's Marcelo Rivera, I believe, as well. With the 21 trying to gain some positions, it's all kicked off back here.
Unreal, opportunistic move there for Shane. That was fantastic because he saw 1 car off on the chase, so he got a position there, and then 2 cars are fighting him, and he just decides to make it 3 wide and dives up the inside. So the beauty is he's looking backwards and seeing all that carnage behind him, and he's got clear track. So now it's just eyes forward. Well done, Shane.
Now he's just going to try and see what he can pick off in front of him. I thought that was going to. There is. It's down the inside. Goes Cook's head on Bowler. He left him room. Did Bowler to allow him to move himself to the inside to Cook's head, but not able to get the run and get far enough up to make that position count. Look at this. This is the 20th, guys. This is what this series produces. This is the 20th. We just had a 3 wide moment for 18th. That ended up being wherever he is. 18th now. That's where he is. As Shane moved himself up there, but this is an angry pack. We bring up a replay. Watch this. Pass of the day so far. There's 1 car. Okay, used to it there. I'm going to go bang down the inside, hard on the brakes. Look at this. Going to use all the curbing a little bit more and takes the position and bye-bye.
Yeah, that was good. I just love how he was so forward focused. He could see what was happening. He knew where to put the car, and obviously we see he's a class act, but he got the job done there too. So that was brilliant, and you'd be pretty chuffed, mate. Three spots in a matter of corners. That's good.
Just an average day at the office for Shane Van Gisbergen. Just hats off to him for that. That was well done. As we look through this field, these guys all coming through the chase, nose to tail, big trade. 20th on back. I should technically say 18th on back, but a little bit of separation now starting to form. Out in front, nothing has changed. Still 2.8 seconds between Warren and Down as we look a little bit further back at the field as is that battle for being able to do Down. James Scott, Brody Kostecki. They've got a little bit of gap back to Job Stewart, but I think they're all just fighting in a little bit of time to see where they can bring. And Sandman, I think this is that point of the race where these guys just getting themselves to that next stop.
Yeah, absolutely. They all, like we said, they know where they need to be. They've got a marker in their head as far as when they want to pit. So at the end of the day, they just need to put themselves in that position, not get caught up in anything silly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just focus on the race ahead. And with that, we will go to our last ad break of today for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. Bathurst 1000, Dane Warren out in front, Madison Down, James Scott, Freddie Kostecki, and Andrew Gilliam round out the top 5. We'll be right back.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing Trueforce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
Trueforce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. Trueforce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The Trueforce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and Trueforce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, I could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a Trueforce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. Trueforce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. Trueforce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hi, I'm Ethan Grigolt, driver of the Evolution Racing Team and the Logitech G Racing Hyundai XL. Before I got into real racing, sim racing pretty much taught me everything I know when it comes to racing lines on the track, car control, racecraft around other cars, just everything to do with racing I learned on sim racing first. When I jumped into the real car, it was a bit of a wake-up call. There's a lot more sensations in a real car than you get in the sim, but once you get past that, pretty much a lot of the techniques are exactly the same, and if you're good in the sim and you're not afraid too much in the real world, you should be able to translate it easily.
Welcome back to Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. There's been a lot going on while we have been away, and one of them is Chris Coxhead getting involved in an incident. We bring up a replay of that down the inside when Brenton Hodgson tried to get the move done. He did, but he was out wide. Limit contact left rear to the front, and around he went, and they got collected by one of the other cars that sent around to catch who actually got him. I think it was one of the 9 to 5 Sim Sports cars, I believe, may have been one of the ones that got him, and it's damaged Chris Hogshead's car. But there's been a lot going on. That's a big jump of the curve from Brady Myers with Rosella, who actually lost the spot to Ethan Grigalt. Now Rosella's trying to just regain his sort of position. Myers nearly out of look to the inside. Top 5 currently Warren down. Kostecki Gilliam with Grigalt inside that top 5. Rosella's going to hold on to that position, and Sandman, we're going to run it all the way to the end of this race, and it's starting to turn up.
Yeah, it's unreal, isn't it? In the commercial break, we said this thing is getting really spicy, and my goodness, are these guys just having a red hot go? They're all thinking about that last pit stop, but man, no one was giving an inch. That was incredible.
It was one of those parts where everyone, another one around. That looks like that's Jamie Dyke's car. I think Jamie Dyke is on board that car. Yeah, he has lost up to 15. Looks like he's lost time. Let's see down the inside. Shane Van Gisbergen. Is this going to be contact? Massive Shane
contact.
In the fence too. Big damage to Shane's car after everything he needed to do. He was making time, and then same with Jamie Dyke, a lot of damage to the left rear of that car. So a little bit of contact going on. Now they've got to try and see what they can regain for this. All right, I said it was going to turn up a notch, and it's really turned up. 5 seconds though out in front for Dane Warren, who is just doing it comfortably. He does not want a safety car. He does not want a safety car, does he, Sam?
No, but geez, the way the racing's played out at the moment, don't be surprised if you see one. Like, you know, it's been unreal, because at the end of the day, like, I feel for Van Gisbergen, because they've already been trying to bounce back as much as they can, and then to be involved in that incident and get turned around, like, holy smoke, like, that's the last thing that they want to see.
Yeah, that is one thing that you don't want to do. Let's see what happens here. Will Kostecki have a dive down the inside of Madison Down into the final corner? No, he just rolls out, thinks better of it. They're still going to get to this. We're at that critical lap number, mind you. We are at the stage from here on out, they can make it to the end. So whenever you see a car dive in a pit lane, they are playing it to the end game. And now it's, like we said, do you run it? It's hard. You can pit now and try and do it that way and not run it out. As down the inside goes Hampstead on Rosella, and he escorted him a little bit wide. That's going to run him out and lose a bunch of spots of time. Rosella, they have had a fight back and a half to get themselves inside that top 10, fighting for the top 5. And Hampstead says, I'm coming through, moving myself up another position to P number 7.
It's interesting where these team managers will start thinking about it. They'll obviously consider where they are on the racetrack. Are they caught up in a battle whether they think they could optimise a pit stop and then get out in front of the people they're racing? Like, look at this battle with Down, Kostecki, Gilliam. Like, you know, do they think about, if they think they can't get past Down, does Kostecki think about making an early pit stop? Who knows? Like, but if you're up front, like you are with Dane Warren, you're just going to run that tank dry because you've got no pressure from behind. And when you start opening up that margin to almost 6 seconds, you know, they know that they can just let the race play out, and pretty much what they do isn't going to make much effect because of the gap in the margin they've got over everyone.
I think as well, one thing that that we have to factor in, there's traffic now. You might want to come in now and get a little bit of an undercut, but it's going to put you in that gaggle of cars from 20th to 30th, because you're not going to put as much fuel and tyres on board. You don't need it, unless you get now you need a full tank, but you already have half a tank-ish on board the car. So you're not going to want to come in now, because it's going to put you in that window of 20 to 30th with a whole bunch of cars around, but you're not going to actually maximise the potential gain that you can in fresh air. So I definitely think that would be weighing on some of these guys' brains. So we'll definitely have people out there going, okay, if we pit now, we're going to lose 30, 40 odd seconds. It's going to put us right in the middle of a pack. We can't pit. We have to stay out. We just got to run the tank dry. They'll be monitoring that, and they will obviously monitor that dependent on who is around them and who is doing what. If someone short pits and is going to undercut them, you may just have to play the card and just come in with them.
Absolutely, and I love that it's this point of the race where everyone's just got to play that wait and see card, don't they? Because I think I sort of mentioned it earlier before we got racing. Yet as Van Gisbergen makes a move up the inside to pick off another spot, so starting to bounce back, man. Where could he be if he wasn't spun around on the front straight away? Like, you know, he's really doing a terrific job. But I figured that the teams would probably run that tank drop, depending on how this sort of race
Yeah.
pans out. But man, the action's been picking up. So don't rule out the fact of another safety car because it's been wild.
No, exactly. And I think that was the thing of the other weekend when we had the real Bathurst 1000. It was sort of that middle portion of the race was sort of nothing. Not saying it wasn't anything, but it was nothing. You could have got rid of it and nothing would have happened. But it's when those safety cars came thick and fast at the end, did it really change that complexion of what happened? It was like the first part of the race safety cars, middle part nothing, last part safety cars. So it can happen here. We've seen a little bit of it. That these guys are starting to just lean a little bit on each other, lose that little bit of a car length that I would have given you at the start of the race. Yeah, you're not getting that now on the exit. I'll squeeze you a little bit more because I want that position. I don't want to have to fight you later on the race. That's the position that these guys are in right now, and at the moment, in this position, Brenton Hodgson trying to make moves. There's Sebastian Flock, that's Josh Anderson around the outside, and he just rolled out of it. He just didn't want anything of that. And Sebastian Flock just went, okay, you go fight where you want it.
Yeah, it's a tricky part of the racetrack. The last thing you need to do is start going side by side through there. So smart heads up. And how's the bounce back from Anderson and that whole team? Because we talked about when we had him here in the commentary box, and their car was in the wall, and now they are here. They are in 17th. Like, that's a massive bounce back. Well done to them, and they haven't given up. And there's still enough laps in this race where they can still be in contention inside the top 10.
That's exactly right. They've actually had a mega drive back. Looks like that car is handling a little bit better. I think the last couple of stints when they were around 25th, 26th, the car was still damaged. I think under that last safety car, that left front of that car where it looks a lot better. I think it's helping the drivability of the race car. So Josh is doing a really good job. Obviously, he will know that car's feeling better because you can see the confidence I think he has. A lot more confidence in that race car. One car that I think he would have wanted to be clean is the Lee Ellis Designs TTR Commodore. Is a bit bashed up at the moment, but he is holding on to a really good position, mind you. P12. Does this mean he sells his rig, or how many more cars do we have to get in front of?
I think he needs to take that race win, but yeah, man, massive amount of damage to that left front. So that's obviously not helping him, but it's not hindering him too much at the moment. He's still managing to hold a position, but you can see that margin has stretched out, between him. He's still got 6 seconds up the road if he wants to make another spot. So yeah, that's not ideal, but he's still in it with a chance.
So just having a look at the bottom of the screen, a couple of people coming in for pit stops. Hobson, Jones, Ross and Chris Coxhead all coming down in the pit lane. They'll meant to be for their final stops of the day, and that is where we're at. Look at that. Menacing shaping is back. The Winfield Racing old school livery. Such an iconic car. Down the inside into the cutting. Squeezed him out a little bit on the exit, but got the job done. Moves himself up in another position back in the P number 15.
Yeah, a good bounce back again. Like I said, we touched on that spin on the front straight. So his pace, he's got pace, and he was coming through, and that was just sort of a little bit of a, you know what, I am going to come. He managed to get position, and through that part of the cutting, when you're on the outside, sometimes you just got to give it up. So it was good. And now he's just eyes forward. He's just got to try and chase down that little bit of a margin now to get to the next car.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what he's got to try and do, and see if he can close down the gap. He's got that time and position that he can. Now, a little bit of clear air in front of him. Just got to see what he can pull out on Brett Loxton in front of him. But look at Anderson. This car definitely looks a lot better than it did in the last couple of stints. Gilliam's gone around Kostecki. What has happened up there in that position? Bowler's looking for the draft. Is Anderson? Oh, it's all on. It's all on. Gilliam's got the position. Now, Kostecki's got it back. Down to be like, yep, you guys fight. I want a little bit of breathing room. But it looks like Kostecki's managed to get that position back on Gilliam. Move himself back up into P number 3, but it's getting a little bit feisty out near the front. Let's bring up a replay of that. Madison had to go defensive on Kostecki. So what happened here? Oh, they made contact. They made contact on the exit of the chase. This actually gave the better run to Gilliam on the outside. That's where I saw the position change, and then Kostecki said, I'm going to send it back down the inside. Did they make contact on the exit? No.
Oh, not
just,
really. No.
Just ran the curb, and then that was it. So, good driving from everyone there. A little bit of contact. Watch this. So Downs hit the curb. They made contact there, and then he's got the run, and then they made contact there again. And then basically Gilliam was like, I'll go to the inside, try and make position. Couldn't get it to work. And now the three of them back in their train.
It's a good little battle, these three, isn't it? Like, imagine if this was for P1. Like, it's heart and mouth stuff. But these all guys are all battling for those last couple of steps on the podium because they can see that Warren's sort of disappearing in the distance. They haven't put a foot wrong all day. And, now they can see that they know that they've got one more stop. It's lap 140 of 161. So it's now coming to this crucial stage where you don't want to make a mistake, but they don't want to throw away a chance at a podium either.
No, and that's exactly right. You want to get a podium any race of the year, but when you say I got a podium at the Bathurst 1000, that's when you go, yeah, we did that. We put together a whole 161 laps and put it on the podium. That's when you know you've had a good day at the office, and these guys will be pushing for it, especially for Gilliam. When you get that close in fourth, you're like, I need that. Like, no, I want that podium. I've worked so hard to finish one step off the podium, and you want it pretty badly. And that will be one thing that they will be pushing for. Let's see what he's going to do down the inside. No, he's just going to fight there and staying behind. Come out 21 laps to go. We're in that final stint, Sam. And down the inside goes Brett Loxton on Chris Island. Got the job done. Hard, aggressive move. Moves himself up into P13.
Man, I always hold my breath when it's from the commentary box, but it's probably a little bit calmer when you're in the car because you know sort of how the car feels. But, man, when you see him catch a little bit of curb and get up on two wheels, you hold your breath for a moment. Oh, fully committed coming into the pit lane. How good was that?
Got to be. They've got to be. Oh, here we go. It's on for P number 2. Madison down, Brody Kostecki. Kostecki to the inside, down on the outside. There's a lot of marbles out there. He's going to try and hang it around the outside. Can't get it done. Position gain for Kostecki. Look at Gilliam having a look to the outside. Is he going to try and dive it down the inside? Goes down. Kostecki. Oh, he blocked the inside front. Managed to hold it. Look at this. This is on now. Gilliam's in the back and down. It's all on with 20 to go.
Man, how good is that? If I was Gilliam, I'd just be rolling out of it a little bit. Say, hey, boys, do you want to fight? That's okay. I'll sit back and watch. But, man, they're having a red-hot go. That dive from down off the inside there into the cutting, that was awesome. But, whew, that could have been quite scary.
That just shows the talent of these guys. They're racing hard. A little bit of contact. They all kept it straight. No one's around. No one's in the fence. They're pushing hard. This is the phase of the race. They know they're coming up to that final pit stop window. They don't want to be stuck up underneath someone in that final stint. They want the clear air. They want to push. Down setting himself up for the run off of Forest Elbow. Is he able to get a better exit? I don't think he is. That SSR car was great from Brody Kostecki, off the corner. Now he's got to hold on with the draft.
Yeah, I think he's pretty comfortable at the moment. Although it's dinged up, it's actually fast. It's got some pace on board, hasn't it? So I was just looking to see how much battle damage that down might have to the side of that thing. But that looks all right. But, yeah, they're not giving an inch, are they? I'd love to know how close they are as far as when they're going to make their pit stop. But look at down. He's all over the back of Kostecki. These guys are not giving an inch. Awesome racing for Battle of P2 in this race.
This is all for second. Out in front, Warren's just cruising on 10.2, but this is the battle for P number 2 at the moment. Brody Kostecki currently holding down that position. Massive dive to get a job done. Race control, car 97, a 20-second time penalty for contact with car 080. That was the insert into the last corner with Jamie Dyke, where they'll both around. That has been ruled against Shane Van Gisbergen. 20 seconds. That's going to throw him basically out of the top 15, where they've just made themselves so much time. Oh, it's heartbreaking for him because Shane has done a tremendous job. Same with Brad, to get that car back on the lead lap and in a position to maybe get a top 10 out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to make things extremely difficult now, obviously, where they've got themselves into the point now. But with that penalty and the laps running away, that's certainly going to be a bit of a thorn in their side. But look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. They just need to be eyes forward and see what. Oh man, you see how sideways was that thing coming out of that turn?
He was sprint car over the top. We know he wants to do NASCAR, but maybe he wants to go do some sprint car because that thing was sideways over the top on the hill. Look at this on the replay. Kostecki just had the thing lit up in the rear. Look at the slow. What a shot. Love that one. That in the bank for later. We'll use that one all season next year. That was a great job from Brody Kostecki. Great car control as he comes down into Forest Elbow another time.
It's good when you get away with those things. You know, you feel the car sliding, but then as soon as that rear tyre gets up on the curb, it sort of settles it and straightens it up a little bit. So they managed to get away with that. Now, we just see
That was lost.
Is he just dropped and lost connection?
I think lost. As soon as we cut to him, that one's on Luke. If we're going to commentate curse anyone. As soon as we cut to the battle between him and Lee Ellis, his internet has dropped because he is dropping down the order. Unless it comes back, but I don't think it's coming back. He's gone. He is out. Oh,
and there's only one person that's doing backflips about that, and that's Ellis. He's like, that takes the pressure off. But that's heartbreaking, isn't it? And how's this?
Yeah.
Josh Anderson now making a move up the inside of Van Gisbergen.
Easy done. I don't think Shane was going to fight that any harder. He doesn't need to. He knows he's got 20-second time penalty over him. He may as well just try and... I think he's just going to try and gain as much as he can before that 20-second. I think he's going to try and serve it now. So in comes the pit lane, comes to 97. Get it over and done with. If another late safety car comes out, you put yourself back into contention. But he'll be kicking himself over that. It's not something that he would have wanted, and it's hard. It's one of those things now. Come in the pit lane, serve his penalty, and then off he goes once again.
And as much as Anderson's having his fight back, he sees Van Gisbergen in the pits. That's another spot for Anderson. So he's P13 now. Like, what a comeback for that cool drive Mustang.
Yeah, that's a mega drive. If they're in the top 10, hats off to them, because that will be a mega drive to get themselves up into that position. There has been some good drives. There have been some good comebacks. But this battle that is going on for P2 at the moment, for the final podium positions, is intense. This is hard Bathurst racing. This is what you live for when you come here. And to get to this position right now, we're under 20 laps to go. You are fighting. You are pushing this car 10 tenths a lap. You are trying to squeeze everything out of it. And when you've got a fight for the podium on your hands, you can't make a mistake. These guys are on it, and they've got a couple coming back. Myers and Grid Gold are closing because these guys are having such a big battle. They're losing time.
Yeah, and don't you love that as a driver when you see the cars in front start battling? Because, of course, when they start tripping over each other, that brings down their lap speeds, and the guys behind them are just capitalising. So it's really bringing them into it. And we spoke about earlier how quick Ethan Grid Gold was. And if he can get onto the train of this and start picking them off, we've got pit stops, one more pit stop, and he might be battling there for P2.
Kostecki in.
Oh, they're in.
Kostecki, Gilliam in the lane. They're going to serve their final pit stop of the race. They've got to make sure they maximise all their marks. You don't need those tyres anymore. Burn them up on pit entry, does Brody Kostecki. You don't need that at that front anymore. That's going off and going to be a dinner table. Oh, I'll gladly take it as a dinner table, thank you. As he comes down on the pit lane for the final time. These guys have had a mega drive through the field as well. Hampstead and obviously Maloney, they've done a mega job to get themselves in this position.
Absolutely, and yes, it's all good and fair for burning up those tyres on pit entry, but the last thing you need at this point of the race is a speeding penalty. You get that, and it's game over. You will not bounce back from that with the amount of laps we've got left.
No, they will be monitoring that. They would have been pushing hard, but yeah, the one thing you don't want to get is a speeding penalty. It costs you way too much time in pit lane. As we look a little bit further back, Jack Boyd having a good old battle. Wall Boys is behind him. Kobe Jones in front of him with Brenton Hobson as well. So a little bit further up the road. Is he going to have a look on his SSR teammate? He is, but going to slot back in behind and fight another day. These guys will be looking to do their final pit stops as well. As a lot of these guys, I think these guys have already done their final pit stop. I think this group of cars, a couple of cars came down early. I can't remember now because there's been so much going on in the last 10 laps that I can't remember who were the early stoppers in this stint. I will be sure to find that one out. But a couple of cars now on pit lane as well, and they will be serving their final pit stops for the day.
Absolutely. I think where we need to watch is obviously, I think it doesn't matter when Dane Warren decides to make his pit stop. It's when Down and Myers make their spot because, they know that they've already had Kostecki in the lane, so they'll be focusing on where they are. So I wouldn't be surprised if you probably see them come in this lap, because their pace was all pretty even. So I think Dane Warren and that they can afford to just keep on going and maybe wait for a safety car. They've got 12 seconds margin. So regardless of what they do, even if they give up a little bit when the guys are on fresh tyres, it's not going to hurt them. You see a car slowing down and almost stopping on the front straightaway.
It's an SSR car, so you can't really say much about that. Could this be I ran out of fuel and missed the pit lane?
No way. Seriously not.
It's dead. This could be a safety car. That car's not running, and it's...
Wow.
That could be a safety car. And for those guys that have just come down pit lane...
What has happened? happened to them? That is unreal. Surely that's not running out of fuel. Oh, there's a car sideways in pit entry. Have a look at that, just at the top of the screen. You can see someone in
that?
pit entry. Oh, we've got Kostecki. Yep, he's off. Someone has made a bit of a mistake. Oh no, Anderson!
It's Anderson.
Oh, you're kidding.
I saw it. Safety car is out. I couldn't see who it was. It was Anderson. Oh, Josh.
We were commentators. Curse has got him again. Are you serious?
Oh, Josh.
We were just looking up his stocks about how good.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, it's touched the grass and bang.
And made the fence. Oh.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, isn't it? And I said, you know, you can gain and lose so much in the pit lane, and that's what he was doing. He was having a red hot go. Unfortunately, he's caught the tyre barriers.
So Brody's gone down. Did he brake lock? It wasn't stopping.
Ooh, sideways, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just going, I'm just going to rally across this, get some sprint car action going again, and keep going again. It was one of those ones of just bail out of the corner. Especially on fresh rubber, you don't want to just chew up a left front early on in the stint and keep going on with that. So safety car is out.
Oh, you're kidding.
Oh.
Who would have seen that?
Oh, here we go. Warren in the pits. And that race lead will be diminished. 12 seconds out. Oh, Warren. There was no need for that.
No,
maybe letting his frustration out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, these guys would be kicking themselves, but you know, at the end of the day, that was a legit safety car. I mean, unfortunate that the car's come to a stop on the front straightaway, but they were doing everything right, and I don't think they'll have too many concerns. They've got very good pace in that car, so they'll get that pit stop over and done with, and I think it'll all filter out, and they'll still be out in front. So they just have to reset and go again.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that would have been I'm going to stop deliberately, because that's an SSR car. An SSR car was out in front, so something's gone wrong. I can only think fuel, maybe when they came in to do a driver change. If they did a driver change, sometimes the fuel doesn't go in, and they would have went around and not realised it. Who knows? So that's an odd one to be stopped, especially on the front straight. Feel for those guys too, because they were inside that top 10 all day before that contact in the last corner when they went off, and now basically that's all they could do.
Now Kostecki's jumped down.
Kostecki was already in front of down, but Myers is now in between them. Myers has jumped him. And
wow.
Where's Gilliam? There's Gilliam. Whoa, yep. So Gilliam's the biggest loser of that top battle for the podium. He's lost both spots to Myers and Grid Gold. So that's hurt him in that phase of the race. But here we go. Tighten those belts and go again. It's going to be on.
I am still gutted for Anderson. Like, man, what a comeback they were having, and then just to have that all unfortunately just slip away from them. Yeah, heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, we bring up those pit stop stationary times. So roughly this Gilliam, 33 seconds on pit lane. So he was stationary for a good 7-8 seconds or longer than anyone else inside that top 10. I'm trying to have a look down to the order. Ireland had a long stop, but he did pit pretty early. Yeah, it's an odd one. Anderson only pit of a 23.8, which makes me think he maybe actually put a little bit less fuel in that Sandman to try and minimise the damage from that mistake, which you could do. You know you were going to get a safety car. Well, he would have known because there was a car stop, and I'm sure Mogleton would have been all over that, and TTR would have been like, okay, car, like, get ready. They would have been all over it to know that, okay, maybe just underfuel it just a touch.
Well, I guess the only thing that they can take away from it is anyone who's had a long stop in this one, that it's all safety cars has bunched everyone up. So, correct. You know, you have lost a couple of spots, but you're still in touch with the leaders. So, mate, who would have expected that?
No.
You just pinch yourself, don't you? Sometimes I'd love to know what happened to that car, whether they ran out of fuel or what happened, but mate, just really turned this race on its head now.
I'm sure we'll find out. We'll have to pinch someone from SSR later and be like, what happened? Who did what? Who broke the car? As we look at it, it's just, yeah, it brings on board, and you can see it sputtering. That little sputter that it gave as it came over the top of the engine.
It was a motor.
Engine down into Murray's
well done,
corner. Nice pick up, Luke, to get that. Yep, bang, gone.
And see where it's blown, he couldn't just peel off in the pit lane. So there was literally nothing he could do, or the best thing he could do was just get out of harm's way.
Yep.
And unfortunately, he was never going to make it round the corner, and he was always going to come to a stop. But man, heartbreaking stuff when you see the engine go like that.
Yeah, especially at the last corner. If it did it somewhere else, you maybe could have lived it, like rolled it down the hill or something, rolled it down Conrod. Yeah, or going into the chase, you could have rolled it down to the pit lane. But to have it at the last corner and then it's uphill out of the last corner, it is an uphill. People don't realise out of Murray's there is that little bit of an uphill, and then it's back down the hill into Hell Corner. You can't do anything about that. That's just, he lost all his momentum and they done, but he was definitely not going a whole lap around this mountain with no engine. So he was going to stop somewhere around here, and that has brought out again our fourth safety car. Yeah, I've got that right. I think it's our fourth safety of the evening. And here we go. There's going to be roughly, by the time we get going, 14 odd laps to go, Sam Ann. And this is the thing. They've been quick. Don't get us wrong. They have been mighty quick all day. Every time we have a safety car restart, they go. They got Kostecki behind him now. Does that add that little bit of pressure of Kostecki maybe trying to jump him?
Look, I don't think so. I mean, if they were probably a little bit closer on lap times, they may be concerned about it. But I think, Dane's been pacey all weekend, regardless. So as much as an inconvenience it is, I guess it's nice to have your teammate behind you. But, I think he's got their measure, and providing that everything goes smooth over the next few laps, I don't know that anyone's got much for him.
No, I just tend to agree with that. I really do. I think Dan Warren's been mega on board that car all day long. He has shown. So has Jared. No discredit to Jared. Not like I'm discrediting Jared at all. Jared has been top notch as well. They have both been top notch. No one's had the pace in those two boys today. Like Jared said, he beat himself up a little bit in terms of his pace in his first stint wasn't that good, but he done no laps. So, mind you, I think he did pretty good to lead the race and have a comfortable lead at that point. It's going to be how hard. We know the gloves are off between those two in terms of race. They're allowed to race each other. If Kostecki sends it into turn 2, if he gets a good enough exit, it will be on. Because I feel like people will be like, okay, Warren's in second, we need to capitalise on this.
It's all going to come down to that restart, isn't it? So
Yep.
Warren will be a little bit cagey. He'll be thinking about where he can get a bit of an advantage. We saw the last time for his restart when I think it was Down that was behind him, and he sort of gapped him by a second after the first lap. So he's obviously no stranger to restarts, and everyone's got a different style. So providing that he does everything right, I think he shouldn't have too many troubles pulling away from this field.
No, I think he will be all right and be able to get the job done. Having a look through the field, a couple of cars getting their waiver hounds. Ironically, Jake Burton has nearly got himself back on the lead lap, only a couple down from being 4 or 5 down earlier on in the race. So they've done a really good job of catching some of their safety cars to put themselves in a better position towards the end of this race. Not going to get there unless we get another one. I think they'll need another 1 or 2 to be able to get back fully on the lead lap. But they've done a good job to keep at it, like a lot of these guys have. There has been a bunch of people out there. Anderson was one of them. Blake Warboys and Christian Smart, they've been in and out of, at the start of the race, they were in the fence. At the middle of the race, they climbed themselves up, and we're talking about them, Sam, and then they ended up being back. Now they're 17th again. They're working their way through. We've seen with Rosella starting last. Maloney's gained 30 positions in the 29 car to move himself up inside the top 10 as well. Gilliam's done well as well, 10 spots. It's been one of those races, Sam, man, where there's people who have just gone up and down the field all day.
Absolutely, and that's the nature of the race, isn't it? And the one thing I find fascinating is that, obviously we introduced where there'd be some random safety cars by race control, but the last two have had nothing to do with that. I think from our viewpoint, and we don't know, we were never informed about any safety cars, but you would just probably assume that there wasn't going to be any more, but then that race has changed for us, and we've seen 2 incidents where it's brought out safety cars where we probably would never have predicted towards the end of this race. But here we are. These guys are sort of focused now, and they're thinking about the restart because we're about to go green.
Here it is. Maybe the final restart of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational Bathurst 1000. We'll bring up that Aston Martin GT4 safety car, Logitech, lights flashing, bringing it to the pit lane, maybe for the last time. Who knows? Who knows what they guys are going to do out there on the racetrack? But it's definitely going to be one of those races towards the end of the race. A big conclusion to our first ever Bathurst 1000. Dane Warren, Jared Philsell out in front. They have led all day. It has been a massive day here. 5.5 hours of racing. There has been spins, there have been spills, there have been 3 wide passes into the final corner. We've had everything, and it's not over yet. Boost 1-2. Let's see how they finish it off. Warren in control. Kostecki not as close as we saw down and then the other time, but look at Myers all over the back of Brody Kostecki's rear wing. Let's see where Dane goes here into the last quarter for hopefully the final time. 15 laps to go here for the Bathurst 1000. Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. He's holding him and he's gone again. Good restart though from Brady Myers, and they've all scattered as they come down into turn 1.
It looks like Kostecki was just covering his ground there to the inside. So, yeah, he's done that. So, yes, everyone got off to a pretty good start. Looking back through the field, looks fairly clean so far, but look at the gap that he's already got. It's over half a second already.
He is gone, but look at this. Down to the outside. That's actually Myers, sorry. To the outside, down, giving him a little bit of a helping hand. This is the worst place to be. There's so many marbles out there on the outside of the racetrack. We spoke about that early on. Myers wasn't able to get the job done. He had to slot in the second as the car's right the curve on the exit of turn 2. Slots back in third.
I'll tell you what, the one thing you do love when you're making a position like that is when you've got a teammate behind you that you know that they're going to be probably that little bit more kinder to you to let you get back in to go single file. But man, up front, he's already done that. He's lit the afterburners. It's almost 2 seconds, and the battle's now on for second with Kostecki, Myers down Green, even Rick Gold.
He is gone and set the world alight behind. Kostecki is trying to do everything he can to hold on to P number 2. He's immense pressure from Brady Myers, trying to make a move to get himself up into P number 2. Look at this train, down to the X's. What a shot. Look at the drone cam all the way down. Follow them all the way down into Forest Elbow, underneath the trees. Kostecki defensive on the inside. Oh, I thought Myers gave him a little bit of a push on the exit. There was a little bit of tyre smoke. This could have been an inside front lock from someone. Here it is on board. Myers with a draft, down Conrod straight. He's going to look to the inside. Oh, Brody covered him off. Oh, that was late. Down with a, down, rolled out of it. Oh, there's a penalty.
Kostecki. Oh, I thought he
look
was
at Grit Gold with Gilliam. Gilliam nearly into the back of Grit Gold. Oh, they're side by side behind between Grit Gold, and Gilliam. Managed to hold on to it. Cut to a knife at the drive through penalty for passing under safety car.
Those to contract. That was teammates, 2 TTR teammates.
Yeah, Rosella went on the inside of Maloney, gave him a bit of a touch up. Nowhere for Hampstead to go. Messi into turn number 1 this time. A couple of cars side by side. They're going to try and sort themselves out as Jones is getting a bit of a hilt up on the exit. I think it's Kuznetsov, sorry, on board that car now as they come down into turn number 2. 30 laps to go, guys. We've still got a little bit left, and they're all on the young and old. I guess this is where it all kicks off. And here we go, once again, up the hill.
Mate, a little bit disheartening. Look at that. The gap is over 4 seconds.
He's gone.
Literally gone. Lit the afterburner. Massive crash back behind there. Looks like I saw Van Gisbergen. I don't know if he's got away with it, but there's a couple of cars stationary. Could this be another safety car? Looks like those 2 cars aren't going anywhere.
I'm coming up. Oh, the flick spin. He's got it going again. Who was that? Luke, Adam Payne. One of the Hayne cars, because obviously they were all running, all of those Sender SimSport cars have all got different liveries for this round. Livery.
Hard fence on
it. That was Luke Mitchelson into the outside fence. That was, or Tyler Blackbird, whoever was on board that car at the time. That was a big leak into that outside wall as we go back green. Oh, go back live, sorry, I should say. It's still green. No one able to bring it up. 4.5 seconds. He's gone.
Yeah, you can almost just not pay too much attention to the leader now because he is absolutely out of there. The battles now is that what Myers and Down and Greg Galt can do about Kostecki. Have they got anything for him? That restart from Warren and the battle that Kostecki and Myers and Down have all been having, that's just let him skip away. So regardless of how it all plays out, I don't think there's any way that they're going to be able to close that sort of margin. That's just too big to deal with in these closing stages. Oh, big crash, I think up the top of the mountain too.
There is.
Oh, look, someone's rolling underneath the bridge. Oh, you are kidding me.
Can these guys catch a break? That could be a safety car. That could be a safety car. It's
Mate,
done.
that car is not going anywhere. How much misfortune can this team have? They go up and down the field, and then to have, I saw up the top of the screen, it was a massive accident just before the bridge. We'll catch the replay. We check out Josh Anderson in the Cool Drive Mustang. What's going to happen here? Oh, a little bit of nose to tail. Oh, he got caught up. And both cars, oh, look at those two cars.
Whoa, War Boys.
How's the onboard from War Boys? That will be unreal.
Oh, who was that? One of the ERT cars, nowhere to go. Clean bowls, both of them. There's just nowhere to go on that corner. Yeah, there it is. Safety car has been caught. How did Anderson's luck in this race, and Muggleton's, mind you, both of them have just had none of it. So Kobe Jones was here. Did he get it? He got loose off this curb.
He's got a little touch, maybe?
Tap and just couldn't save it. And bang! Whoa, who? The other Sender SimSport car just had nowhere to go. Both of the War Boys and whoever was
Here we go, watch this. Oh, are you kidding me?
Oh.
How he didn't get involved in that was just, mate, unbelievable.
Wait, War Boys, nowhere to go, but they just fly every which way. Watch this slow-mo, bang off the curb.
Fires across. Just, mate, right place at the right time. Holy, that's just unreal.
Who was on board the 096 too? Who? Oh, that was big. It was Chris Island and Sebastian Flock. Flock got a lot of damage from this as well. As we just watched the bang, and then both.
Oh, he hit both of them.
Oh.
Wow.
I think that was lucky for him. It looked like a little bit of netcode may have helped him through that one. Nothing he could have done, but there it is, the stricken Cool Drive Mustang of Josh Anderson. Not much he could have done in that situation, and the day ends with a beaten up Mustang, and that's going to be day done for himself and Josh Muggleton, who had what an up and down day for them. They were inside that top 10, had an issue, then started to work their way back up, and that was it. And this is, for those that may get sick from flight, incoming.
Oh. Yeah, I think there was, I don't know if he checked up and then got into the back of him, and then he just wiggled, and then the car got away from him, and unfortunately just Anderson copped it, and man, that was a decent hit. Yeah, and then it's just day over, unfortunately.
That's one of those ones that you go, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, geez, they were on the verge of breaking back into the top 10 after everything that they'd already gone through, and then to get caught up in that, it's just like, mate, you just like, I give up. I give up.
Yeah,
the mountain wins.
The mountain beat those two brutally today. They beat them to a pulp today. They gave them everything, and they threw everything back at it to try and get that car back inside that top 10, and it wasn't to be. But now we get ourselves set up for another restart. I didn't think we'd see you again, safety car, but hello again. We're back out in front. Dane will be kicking himself again because he was already out to like a 6-second lead. He did all he needed to do and pretty much had it wrapped up in a silver bow handed to him on a platter, and now he's got to do it all over again.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have too much trouble doing it again, but yeah, after the first lap, 4 seconds, it was like, you know, how good's this? But yeah, we didn't think we'd see another safety car, and again, our last 3 safety cars have been because of on-track incidents. It's just getting really wild. These guys, I know it's towards the end of the race, but sometimes you just got to, you know, you pick your mountains that you're going to die on, I guess, and you know, if you're in with a shot, have the best crack you can, but you don't want to end your day too. When we're looking at sort of over 5 hours of racing, you know, the last thing you want is a DNF.
That's exactly right. You get to this point of nearly 6 hours of racing, and we've been talking for 6 hours, not there or thereabouts, but when we get to this point, it's like you want to make yourself get to the end, but there it is, 5 hours and 45 minutes of action. And we're coming down to under 10 laps to go, man, and it's what a race it's been. Like I was saying on that last restart, we've had everything. We've had 3 wide moves, we've had cars spinning at the top of the hill, not hitting anything. We've had just the chaos of cars flipping now. We've had it all today, and that's what a Bathurst 1000 does to you.
And do we blame Brenton? We had Brenton on the box, and he said, everyone's been doing a really good job at this point of the race, credit to everyone. And then, Jesus, got wild in these last closing laps. I mean, everyone knows that it's at the point where, it's go time now. And unfortunately, it resulted in some carnage.
Then we knew that as soon as that safety car came out at 118 for the stricken car number 93 on top of the hill, I think we knew that was the turning point of this is going to go up a notch. This is going to be where we see it all go. We got 118 odd laps without, an actual safety car, without an actual car being stuck in a fence somewhere saying day's done and bringing out the safety car. We've had 3 since then. But this is going to be one of those, and Brendan puts his hand onto that. That was me. But let's see how this goes. And one thing you just brought up that I was about to, Burton's back on the lead lap.
Unreal.
I don't think when we spoke to him, he was like, I'll see what we can get. Just, fuck away. Look at that.
God. And that's looking on at his teammate going, what's he doing through the air?
How'd you end up there, Josh?
Oh, wow.
We're going to laugh at it because I think it's been one of those days where for them, you have to just laugh at it to make yourself feel comfortable. I feel like that's where they have to be at. I know they'll be kicking themselves when we know they will have had a strong top 10 car easy, and it's just... It has not played kind, but Dane Warren out in front. Kostecki in P2. Myers is third with Down, Grigol, Gilliam, Brazella, Freya, Hampstead, and Kuznetsov. Rounding out the top 10 as we sit and watch them all trundle past on the lead lap in 10 laps to go under safety car conditions. And I don't know, there's more people in this race, Sam, because, they've all got laps back. So there's more people that can have a little bit of dig at this and see what they can end up with.
Now, does this fire Kostecki up? Because, obviously he knows that this is probably his last chance at, well, you never say never, and I don't want to put the jinx on the field, but you would hope that we don't see another safety car. But he's probably thinking to himself, if he doesn't get the job done now, he needs to get the perfect restart and maybe try a dive bomb underneath. I mean, who knows? But this could be his last chance of possibly taking out the win.
That it could be. This could be his last chance to have a shot at this. As we pull the drone cam up, as we have a look over the beautiful Bathurst racetrack, what a place this is. To be able to race here and be able to see it in real life is one thing. I have to say, if you have not been to Bathurst, please head there and check out whether it's the 1000, the 12-hour, even the 6-hour production car races. Just to at least experience the racetrack and see it. This place is on another level, and you hear it every time someone international comes here. They go, what is this place? Who cooked this place up? Because it is one of those tracks that just produces some of the best action in the world, and we have been lucky enough to have it once again here for another Bathurst 1000. Our first ever for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. We're winding it down here, and Dane Warren out in front. Sandman. We could get another safety car. I don't want to say it, but we could. And then we could be set for a grandstand finish.
Yeah, never rule it out.
I hope
that it goes green. I really do, because you don't want to see, I don't know. But look, at the end of the day, they've all got themselves in position now. Everyone's just having a red hot go. I imagine this might be the last safety car, but who knows?
I hope so, because this race is set up 10 laps to go. When they cross the line, they're going to be on it. It's going to be all or nothing towards the end of this race. Big shout out to obviously yourself, Sandman, Luke, obviously doing a mega job on the cameras all day. Everyone else behind the scenes, Brenton and Hobson, and that was 2 people, Brenton O'Brien and Brenton Hobson, but ironically, same, that worked out to be the worst call I could have done just then. But with obviously the intro piece that they did, and everyone else that has worked on behind the scenes, it's been a mega job from everyone. I just got a lead lap boy from Jake Burton. He's excited to be back on the lead lap, so he's going to virtually be flying and seeing what they can do at the end of this race. But here it is, Sandman, 152 laps, and we're getting ready for another one.
And good pick up there, Luke. Luke was just showing in that previous shot about how many marbles on the side of the racetrack. Like, you know, these cars have been rocketing around the mountain, and here we are, this final restart. Does Kostecki get that little bit closer? Does he make the most of this opportunity? Because this may be his last chance he gets. He needs to be as close as he can to the back of Warrington, and then hopefully be close enough to possibly make a move up the inside and dive somewhere under brakes.
That's what he needs to do. It sounds easy on paper, doesn't it, Sandman?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, if we were racing on paper, I'd be world champion.
No, he's gone. He's gone. He's sent it early.
Yep, and he's caught a few people out.
Yep,
look at it. He's
look
already spread the
at
field.
that. He has done it just to play everyone's mind. He's just said, I'm going now. Screw you all. I'm not waiting for the last corner. Green flag here. Well, hopefully the last time for the Bathurst 1000 of the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. 9 laps to go as we cross the stripe. And out in front, Warren and Kostecki leads the field for Boost Mobile SSR 1-2 at the moment. Eyes and down, leading the TTR charge to try and capitalise on them. And don't count out Ethan Griggold in that ERT Commodore. That car has been quick all day.
But I love what Warren did just then. He just caught everyone by surprise. He just went when no one expected it. And that's exactly what he needed to do, because now he's got no pressure. There's no chance of a dive bomb of how far back Kostecki is. So all he needs to do is hit his marks, and probably over the next lap or so, it'll probably start to stretch out to 1 or 2 seconds, and then he just starts to get himself in a comfortable groove. So well done, good heads up, but unfortunately everyone else just missed the boat for that restart.
Yeah, everyone missed it. Even Kostecki wasn't as close as I thought he would have been if they were going to call it that early. He was caught napping as well. Gilliam was caught massively napping. These guys are pushing on this outlap. Look at them, using all the road and more to try and get all the way up over Solomon and Repark. Then they'll come down the hill, down through the S's, over the skyline, down into the dipper. Perfect part of the racetrack as Warren on board Phil Sell's car. Out in front, already 1 second over Brady Kostecki. Myers needs to get a wriggle on if he wants to try and close down that gap.
Yeah, I think they've, I don't know, they're sitting ducks at the moment, but how much is that the Phil Cell is just sitting back watching this unfold? He's obviously got a comfortable points margin. He said all he wanted to do was win this race. Yeah. He's not too worried about the points, because at the end of the day, if you win races, the points somehow take care of themselves. It's funny how that works out. But at the end of the day, he wanted to win the inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. And that is what they've done. They've done themselves such an amazing job coming into this weekend. They've been very fast. They've done everything right. And now he's just sitting back and hoping to claim that win.
That's all he needs to do. And he's got the best seat in the house. He's just sitting there going, you do all the work, Dane. I've been here just chilling and letting you do all the work. Dane again, 2:02.3 out the box off the restart. That's a gauntlet to lay down to the rest of the drivers. I'm just going to go to 2:02 and go. And to think he did a 1:01 in quality and he's just done 1 second slower on a race stint. That's a mega job from Dane. This track will be fully rubbered up though. It's not going to be easy to pull that lap time out, but he's gone and done it. And now he's got a comfortable lead over Brady Myers in second.
Well, 4 out of the top 5 drivers in that last lap all did 2:02, so they're all absolutely pushing it. There's no point leaving anything on the table now, because we're in the dying stages of this race. So whatever you've got, you may as well use it up, because oh, what do we got here? Drama?
Yeah, it was one of them. It was one of the Evolution Racing Team cars with one of the TTR cars. Or was it SSR? I think it was one of the SSR cars. Unsure, but there was a little bit of contact. Oh, I thought we just had down and Griggold. Something happened there, but they managed to reassert themselves and keep going. I don't know who it was out there, but that was a little bit of contact going into turn number 2 over the continue on. Just having a look at this smash and flog. Robert Gibbs Newman's on board his car as well, and that's Matthew Bowler with another one that he's in the TTR sandwich at the moment. Maloney behind, Ellis in front. Look at Ellis in 11. He was just hoping just to get away with a clean car. Well, he hasn't got that at the moment, but moving himself up into P11, trying to see if he can get Kuznetsov for 10.
You swap out a clean car at the end of the race for a decent result. So, yeah at the end of the day, just going back to this replay, I'm lucky that I think that incident that was down a little bit further back on the track, thankfully that didn't result in some cars backwards, because the last thing we want is another safety car. So, looks like fairly cruisy. No one's going to make contact with that wall.
No. There's a lot of damage to Greg Galt's car, though.
And this is him chasing down.
Yeah, there was maybe it may have been a connection issue with Down. He just get off the timing shot. Thought something may have happened and started to drop down the order, but it looked like he kept going. So that could have been the case. Maybe it was just a flicker on the timing chart. It just dropped, and I went, "Oh no, something's happened." But he's got back going, and everything's cool with him out in that position right now in front of Ethan Griggold. Kostecki there with Myers about 1 second back. They're all about 1 second at the moment. Down, just hustling to try and build that gap over Ethan Griggold, isn't he? Sam, and he just doesn't want to be under pressure. He'd rather try and pressure his teammate to get P number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that the TCR's got much for the SSR cars up front. We saw at different stages of the race, these guys side by side, not giving each other much room there on exit, but all managed to get away with it. We saw towards the end of the race, not giving up. There was a little bit of contact there side by side. So Jake held on to that. But as I was saying before, it was the battle between TTR and SSR that sort of, I guess, they were able to get Brody as the stint went on, but they're not going to have that luxury now because we're running out of time.
Oh, that was close. That could have been a big accident into the cutting. That would have been a little bit of shades of 2000 and whatever it was. I lost the date in my head. Of Ambrose and Murphy into that position, but they've been able to keep going again. 6 from memory. But down the hill, we come with Maloney and Lee Ellis in front. A little bit of tyre smoke. You'll see that off and down into the dip, but we've been seeing it all day. Maloney now, will he have a dive on his teammate? No, he won't. Look at this battle. Robert Gibbs having a look. He's on board the 21. That is Brad Newman down the inside. A little bit of relocking. They're going to go side by side on the Forest Elbow, Sandman, but I think that's going to be a better run for Robert Gibbs. They've touched on the straightaway, and that's going to stop both of their run. He tried to side draft him, but got a little bit too close and made a little bit of contact.
A little bit of biff and barge on Robbins racing, and we can see he's going to make a move here. It's been a good run. He's going to get him side by side. Oh, fast part of the racetrack. They're not giving an inch. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's made contact. Oh no! Almost gone round sideways. They managed to hold it up, but they're both just sideways trying to rejoin.
Oh, who's that? Sideways in the dirt. Oh, Costello. I thought he was going to lose that rating. Costello sideways on the exit. Newman's giving the hustle up, trying to get his move done. Gibbs is still on the inside. They're still fighting side by side down to the turn number 1. Costello's gone defensive. That's going to try and open up the door for Gibbs to keep moving through, and he has, but he's got loose on the exit. He's lost all his momentum. That's going to give it straight back to Brad Newman down the run into turn number 2.
And what he'll have too, he's going to have those guys pushing him from behind. It's almost NASCAR Talladega style where they're going to bump draft a little bit. Or no, they've hung him out a little bit. So I thought he might have been able to bounce back. He's still got a little bit of position to look up the inside. Is he going to get the job done? Not quite, but man, how good's his racing back here?
Look at this, side by side. I think it was the 2 cent Sim Sport cars were side by side. Well, here comes Jake Burton. There's that VRS Racing Commodore down the inside, and he's going to make up a position, move himself up in a P number 24. He could end up in the top 20 at this rate.
If you had said that to him when he was in the commentary box a little while ago, he would have called you a buffoon. But at the end of the day, he's getting the job done and he's in the thick of it. So make up a couple more spots. And I think you tell him a top 20 after this, after everything he's gone through today, he'll take that.
He'll take it. He'll go, yep, we'll take that. After everything we've been through today, being multiple laps down, a top 20, yep, we'll take it. And without many incidents in terms of cars not being in the race, they've been able to just work their way through the field. Now they've got their lead lap back. Now they're trying to punch through and get some. He said he had a quick car, so let's see if he can show it now. I'm going to come out trying to set Chris Cox set up on the exit to get a good run down. Oh, he got real loose on the exit curve. Oh, not exit curve, but on the exit, I should say. There's no curve there, it's just a fence. Scott's going to have a look on Brad Newman, but here comes the draft, the slipstream effect. Oh, Jake Burton. He's going to go down the inside. Will he try for 2?
Oh, he's going to hold on to it. But he's not going to be... Oh, is he going to be able to hold it and pull it up? Oh, he's going to run the outside.
Oh, Newman's sort of shown him the exit. Coxhead had an inside front lock. They've all managed to hold on. Now they're 3 wide behind. Boys, let's keep it all settled just a little bit. Into the last corner. Coxhead is going to capitalise. Hinton's down the inside of Hayden. Selwyn's going to make that position stick. Into the last corner. Calm.
No, calm, but we've got to look up front because it's really closing up between Kostecki and Myers. I was watching that battle, and you can see the time split. So now, I think Myers is at the point where I didn't think that they would start to be able to capitalise because we spoke about how TTR were probably a little bit better over this long run, and I wasn't sure if they were going to have enough time. One lap 157 of 161, and Brady Myers now is keen to get the job done. How is he going to make the move on Kostecki? It's only going to play out now, and we have to wait and see. It's hold your breath stuff as we go across the top of the mountain.
Here we go. This is what we wanted. Might not be a fight for the win at the moment. 1.4 seconds down in front for Brady Myers. He wants to get that second step on the podium. He wants to split up these two. They're fighting hard down the hill, using all the track and more is Brady to try and close the gap to Brody. That's going to be a mouthful towards the end of this race. Brady and Brody, can we split this up? It's going to be on. And Brody will be wanting to keep that Boost Mobile one too, especially for SSR and everything. TTR will be wanting to split that up. They'll be like, we've had enough of this. We want to get one of our cars in P2 at least.
Well, like you said, mate, any time you have a decent result at Bathurst, you know, everyone wants to win, but you can get a podium, and these guys are going to be as hungry as ever as just grab second place. You know, obviously, I mean, P1's been out of everyone's reach for today. You know, we've seen the dominance out of that car for car 94, but at the end of the day, these guys are now in a position to take on P2, and it's really heating up.
That's exactly. This is heating up too. Brad Newman, Jake Burton, he's going to get a run down the inside. Looking. Oh, they made contact.
Are you serious? Unbelievable. Oh, he's doing a hit too.
He sent him again. And that's Burton off the road, save the car, get it back on. They're all fighting over nothing down here at the moment. They're all pushing and shoving. Hopefully he will have a slowdown penalty for Jake Burton. Hopefully he can get that clear and keep going. But that was a big place to have contact.
Yeah, it was nose to tail down that straightaway, and then of course he got a shove going into the braking zone. But one bloke is breathing a sigh of relief. Dane Warren up front, he's not having to worry about anything else. But he looks back at his mirror and he can see his Boost Mobile teammate in Brady Kostecki. He's got his hands full because Brady Myers is looking pacey now. And look sideways for Kostecki.
Yeah, got a little bit loose as he tried to get the power down out of the cutting, coming up over the top of the hill, coming over Solomon Creek Park. This is the part of the racetrack over the middle grate, right there, using all the track and more. They'll go all the way up to the fence. They're pretty much pushing qualifying laps at this point as much as they can over McPhillany, down into Skyline, up through the S's, and to push this car. 10 tenths now. There is no relaxing all the way to the end of this race. 4 laps to go. When they cross, it's only going to be 3.
I think I like seeing what Myers is doing. He just needs to be smart and think about his exits, because at the end of the day, if he can just get that exit and utilise some of that slipstream, it'll just make his job so much easier into the braking zone. We can see how fast Kostecki is, but he just needs to be tucked up as close as he can and think about his move. He's running out of time though, like 158 of 161 in the inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational.
Running out of time, but here he goes to the outside, down into the chase. Brady Myers around the outside of the Boost Mobile Commodore. Brady Kostecki, they've left each other room, have they not? They're touching. He comes down.
Oh, they're still going. Young's going to capitalise. He's gone into second place. Unbelievable. They're still touching. Kostecki's out of control. Bang. Huge incident. TTR car is out.
He got Myers. There's another car around in the background.
No.
That's kicking off. That's Bowler. What has gone on?
Has gone unbelievable. Kostecki has got huge damage to that car. He was out of control, nailed the TTR car, held Madison down, missed that, and managed to get into P2 is beyond me.
He collected Myers as he rode the curve. So look at this, he got on the curve and got sideways and touched Myers, and then he's come back, and then bang, they've made contact, which has sent Kostecki to the inside, bang, straight in the door. And nowhere for Myers to go. Did he get that car back running and going in the straight direction? I think he did. He did. He got it out of the gravel trap. It kept going. What was that? It was just, they got on the curb, bang. Then they were hooked together. They tried to get it, and as he's rejoined, he's come bang straight back onto Grigol. Grigol tried to rejoin. They made contact, and then bang in the door goes Brody Kostecki into Brady Myers. Nothing Brady could do. He was just a sitting passenger in all of that.
Are you absolutely kidding me? I would never have picked that in a million years. These guys are not leaving anything on the table. Greg Galt now in P3, but we wonder how much damage has he got? Is he going to be able to hold on to that last step of the podium? Unbelievable contact, and who would have thought? And wow, Kostecki, like out of it. He was in contention for P2, and huge damage to that car.
Massive damage, and he just, as soon as that contact between him and Ethan Grigol happened, he was a passenger from that point on, and nothing he could do. There was a massive accident behind with Boulder. There was a couple of cars off the road. I think Ellis was involved as well. Let's have a look. It was Matthew Polar, Lee Ellis, and they make contact again off the corner, and then bang, around they go. Boulder goes around. Who's that void? So, everything's going on now. Oh, that was one. I think that was Dylan Rudd. Straight in the door as all these guys skittle off the road. He comes burning. Does he get around there? Ellis is in the car. That was Dylan Rudd with a lot of damage. That's why motor. They done for him right towards the end of this race. 2 laps to go as we cross the stripe. Lap 160 or 161. 2 laps to go. It is Dave Warren out in front. 3.6 seconds to Madison Down, who was able to capitalise from all that was going on to put himself into P number 2. Ethan Grigol with damage trying to hold on to 3rd.
Unbelievable. If it finishes this way with Madison Down on a podium, I can't wait to talk to him to see what went through his mind when he saw all that commotion happen in front of him. He was P4, saw the 2 cars come together, managed to miss all that drama, and now holds on to P2. Like, unbelievable stuff. Now it's eyes forward. Has he got anything, obviously, to hold off Greg Gold? I mean, we saw the contact that he had. Hopefully he hasn't got too much damage, but he'll be desperately trying to be his best just to hold on to P3.
Yeah, he looks like he's struggling. That's around the outside handstand. In the fence. He had a little bit of contact. Yeah, through Brazella. Free is going to try and capitalise on this. They've all gone berserk. There's 2 laps to go. This is the thing. They're fighting tooth and nail. They've got every position they can get at the end of this race. They're putting themselves in positions they wouldn't have done earlier on. They haven't been out that wide. There's so many marbles off the racetrack, and as soon as you make contact, that's it. There's no bringing that car back.
Well, these guys are busted up for a top 5 finish at Bathurst, and that means the world to these guys. They put in so much effort. Over 6 hours of racing, 161 laps around this racetrack, and these guys are giving absolutely everything. Unbelievable, regardless of where you look. But look at this. It's down in second, but P3, Greg Galt now. He just needs to concentrate, hit his markers for 1 more lap because he's trying his best to hold off Gillian.
He's stretching the legs too. Look at that. He was able to gain time over the top of the hill. That's actually given a little bit of breathing room. If he is damaged, this is where it'll hurt him the most. But if he can build the gap in the critical parts of the racetrack, so obviously through this section of the racetrack, he needs to gain as much time as he can. Brad Newman with a lot of damage to the 97 car down the inside of Mitch, and I thought that could have been a little bit of contact. Stenberg in front of them as well. Look at these, all these cars with a lot of damage. 4 cars side by side again. That's Marcelo. Robert Gibbs is on board that car with Randy Costello in front of him as well. Jake Burton's managed to put himself up as we enter the final lap. The first inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. 1 lap to go, and it's Dane Warren out in front.
These guys have been a class act all weekend. The car's been fast. Both their driver pairings, none of them have done anything wrong in this entire race. And really starting to gap the field now. They know that all they need to do... Oh, car stuck on the outside of the racetrack. Oh, no. And looks like his day's going to be done. He's actually stuck. He's trying to pull reverse. He's not getting anywhere. So... Now, that'll just be a local yellow. This won't finish under safety car. But, man, heartbreak for Ellis. That takes him out of any decent result. But, man, oh, man, you can't put a foot wrong for these guys. Dane Warren, Jared Philsell, they've been a class act the entire day.
You've got to tip your hats off to these two. What an act they have had all day long. They have been the class of the field. They would have not wanted any safety cars, but we got them in the end, and that was all because of everyone else's wrongdoing. These guys will not know what has happened behind them. They will just be cruising along out in front. That's what they've seen all day. Back in the pack, still down in second. Grigol and Gillian. We'll have to watch that one and see where they are at coming down into Forest Elbow. I believe they will be pretty close. But here it is, Dane Warren for the last time down Conrod Straight. what a drive from these two, Sam.
Mate, can you imagine if I told you a couple of laps ago when Kostecki was in P2 that he'd be back in 12th? Would you believe that?
No, I wouldn't have. But that is what's happened. That is what a Bathurst 1000 brings to you in the closing laps. It causes chaos. We've seen it all today. The chaos, the carnage, the passes, the saves. But these two have been on fire from the word go, and I don't think anyone was going to stop them. Dane Warren, Jared Philstell, your winners of the inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech Supercars Pro Invitational. Tip your hats off to those guys.
Huge congratulations for the Boost Mobile team. They have done an absolute ripper job. Madison Down takes out P2. Ethan Griggolt holds on to P3. Congratulations to everyone involved. Oh, no.
What's happened to Gilliam? Gilliam has dropped to 12th. We'll have to bring that back up. He's lost a rear wing. Something's happened to Gilliam after the race. In P number 4, he was 4th. Brazella takes 4th from the rear of the grid. They'll be happy with that. Freya, oh, what has happened? Poor Boys has finished 13th. What? Oh, they were side by side in the chase. What has happened here? They side by side. Oh, contact. Oh. Is he trying to rejoin? Yep, bang.
Come across the front.
Come across the front.
Yeah. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Oh.
There's only 2 corners to go.
No. Oh, I can't believe it. What has happened the last 10 laps of this race needs to be put on repeat. It's so much as it just, we've got to unpack so much from the last 10 laps. There's been so much going on. But you can't say anything bad about this car. The 94 Boost Mobile SSR Commodore has just, yeah, Dane Warren and Jared Philsell, class act.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, they didn't put a foot wrong for the entire race. A brilliant job from the SSR Boost Mobile Racing team. Trans-Tasman Racing in second, ERT in third. Like, man, and then you say Luke Rosella up 32 positions to finish in 4th. How good is that? And Jake Maloney up 31 positions to finish 6th.
That's what I was about to say. Look at that. Maloney up 31 spots to finish in 5th. What a drive from a lot, and what a lot of unfortunate drives from a lot of people. It's been a lot of stories, and that is what Bathurst does to you. Our first ever Logitech Supercar Pro Invitational, Bathurst 1000. It's had it all. It's had all the stories, but you can't fault these two out in front. We'll bring up those final results here, unofficial results, because there's going to be a lot to unpack, and I am glad I am not a steward. But out in front, Dane Warren, Jared Philsell, tip your hats. Well done. Top of the step of that podium. Madison Down in second, capitalising to get that job done. Ethan Griggolt in third. Rosella, drive of one of the day, one of the drivers of the day. You can't say nothing against Dane Warren and Jared. They had a drive of the day too, but Rosella and then 32 spots moved himself up in the 4th. Freya Maloney, Myers, Richard Hansdale, Rick Kuznetsov, Brenton Hobson finishes out that top 10 with Brady Kostecki, Andrew Gilliam in 12th. What could have been for them. Blake Warboys in 13th. I've mentioned that. That's a mega drive from not being able to sort of having a bad start to move yourself up into 13th. Flock and Boyd rounding out that top 15. And Sandman, what a race. What a first ever Bathurst 1000.
Incredible stuff. Unbelievable. What a wild finish. I mean, you know, obviously everyone is just, you know in the dying stages of a massive race like this that everyone is just going to have a red hot go, but no way did I expect some of those dramas. And that incident with Kostecki, oh my goodness, like that was just huge. And for Down to miss all that like that, I can't wait to go back and just see some of his onboard vision when he saw all that unfolding in front of him, because man, talk about being in the right spot at the right time. Like, he managed to miss all that, the heartbreak of his teammate actually being caught up in it, but to capitalise on it and take out P2. I think from what everyone saw, that car 94 was almost unstoppable today, and I think if you talk to Madison, he'd be pretty happy with a P2.
Oh, he'd be ecstatic with a P2, and I'm sure we'll definitely hear from him soon as we will get our interviews underway. I'm just trying to have a look if I can see. I don't see actually a Jared Philsell. I can't see them at the moment, and that's most probably me just trying to scroll through too quickly, and I can't actually find them at the moment. But this was it's just he launched. He absolutely launched off that curb and just had no control of that race car.
Look at this. Look at this. Mate, how lucky was down not to get collected. Like, unbelievable.
What do you do there? You just... you're a passenger, especially for someone like Brady Myers. He had nowhere you could really go.
He sees that unfold, and then the carnage behind him. Look at this. Bang! Oh, my goodness.
Such a violent hit. And there's nothing else to say in that sense. But let's bring in these two. What a way to do our inaugural Bathurst 1000 and the dominant display. And I think myself and Sam, and we tip our hats to you once again. Phil Self, Dane Warren, well done. Jared, start with you. What a race from both of you, but you look like you had the easy part there at the end.
Yeah, it was relatively easy. We're in a bit of hot water there with the calculator error, so yeah, it was a bit dicey, but it was actually our team car that caused the malfunction of the calculator. So yeah, no, it was all good in the end.
Was that a little bit of a fuel miscalculation there, Jared, or were you going to keep that one?
Yeah, we forgot. I forgot to minus the total. The remain in the tank. I didn't minus that to the fuel, so we were a good 2 laps short, I reckon.
Oh, I was wondering why Dane wasn't pushing as hard towards the end. Is that why, Dane? Were you in a little bit of fuel conservative mode, even though you still had the pace at the end to show your stuff?
Yeah, it was just a bit of a insurance thing, really. I mean, I pulled out the 2-3, I think, and yeah, the car felt really good on the lower fuel and the colder tires. So yeah, like no reason to really risk it at the end. And yeah, just played it safe and coasted it home.
Yeah, what was going on through your head, obviously, with the amount of safety cars at the end of that race, having to do so many restarts? You fooled them all in the last one when they all weren't expected to go that early. That was well played. That was very well played. But then it all just kicked off behind you. Was Jared feeding that information? Because I'm sure it would have been like, I built a gap and then I just got it all taken away again.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it in the last 20 or so laps. I just knew for a fact there was going to be a safety car in the last 10 laps, whether it was from someone shunting or if it was a random one. So I was always expecting it. And yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell when there's a shunt behind, because you look at the relative and they've gone from 1.5 seconds behind to 4 or 5 seconds. So yeah, no, that last couple of laps was just focus, keep the car as straight as possible and bring it home.
I'll let you go in, Sam, man. Any questions for these big boys that have done a mega job? There's nothing to fault really from these two.
No, they did everything right, and mate, we're still surprised. Like, obviously, those last few cautions had nothing to do with race control. That was just everyone having a red hot go. We were surprised about how much carnage was happening. I guess, Jared, you probably saw more of it because Dane was sort of eyes forward. But man, there was so much happening, and even with your Boost Mobile teammate in Kostecki getting caught up in a massive incident towards the end of that race. I mean, I said in the broadcast with a couple laps to go, you wouldn't have picked Kostecki being that far back when he was P2.
Yeah, that was that was carnage, to be honest. Yeah, I had to mute because I was laughing, and it was chaos, to be honest. Not only Brody, obviously that was a big one. Obviously those guys didn't want to give each other too much room, and then it all went pear-shaped. So, but it wasn't just him. It was well down the field. There was a few moves getting thrown about. So yeah, it was it was pretty chaotic. I'm sure if you had a few more directors, you would have had all the action on probably 6 screens, not one.
Now, before we let you guys go and celebrate, this is going to be a good win for you guys. Like, you guys really did everything right. It showed at Sandown how good of a pairing you guys were, and then to take on the mountain and be as dominant as you were. You guys are no doubt going to celebrate, but before we let you go, is there anyone that you both want to thank?
Yeah, obviously the boys for doing all the setup work while I've been away on a family holiday. I've just arrived and drive spec, so yeah, I'll have to thank the missus for letting me come back one day early. But yeah, obviously all the other SSR boys. A few of them had a bit of bad luck, but yeah, most of the guys were up there or thereabouts for the most part. Yeah, as well as Dane, obviously doing the business as he always does. So yeah, it's been great.
And you, Dane, you want to thank anyone?
Yeah, I mean, obviously SSR, like Jared said, has been mega to be a part of the team for the 2 Enduros. I can't really fault the pace or the car really throughout the rounds, and it's just been really cool to work with Jared, which is, I think I mentioned before, one of the best V8 drivers of all time, so it's been a really cool experience doing that, and to take out the Enduro Cup has just been really cool.
Well, huge congratulations, guys. You both did a mega job. It was really entertaining to watch, and yeah, to take out the inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational. It's a huge credit to you both. Strong pairing on paper, and you guys did it on the track too as well. So well done, and enjoy this one tonight.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was none other than our race winners, who they deserve that. They drove a mega job, both of them. Mega pace to get that job done. But these two in P2, Mads, what was going through your head when you saw Brody sideways, most surely going to T-bone you or your teammate, and got your teammate? But what was going through your head there?
Yeah, what a crazy finish. Yeah, insane way to finish the 1,000 Ks. I really feel for Brady and Emily. They had a really good day today up to that point and had a good fight back. And yeah, it all turned to crap there just at the end, really. But yeah, I just firstly want to say a big congratulations to Dane and Jared. Those guys were the class of the field, particularly Dane. His pace was unbelievable throughout today. And yeah, they thoroughly deserved that win. That was a really good drive by them. But yeah, from our day, I don't know. We probably we knew it was going to be hard to win against that combination unless they had probably a little bit of unluckiness. But yeah, Corey and I were a bit of a last-minute combination change for this enduro, and yeah, as I said earlier, it probably wasn't the ideal prep that we had. But yeah, we had a pretty good car. So thanks to everyone in the team, and thanks to Corey for jumping in 77.
Yeah, Corey did a mega job as well, Corey. How did you feel jumping on board with Mads? Obviously, sort of last minute, like you said, changing it up for this enduro. But how did it feel to jump in and be able to basically do what you needed to do to get that car in a good position? You drove flawlessly all race, not making, I don't think, any mistakes. It's hard. There's been so much that's going on. Sorry for my brain being a bit mush at the moment. There's been 6 hours of absolute carnage, and the last hour was 6 hours worth. But you drove mega to be able to give Mads that car at the end and in a good position to be able to get the job done.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was awesome driving with Mads. A lot of pressure, obviously being super fast. So you want to match him and, put the car in a good position. But it was great driving with him, and definitely learnt a lot. And I think today was definitely a success.
I think we could say anything less than a success when you're finishing inside the top 10 at Bathurst 1000 is one of those things where you can't fault. So you guys did a mega job. Madison as well. How did you feel in that last stint, sort of till before obviously it all kicked off? You were just sitting there sort of minding your own business. You saw at the first restart, Brody and Brady were going at it. And then the second one caught you off surprise when basically Dane said bye early. Was it just that first stint before that final safety car? Was that a bit chaotic there? How did you play that one out?
Yeah, well, I had a pretty close run with Brody, and in one of those last stints, I can't remember, like you as well, it all kind of all morphed together there in the end. But yeah, I had a really close run, and we traded paint quite a lot of times, and he really backed us up, especially on that first safety car restart. He really backed us up there, 4.5 seconds on that first lap. So we knew at that point there that car was going to be sacrificial lamb really for the rest of the race, and we were going to have a really hard time to challenge Dane. And that was always going to be a tough one anyway, because Dane just had the pace that he had. So he was always going to be a hard one. But having that car in between made it, really challenging. So probably to be honest, I think that the focus probably shifted away from trying to win the race and just trying to make sure that it wasn't a 1-2 for the SSR guys, the boost guys. So it was a really hard one to manage. I mean, Brody's one of the best defensive drivers in the field and also one of the most aggressive. So we knew it wasn't going to be easy there. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, those guys came together there in the end. I mean, it worked for us. We finished second, but unfortunately, I feel for both those cars. Basically resulting in a DNF really in the final stint.
which is pretty hard to take after a long day like this.
When you saw those two come together, obviously there's hurt for you. So it's a teammate that's been taken out. But were you aware of how close it was in your rearview mirror about how close you were getting to turn out?
Yeah, absolutely. I could see it unfolding behind me, turning in, and I didn't really know what to do. I knew that I was probably just ahead of it by the look of it, but it depended kind of what way Brodie was turning the steering wheel, and obviously he was pretty out of control there looking back at it. At first I probably thought it was something else that Brodie was doing there, but looking back at the replay, I think he was pretty out of control once he made contact with that ERT car. He was a bit of a passenger, and it was quite fortunate for me that I wasn't collected, and there was only about a metre or two in that, and he just absolutely nailed Brodie. So we saw it coming. Both of us saw it coming. It was just a matter of we couldn't really do a whole lot to avoid it, I don't think. And anyway, that's racing. That's how it goes sometimes.
Mate, it's unreal how we were just watching the replays, and to see those two come together, you go to the outside and then all that chaos just unfolds behind you. And mate, I just cannot believe that you didn't get nailed. Like exactly what you said, Kostecki was out of control because of that contact with the RT car, but he was just a passenger, caught the ripple strip, and he was in the air. So heartbreaking for Brodie though, because like you said, they did a terrific job all race long.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of reminded me of that, the 2016, I think it was, the end of the 1000 that year. I'm trying to think, 2016, when they all came through the chase in the real world and they all came together. But and they're all in the fence, calls were happening. And it kind of felt like that from the way I was watching it. There's just cars going everywhere and smoke flying. So, yeah, disappointing with, inside those last 5 laps to see that happen. But hey, a big shout out to everyone at TTR. I mentioned in the interview halfway through that race to you guys in the booth, I really didn't have the ideal practice lead up this week, and big shout out to my girlfriend Peter and all her family. They've had a rough week, and trying to be there to support them, but also knowing my teammates who are all there to support me as well, and they all put in 100% behind the scenes and got us a pretty good car. And I was able to just simply up on race day and drive something that got us a podium. So big thank you to everyone at TTR for the hard work, and obviously to Corey as well. And we had a couple really late call-ups. Tom today jumped in. Tom Freeman jumped in with Maloney at a late, 11th hour. So big shout out to all the Enduro co-drivers we had. It was a privilege to get to know some new people and and share some good times.
Can't thank anything enough from that. That was a good shout out, Madison. We've got to give Corey a shout out as well. Any shout outs you'd like to give Corey for any of your work that you've done?
Yeah, just a big thanks to the team. We've all worked really well, and I think it's paid off, especially for our car today. Had a lot of pace, and it's been great. So, thanks to the team for having us.
Thank you, boys, and congratulations on a P2. Obviously, unfortunate Brodie, send our good miseries to him, but nothing he could have done in that situation. But well done, boys. Go and celebrate. P2 is nothing to slouch over. You've done a mega job today at the 1000. Congratulations.
Will do. Thanks for the call broadcast. Fantastic. So thanks, guys. Look forward to watching that back, and see you at the next one.
That we will. At the next one. Can't wait for that one. That's going to be some street circuit fun when we head to Detroit Belle Isle. But before that, Sam, man, we're going to stand by with our final podium sitters, and that is Evolution Racing Team 177 of Ethan Griggold and Bradley Vaughan.
Oh, Ethan, man, did you have your hands full in those last couple of laps, mate? We saw that carnage at the final corner, mate. That was heart and mouth stuff, and thankfully, I mean, you got away reasonably scot-free. There was a little bit of damage, but thankfully you managed to hold on for a P3.
Yeah, no, that race went completely off at the end. Luckily, we managed to buy a ticket to the sprint race at the end, as it always is at Bathurst, and I could see the way some of the cars were fighting up in front, and was just waiting for the fireworks to happen. And surely enough, they did. I copped a bit of damage in the meantime, but the car was still fast, and it was a good fun race.
When you saw that incident happen, and I guess your biggest fear was how much damage and, to get away with that incident, you see everything, and then Brodie sort of out of control, and he was up in the air, and for you not to be involved like that could have been catastrophic. It'd be heartbreaking to get to that point of the race and then come away with a possible DNF or whatever the case may be. But you guys did an incredible job. But we go back and look at this incident and we see everything that's happened in front of you, and I think you just hold your breath and just thank your lucky stars that you weren't involved any harder.
Yeah, look, they're all flying off the left-hand side. I think Brody was, and I had bulk pace on them, so I just took the racing line like you normally would in that situation. Then all of a sudden, I think old mate's given up on life a bit, and he's just wasn't settling for anything less than second position and managed to make contact with me. I think I sort of went down the right-hand side a bit, and he fired off left like a torpedo into Brady. So, which is a bit of a shame, but you could see it coming from a mile away, unfortunately. It's just how it goes at the end of these long races. Everyone gets a bit hot-headed, so. And
you both did a brilliant job. You and Brad did an amazing job for this race.
Oh, it was awesome. First time I've co-driven with Brad. I know he's hasn't been on the sim for very long, and for him to jump into a Bathurst 1000 with the caliber of drivers in this series and drive the way he did, it's seriously impressive. So, yeah, congrats to him.
So, Brad, mate, tell us about that. Bathurst 1000 podium. That's not too shabby at all, mate. You did a brilliant job today, and mate, a top effort. You'd be absolutely pumped, surely.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, thank Ethan for those compliments. I'm trying to beat him in the real world in XLs as well. So, yeah, that was awesome.
Coming into today, obviously we're up against some of the biggest names in our sport. You know, everyone is fast in this series, but for you guys to take it to everyone, there was some milestone parts of the racetrack where you guys were just really quick and taking on the leaders, and it was just brilliant to watch. And for you to walk away both with a podium, that must be an absolute thrill after everything that you've gone through today.
Yeah, no, that was cool. Ethan did an awesome job at the end of the race there. He did a really good middle stint as well. We just stayed out of trouble for those first 100 laps or so, and then, yeah, as you say, you get to the sprint race at the end.
Now, Jake, these guys did an amazing job. You got anything for more that you want to bring to them? I know these guys would be absolutely pumped, and they'd be pretty keen to get on with celebrations, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a couple of beers. But I think I want to say, Ethan, is what did you have in that first stint? As soon as Bradley was sort of flying under the radar inside the top 10, and I said it to Brenton, I was like, they're doing a good job. But as soon as you jump in the car, you overtook like 3 or 4 of them and put yourself inside that top 5. What happened there? Did you turn the NOS on or something? Because the car just lit up.
Yeah, look, the car we built was sort of based off our last Bathurst set, but just adjusted a bit for more tyre wear, and the thing was an absolute jet across the top. So as soon as we were in clear air and we could make passes, it was all right. But we lacked a bit of straight line, so as soon as we sort of got up to all the fast boys in TTR and SSR and that they were just an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. So when you sort of get caught behind them, you can't make a pass over the mountain, and then you pretty much get to the bottom of the hill and you can't do anything about it. So you know, our setup worked really good as a clear air car, and it was an absolute jet, but it just wasn't quite a good race car. So just another thing we're gonna have to learn and try and fix for the next one. So always learning.
Always learning, and that's what we like to hear. People are always learning, Sam, man, and I can't wait, because if they're always learning, it's going to be on for the next one. But any shouts, anyone you'd like to give a thank to? Ethan, you first, then Bradley.
I'd just like to thank Brad for doing an awesome job in the car. Of course, all the boys at ERT for the work they put in during the week, and our sponsors are Logitech G for just being awesome.
Yeah, pretty much the same as what Ethan said. Thanks for Ethan for the awesome drive, and all the guys at ERT and Logitech and all our valued sponsors.
Thank you, boys. Go celebrate. Congratulations on a podium here at the first inaugural Bathurst 1000 for the Logitech G Supercar Pro Invitational. Go enjoy it with the rest of them.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. And that was Ethan Grigol and Bradley Vaughan. And what a way to wrap up our first ever Bathurst 1000, Sam, man. That was on. It had it all. And that's one of those races. I think every Bathurst always has this moment, that moment. But this really had it all. From the word go. To be our first one, we'll take that.
Absolutely. There'll be some incidents that we will look at year on year when we go to back to the mountain, because, man, this race really turned on its head. We may have already predicted the winner coming into this weekend, but it's never a given. At the end of the day, they did a terrific job. Huge amount of work to be proud of between those two. But, man, there's going to be some highlights that we will relive about this for years to come. But cracking effort, Jake, well done, mate. Luke, behind the scenes, everyone that's involved in the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational, Brenton, like everyone. I can sit there and call names all day, but big shout out to everyone who's put this together. Thanks to our race stewards, and what a race, what a race.
Yeah, what a race. And I echo the same compliments there, man. Mega job today and an awesome job last night as well in my absence. Same with Jonathan Simon for jumping in last minute as well. Thank you, Johnny, for jumping in for me and helping Sam, man. So we didn't have a sore voice for today. Luke, as always, a mega job behind the scenes. Everything he does at Race Stars TV, top notch. As always, and everyone else, all the stewards, they had a busy day and they're going to have a busy night. There's a lot to unpack in the last 10 laps. I feel like we just did another 1,000 in the last 10 laps, but they will get it done and they will certainly sort it out. And everyone else with all the cameras and everything else in terms of all the social media that all the team do, awesome job as always. Next round, November 16th, we head to the Detroit Belle Isle. If you thought that this could get any crazier, let's add more walls everywhere and put them on a street circuit. This is our surface paradise, and it's going to kick off November 16th. We look forward to having you there. But once again, mega shout out to all our podium sitters, Dave Warren, Jared Philsell, class act once again, our Bathurst 1000 inaugural winners, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Goodbye.